As the will within the eye of the eternal star exploded forth, Wang Bao's body shook violently. Because his divine sense didn't leave and was still connected with its will, the desire of the demonic eye art in his body that he unleashed became a small hand and rapidly grabbed the eye of 10,000 demons, seemingly stealing something from it. At that moment, a large amount of information popped into Wang Bao's head out of nowhere. His body trembled, and his head was about to explode. If it was someone else, they would most likely be dead at this moment. Luckily, Wang Bao's avatar was special and immediately turned into fog in the next moment, spreading out before gathering once again. Using this cycle, Wang Bao barely withstood this violent power. After withstanding the power, Wang Bao's body formed once again. Although his 7 orifices were bleeding, disbelief and extreme joy appeared in his eyes. Wang Bao's soul trembled, and his body shuddered. In his memories, he actually discovered a part of the continuation of the cultivation techniques of the demonic eye art. These weren't nascent soul realm cultivation techniques, they were soul conduit realm cultivation techniques. Or more precisely, the cultivation techniques that entered his head weren't the demonic eye art. They were the divine eye art. Although there was only a small portion and not the entire thing, with Wang Bao's familiarity with and understanding of the demonic eye art, he could almost judge immediately that this cultivation technique wasn't fake. It was the continuation divine power that he really desired. Although learning it directly was somewhat inappropriate, given some time, he could incorporate the dark art with this small portion of the divine eye art and change it into the demonic eye art suitable for himself. This huge gift arrived too suddenly, and even Wang Bao himself was shocked. Afterwards, fanaticism appeared in his eyes. Not caring about his current state, he dispersed his divine sense again and tried to continue obtaining information. But obviously this wasn't as easy as Wang Bao expected it to be. No matter how he tried afterward, while he would obtain some information every time, the information always overlapped with the previously obtained portion. Hence, Wang Bao didn't obtain any new information. It seemed that if Wang Bao wanted to obtain more information, he would have to establish a stronger connection between his divine sense and the will. Yet, while Wang Bao had this thought, he couldn't carry it out. He could obviously feel that the connection between his divine sense and the eye of the eternal star's will was a weak one. He wanted to establish a stronger connection, but some barriers that were difficult to break through existed, making it hard for him to obtain more information. Wang Bao tried again and again until the eye of the eternal star slowly disappeared, and the will within it dissipated once again. When the eternal star returned to normal, Wang Bao couldn't help but sigh. He stood there and pondered. After a while, he lowered his head and looked at the Holy Crest Sect Legion's identity token in his hand. His eyes glowed, and after analyzing the situation, he came to an answer he himself wasn't completely certain of. Is there a possibility that this eye of 10,000 demons is actually a heritage, but not everyone can obtain it? Only cultivators that have learned cultivation techniques from the same source can obtain it. So, others can't obtain it, but I can. If this guess is valid, then even if one has the right, they must fulfill different requirements to obtain different portions at different levels. If this is truly the case, it could more or less explain why I only obtained a small portion. Is it because my mandate is insufficient? Wang Bao looked at the Holy Crest Sect Legion's identity token in his hand once again and was deep in thought. To be exact, the connection I established with the eye of the eternal star's will was a weak one or only at the outer boundary. When I wanted to establish a stronger connection, I was blocked. Is it because the Holy Crest Sect Legion's rights are insufficient? Wang Bao thought for a while and put away the identity token. He needed to find a way to verify this. It was obviously not the appropriate time to do that now. The most important thing that lay in front of him was to pull off a great coup. Ink Dragon Legion, just you wait. A glimmer appeared in Wang Bao's eyes. After he felt the aura of the eye of 10,000 demons only he could notice, he immediately retreated and left the eternal star with a flick of his body. Using his essence technique to change his appearance, Wang Bao traveled freely in the divine eye civilization. As he looked for an opportunity, he also contacted Dekunsi and made him keep an eye out for traces of the Ink Dragon Legion. Just like that, after half a month, he had a clear idea of the Ink Dragon Legion's movements after combining what he knew with the information from Dekunzi. After making me wanted throughout the divine civilization, they go out to hunt. Wang Bail sat on a meteorite, looking at the distant cosmos as a cold glint appeared in his eyes. After gathering information during this period of time, he knew that before robbing him, the Ink Dragon Legion had suffered heavy losses in outer space, so when they returned, they were both angry and depressed. But that's no reason to rob me, Wang Bail humphed. After gathering information from many sources, he found a path that the Ink Dragon Legion had to take when they were returning home, and that was exactly where he was currently at. He decided to make the Ink Dragon Legion know who was boss right there. With that thought, Wang Bail started checking the equipment in his storage bag. When he ascertained that there were no issues, his body slowly turned to mist, seemingly fusing with the meteorite. He left no trace or aura and started waiting silently. As Wang Bail waited, time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Wang Bail was very patient. Even though the Ink Dragon Legion never arrived in this half a month, he still waited there and didn't move. This continued until another month passed, and waves of minor disturbances spread from the far reaches of the cosmos. The mist on the meteorite suddenly shrunk, and within it, a pair of sharp eyes that one could faintly make out gathered. Are they here? While Wang Bail muttered in his heart, in the cosmos not far away from him, the army formed by hundreds of giant battleships was heading straight towards him. Any ship in this fleet was far bigger and more majestic than the Holy Crest Sex battleships. That was especially so because they all looked like octopuses. Every one of them was a biological battleship, so those who looked from afar and didn't understand the situation would instinctively think they saw a cosmos herd. That was especially so because there were more than 10 biological battleships in the fleet that were completely purple. They were larger, and the suppressive force they dispersed was much stronger than that of the other battleships. They were akin to the leaders of the herd. Even though these biological battleships seemed to have sustained different levels of damage and seemed to have gone through a tough battle, they also seemed to contain intense excitement from their aura alone. Every biological battleship's speed was extremely fast, and they sped through the divine civilization. Wherever they went, the aura of excitement seemed to be able to sweep away all obstacles, and at this moment, they were getting closer and closer to the meteorite Wang Bail was on. Wang Bail didn't move. Instead, observing the battleships closely while a weird glint flashed between his eyes. The aura that the purple battleship spread was at the Soul Conduit realm, but after searching for quite some time, he couldn't find the dermic battleship of the Ink Dragon Legion commander or feel the aura of a spirit immortal. This confused him. Could she not be here? Or is she hiding in another battleship? But according to logic, she shouldn't be able to guess my thoughts. As Wang Bail pondered, the Ink Dragon Legion's battleships had already reached the meteorite he was on. They obviously didn't notice anything wrong with this meteorite. At this moment, a large number of battleships had already whizzed past it. Seeing that almost all of the Ink Dragon Legion's battleships were about to whiz past him, Wang Bail had no time to think. He had already reached a point of no return. So be it. It's better if she's not here. Thinking up to this point, Wang Bail stopped hesitating. As the mist turned, the meteorite it was on suddenly self-destructed. Rumbles immediately spread through the surroundings, and countless pieces of broken rock shot outwards and dispersed among the Ink Dragon Legion. As the Ink Dragon Legion reacted, Wang Bail's body transmogrified from within the mist. He raised his right hand and swept it down violently. Immediately, hundreds of self-destructing battleships controlled by puppets appeared among the Ink Dragon Legion. Explode! Wang Bail roared, and the hundreds of self-destructing battleships crashed towards the surrounding Ink Dragon Legion like a bunch of mad dogs. It was best if they crashed into the Ink Dragon Legion. If not, they exploded at close range. The self-destruction of hundreds of battleships, coupled with the fact that their power stacked and it was a surprise attack, caught the Ink Dragon Legion completely off guard. So their self-destruction, under the heaven-shaking rumble, seemed to make a direct hit on the Ink Dragon Legion in a single moment. A huge rumble immediately spread throughout the cosmos. The self-destruction of the nearly 100 battleships was like a storm that exploded within the Ink Dragon Legion. The impact that it formed spread towards the surroundings continuously. The Ink Dragon battleships nearest to the epicenter had no time to dodge, and their original injuries were ripped open by the impact. Even the battleships further away from the epicenter were affected. Almost immediately, chaos ensued within the Ink Dragon Legion. Shrill alarms sounded within the battleships, and the expressions of all of the cultivators in the army changed. Enemy attack! Someone set up an ambush here. Why are you worried? Execute the third protocol. As the Ink Dragon Legion cultivators exclaimed in shock, the icy voice of the army's sole conduit realm mighty figure echoed in everyone's souls through the army's dermic artifacts. To become one of the top 10 armies of the Violet Gold New Dao sect, they must naturally have their strengths. Wang Bao's strike was a complete ambush and sneak attack that caused them to be put on the defensive. However, even if they were disorderly, that was only due to the disturbance caused by the sudden accident and impact. The army didn't really descend into chaos, and under the orders of the Soul Conduit Cultivator, the Ink Dragon Legion almost immediately regrouped. At the same time, although the self-destruction of nearly 100 battleships had a strong explosive power, it didn't cause much damage. At most, it only reopened the injuries they sustained from previous battles. Even then, the Ink Dragon Legion immediately regrouped in the next moment and prepared a counterattack. At the same time, the more than 10 purple battleships all unleashed their auras and neared Wang Bao with the intention to suppress the enemy. Even the Ink Dragon Legion battleships at the outer perimeter of the blast did so seemingly instinctively. In the next moment, they spread their glow, forming the sealing power of an array formation and a suppressive force. They seemed to be trying to seal this place, making the enemy unable to escape after the ambush. All the preparations for a counterattack seemed to be completed in an instant. No matter how one looked at it, although it wasn't a textbook counterattack, one couldn't find any issues with it. It embodied the word stable to a certain degree. Even Wang Bao was shocked after seeing this scene. He knew he couldn't underestimate the armies of the Divine Eye civilization, but he had made enough preparations. Although the reaction of the Ink Dragon Legion surprised him, Wang Bao was still unfazed. As the Ink Dragon Legion unleashed their counterattack, Wang Bao turned into fog with a flick of his body and waved his hand again. This time, he took out 200 battleships at once. As the battleships appeared, spread out, and self-destructed once again, a heaven-shaking sea of fire engulfed the area within it once again. The explosive impact seemed to form two giant invisible hands, which waved around crazily and in a frenzy. This caused the battleships, which had previously sustained serious damage, to be unable to withstand it any longer. As their previous injuries ripped open many times, they exploded. This didn't just happen to one battleship. 7 to 8 biological battleships fell apart one after the other. Under this impact, the other biological battleships also seemed to lose control. In the end, they were unable to maintain their formation and fell into disarray. As Wang Bao's battleships exploded, apart from a large number of cultivators being swept into the cosmos, there was also a diverse spread of all kinds of resources and materials that scattered throughout the surroundings. These materials included gems, plants, and metals. Almost all of the materials were necessities for the refinement of pills and artifacts. It was obvious that the Ink Dragon Legion's loot this time was too much for them to store, so they placed it in their battleships. As Wang Bao's battleships self-destructed, the materials scattered into the cosmos. These items made Wang Bao's pupils widen like saucers when he saw them. Almost instinctively, he threw out his donkey and roared, "Son, collect all of this for me. Remember that now isn't the time to eat. If you dare to be greedy, I'll eat you up when we go back." This was all a long story, but actually, it happened in the span of a few breaths. The purple battleships that sped over all trembled under the explosive power of the self-destructions. The soul conduit cultivators inside them all flew out of their battleships and stared angrily at Wang Bao. When the donkey appeared, he was originally indignant, but after seeing the surrounding items, his eyes lit up, and with a roar, he bolted over. Wang Baol didn't waste any time either, as killing intent shone in his eyes. Making use of the surrounding chaos, he headed straight for the soul conduit cultivators with a flick of his body. At the same time, he didn't forget to take out another 100 battleships, letting his puppets control them to continue smashing towards the surroundings. He was determined not to give the Ink Dragon Legion a chance to catch their breath. It's Long Nanzi. The previous chaos, coupled with how Wang Baol's attack this time was too sudden and quick, meant that those soul conduit cultivators had no time to recognize him. When they saw Wang Baol turn into mist and speed towards them, someone immediately recognized him. Even if they had never seen Wang Baol before, as members of the army, they naturally knew about how the Ink Dragon Legion was embarrassed several months ago. After all, the Ink Dragon Legion had released a wanted notice for Wang Baol. All members, without exception, wished to kill him. They had collected very detailed information about Long Nanzi and wanted to kill him. Therefore, when they saw how all of the damage was caused by him, they immediately became outraged and sped towards him immediately. Even if they had heard about Wang Baol's strength and knew that he was extraordinary considering he could escape capture by their commander, they had strength in numbers. All they needed to do was stall him for some time, and the battleships could regroup. Then, using an army's power to kill a soul conduit cultivator was a piece of cake. As both sides sped up and met each other in the blink of an eye, rumbles spread towards the surroundings. On the one hand, these rumbles came from the continuous self-destruction of the battleships Wang Baol threw out. On the other hand, they came from the screams the soul conduit cultivators let out before their bodies collapsed. Wang Baol's strength could be said to have given the soul conduit cultivators in the Ink Dragon Legion a huge shock. As both sides fought, Wang Baol used his mist body to resist their divine power. Afterward, his body reformed with the arch armor covering it entirely. The divine armament right hand also directly grabbed a soul conduit cultivator's head. He gave the cultivator no chance and applied pressure directly, crushing his skull with a crack. "You dare to rob me?" After killing one person cleanly, a cold glint appeared in Wang Baol's eyes. But he was scared of exposing his cultivation technique, so he used a lot of effort to suppress the activation of the demonic eye art and gave up on absorbing their souls. As he turned and flicked his body, he crashed into another soul conduit cultivator like a speeding battleship. "You dare to make me wanted?" As his voice pierced the heaven, the soul conduit cultivator that he crashed into spat blood, and his body immediately collapsed and exploded. All of this became a shock that exploded in the other soul conduit cultivators' hearts, causing all of them to retreat rapidly in terror. "You dare try to run away?" Wang Baol felt that killing two people in a row wasn't enough for him to pull off a great coup. As he prepared to give chase with a flick of his body, an angry roar suddenly sounded from the distant cosmos. Wang Baol was very familiar with this roar. It came from the Ink Dragon Legion commander. It was unknown why she didn't follow the army, but she still came nonetheless. The speed at which she arrived was extremely fast, and it was obvious that she had learned from their previous encounter. She unleashed an unknown technique and descended upon the battlefield in the blink of an eye. As she appeared, her false immortal aura spread, suppressing the cosmos. Combining the aura she exuded with the cold glint in her eyes, she was like the Grim Reaper coming to collect Wang Baol. "Long Nanzi." As she spoke, she sped towards Wang Baol with a speed faster than lightning. As she traveled, huge marks were made, as though she could rip apart everything. As she neared Wang Baol, she raised her right hand and sent her palm towards his glabella. "Why are you shouting at your daddy?" Although Wang Baol was terrified, his expression barely changed. When he asked that question loudly, the Ink Dragon Legion commander got angrier, and she neared him immediately, crashing into him just as the arch armor appeared to resist the blow with all its might. A loud rumble echoed, and even though Wang Baol had the arch armor to resist the blow, it was still no match for the Ink Dragon Legion commander. In an instant, large shards of the arch armor broke off. But these broken shards didn't dissipate. Instead, they turned around and headed towards the Ink Dragon Legion commander. "Trap her!" Wang Baol spat out his essence blood and roared. Immediately, The arch armor shards gathered onto the Ink Dragon Legion commander's body and trapped her. Meanwhile, Wang Bail sustained heavy damage as he turned into mist many times to barely resist the blow. At the same time, the Ink Dragon Legion commander ignored the arch armor shards on her body. As she unleashed her cultivation to try and escape, give chase, and kill Wang Bail, a glimmer flashed through Wang Bail's eyes. He gave up on his previous plan of sealing the commander 7 times, instead, opting to only seal her once. So he raised his right hand and waved it down. Immediately, the 7,000 puppets he created for sealing appeared and formed 7 layers of encirclement. They all spread out around the Ink Dragon Legion commander, directly covering and sealing her. Seal. With just one word, the 7,000 puppets unleashed a resplendent glow in unison. This glow formed rays of light, which entangled themselves onto the body of the Ink Dragon Legion commander. The 7,000 puppets and 7,000 light rays entangled the commander, and the seal was formed. Looking from afar, this scene was incredibly resplendent. The 7,000 puppets and 7,000 light rays all entangled themselves onto the Ink Dragon Legion commander's body, causing her to become a giant cocoon. Individually, any light ray in this cocoon didn't seem like much. It was only due to Wang Bail's mastery in artifact refinement and how he combined the techniques of the Federation and the Divine Eye civilization that they were able to unleash a nascent soul power for a short period of time. That way, using 7,000 light rays with nascent soul power to entangle the commander layer by layer 7,000 times, Wang Bail could stall her for some time despite the power not being enough to hurt her. To be able to achieve that, it should be considered a seal no matter what. As this scene formed, the entire battlefield of Ink Dragon Legion cultivators who were excited due to the appearance of their commander was shocked. Truly, anyone could tell that this seal cost a lot to make. At the same time, they couldn't help but admit that this method of sealing was effective. It really was effective. The Ink Dragon Legion commander, entangled by the 7,000 light rays, struggled with all her limbs, let out a roar, and unleashed her cultivation to try and escape. But the most she could do was break some of the light rays and make the puppets explode. It was impossible for her to break free instantly. Ink Dragon Legion. I want you to remember that offending me has its consequences. Killing intent exploded forth from Wang Bail's eyes. Not wasting any time, Wang Bail chased the soul conduit cultivators with a flick of his body. Kill! Wang Bail bellowed, and like a ray of lightning, he arrived in front of a soul conduit cultivator. That cultivator looked middle-aged, and upon seeing Wang Bail, his expression changed. Knowing that he couldn't escape, he had frenzied eyes and immediately unleashed his trump card, hoping to stall for time until reinforcements arrived. The other soul conduit cultivators clenched their teeth and arrived quickly, trying to retaliate in a group to buy time for their commander to escape. But their thoughts were too naive. One could say the battle situation was already fixed. They had instinctively retreated after experiencing Wang Bail's viciousness, and he wasn't going to give them a chance to regroup. As these soul conduit cultivators were about to regroup, Wang Bail waved his hand, and dozens of battleships exploded instantly as they were thrown out. The rumbles were deafening, and the impact they created was like a sweeping storm, causing the cosmos to tremble. Those soul conduit cultivators had no choice but to unleash their spells to resist, and they slowed down as a result. The moment they slowed down, Wang Bail sped up further, ignoring the resistance of the soul conduit cultivators he wished to kill. He was like a speeding war cart, and he crashed into one of them directly, rumbles spreading through the surroundings. As the rumbles echoed, the soul conduit cultivator's body exploded. It was decimated, and Wang Bail immediately bolted out from a patch of bloody mist and headed straight for another person. Long Nancy! A low bellow and frenzied roar sounded from the sealed Ink Dragon Legion commander. Following the roar, hundreds of puppets couldn't withstand it and exploded. But no matter how much the Ink Dragon Legion commander roared, Wang Bail acted like he didn't see or hear it, not caring about the consequences of her frenzy. He also didn't rashly engage the commander in battle. Even if the commander was sealed, Wang Bail wasn't confident that he could kill her before she escaped. Besides, when Wang Baol weighed the pros and cons, he realized that even if he could injure the Ink Dragon Legion commander, it was worth much less and was less sensational than if he could cripple the Ink Dragon Legion's future plans. After all, no matter how high the former's cultivation level was, she was just an individual. The latter, however, was an army. So without hesitation, Wang Baol made his decision. As his body flicked, his early-stage soul conduit realm cultivation was completely unleashed. Even if he didn't unleash the demonic eye art to prevent any accidents from happening, the augmentation from his damaged the arch armor and stellar nascent soul caused him to have an extremely strong aura on the battlefield. With a flick of his body, he raised his right hand, grabbing towards another soul conduit cultivator. He also cracked his skull, killing another person cleanly. As he killed the second soul conduit cultivator, the other soul conduit cultivators' roaring silhouettes and their divine powers had gathered and exploded forth. Although these divine powers were strong, under the resistance of the arch armor and Wang Baol's body suddenly turning into mist, they didn't affect him too much. At most, they made Wang Baol spit out a mouthful of essence blood. But at the same time, the Ink Dragon Legion paid the price once again. The third soul conduit cultivator kept retreating, but his body was invaded by Wang Baol, who had turned into mist. When Wang Baol charged out, the third soul conduit cultivator's shrill cry of pain shook the entire battlefield. Meanwhile, the attacks from the surrounding battleships had arrived. As pillar after pillar of light exploded around Wang Baol, he waved his hand, and dozens of battleships flew out, spreading out and exploding again. This caused the Ink Dragon Legion battleships that had rapidly regrouped to descend into chaos again due to the impact. After the Ink Dragon Legion commander experienced this scene, she struggled more violently, and her roars became more shrill, causing even more puppets to explode. But even if a huge number of puppets exploded, the 7,000 puppets could still last for a while. After all, from the moment she was sealed until Wang Baol killed 3 soul conduit cultivators, only 10 breaths of time had passed. It wasn't time for all of this to end. A cold glint flashed between Wang Baol's eyes. Shifting his body, he charged out once again. He specifically targeted the early-stage soul conduit cultivators to kill, though he would take action against mid-stage soul conduit cultivators occasionally as well. As for the Ink Dragon Legion's 2 late-stage soul conduit cultivators, Wang Baol tried his best to avoid fighting them. With his own defenses and speed, coupled with the self-destructing battleships he threw out occasionally, he controlled the entire battle situation in a short period of time. As the 4th, 5th, 6th, and even 7th soul conduit cultivators were killed by Wang Baol, the group of soul conduit mighty figures in the Ink Dragon Legion was only left with 5 people. At the same time, the multiple self-destructions of the battleships damaged the Ink Dragon Legion's battleships quite badly. As for the donkey collecting the loot, he had already entered a frenzy. All of this made the Ink Dragon Legion commander let out an even shriller roar. She even decided to unleash her mystic technique to quicken her struggle. Even though she had to pay a huge price to use the mystic technique, she had to do so. This was because Long Nanzi's combat strength could be said to only be lower than hers, and his actions were vicious. Even scarier was the fact that he didn't care about differences in cultivation level. It was as though, in his eyes, there were only enemies and friends. There was no such thing as the strong or the weak, and no such thing as the dignity of the strong. Even if they were weak, so long as they were enemies, he would kill them regardless of gender. In addition, the sheer accuracy of the timing of his attacks made the Ink Dragon Legion commander go into a frenzy in her heart. In truth, although the Ink Dragon Legion's pillaging expedition was successful this time, they had still suffered heavy losses. Both the battleships and the army's cultivators were in a weakened and exhausted state. This was why Wang Baol was able to exploit their weaknesses and almost completely cripple the Ink Dragon Legion in a short period of time. Long Nanzi, I'm going to kill you. This was why the Ink Dragon Legion commander had no choice but to go crazy. As she unleashed the mystic technique, the puppets surrounding her self-destructed in a large area. In the blink of an eye, over 4,000 of them exploded one after the other. As for the remaining 1,000, they were about to explode too. Wang Bao's face instantly became dark as the time he expected the Ink Dragon Legion commander to escape was brought forward. Even though he had previously expected this and prepared countermeasures, he still sighed in his heart. It looks like this is the most I can do. Although I'm not really satisfied, this will do. Before I leave, I'll give her another large gift. The vicious glint in Wang Bao's eyes shone as he flicked his body once again. This time, however, his target changed. He was no longer targeting the soul conduit cultivators. Instead, he turned into mist and headed straight for the battleships, while the Ink Dragon Legion was in chaos. His objective wasn't to destroy the battleships using his own cultivation, but to aggravate their existing injuries. The previous explosions had already ripped open the old injuries of a majority of the Ink Dragon Legion battleships. As Wang Bao turned into mist and swept forward, he immediately made these battleships tremble once more and make sounds that signaled that they were unable to withstand the impact. All of this was a long story, but actually, in a short period of time, Wang Bao's body, which had turned to mist, swept across a large number of the Ink Dragon Legion's biological battleships. As he damaged them, he raised his right hand and threw out the hundreds of remaining battleships in his storage bracelet, making them self-destruct. In the next moment, rumbles shook the cosmos and spread to an even further area. Even the storms it created connected together. As for the Ink Dragon Legion's biological battleships, they were already damaged. Coupled with the destruction caused by the previous self-destructions of Wang Bao's battleships and the corrosion by his mist body, they finally exceeded their breaking point under the impact of the storm that was stronger and spanned a wider area. They started to self-destruct, although the distance and the amount of damage they sustained was different, making it impossible for all of the biological battleships to explode. At least 30% of the nearly 100 Ink Dragon Legion battleships collapsed and exploded in that instant, and their explosive power formed an impact that spread out, strengthening the storm in the cosmos. This also affected the other biological battleships, causing them to sustain even more damage. Meanwhile, the Ink Dragon Legion cultivators also suffered serious injuries. As for Wang Bao, who caused all of this, when he finished, he summoned his donkey. After grabbing and storing him, he activated the teleportation mandate that he obtained from the Eye of 10,000 Demons. Making use of the wisp of aura around his body, he instantly teleported away and disappeared. As he disappeared, Wang Bao heard a heaven-shaking angry roar that sounded behind him within the self-destructions of the battleships. He could also see the scene of all of his puppets being destroyed in his mind. The commander of the Ink Dragon Legion had freed herself. As the thought appeared in his mind, Wang Bao's vision blurred. His vision became sharp again in the blink of an eye, and he had long left the battlefield. In front of him was the divine I civilization's giant eternal star. Pity the false immortal is so strong. It's hard for me to extend the time I can trap her. If not, I would have made her cry after she escaped. Wang Bao humphed. He knew he was petty, but alas, even the high officials' autobiographies couldn't make him generous. When he was young, Wang Bao had already given up on changing. At this moment, he released quite a bit of the hatred in his heart. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the Divine Sovereign Justice Sex Protectorate with a flick of his body. Of course, his appearance would naturally change. This time, it wasn't Xianxia. Wang Bao was worried that if he used the appearance of Xianxia for too long and formed a habit, people would eventually catch on. So, after much deliberation, he decided to use the appearance of Xianxia's father this time. Next, I'll consolidate my loot and see whether things progress as I expect them to. A glimmer flashed through Wang Bao's eyes. In his heart, he was both curious about his loot and worried that the donkey would secretly eat a bit. Therefore, he quickly sent a voice transmission to warn the donkey. At the same time, his loot didn't only come from the donkey. He also stole the storage bags of the 7 soul conduit cultivators he killed. Besides, Wang Bao already had precautions in place if things didn't go as he expected. Overthinking would always make one feel more assured. After he organized his thoughts, he sped up. Meanwhile, at the location where the Ink Dragon Legion was attacked, the Ink Dragon Legion commander, who made Wang Bao leave with regret because his killing spree didn't make her cry, didn't cry. But the blood that bled from her heart could become an entire blood ocean. Truthfully, their losses were too massive. Out of 12 soul conduit cultivators, 7 were killed. Including the previous 5, one could say that out of the original 17 soul conduit cultivators the Ink Dragon Legion had, Wang Baol had killed 12. They directly lost 70% of their high-level cultivators. Besides that, the losses of their battleships made the Ink Dragon Legion commander go even more crazy. After calculations, half of their biological battleships collapsed and exploded. The remaining ones also suffered different degrees of damage. Repairing them would cost a shocking amount of resources. If they wanted to rebuild their biological battleship armada to its previous levels, the amount of resources they would have to spend already exceeded the reserves of the Ink Dragon Legion. One could say that this battle truly crippled the Ink Dragon Legion. One could imagine that their ranking within the Violet Gold New Dao sect would be impossible to maintain. Even dropping into the top 10 would be considered a minor loss. Long Nanzi, I won't share the same sky with you. After some rough estimations, anger attacked the Ink Dragon Legion commander's heart, and she spat out a big mouthful of blood. With bloody eyes, she let out a shrill scream towards the sky. Actually, the losses were only one portion, another portion was her grievance. She was trapped the moment she appeared and could only watch as her own army was crippled. After paying a huge price to escape, Wang Baol just directly teleported away. Even if she saw that it was the teleportation of the Eye of 10,000 Demons and knew that Wang Baol was at the Eternal Star right now, the distance between them was too large. Even if she wanted to give chase, she would still require several hours to reach him. By that point, with Wang Baol's speed, she was clear that it was impossible to catch up to him. Thinking about that, the Ink Dragon Legion commander almost spat out blood again. The thing that made her even more depressed appeared after 3 days. Videos of and information about the battle were spread throughout the entire Divine Eye civilization. Because one side was the reputable Ink Dragon Legion, this battle gained a lot of attention. But the battle was too short, so it was difficult for people to see the big picture. Therefore, as the edited video of the battle was uploaded through specific channels, it immediately became popular among the Divine Eye civilization's cultivators. Although the video was edited and a lot of details were cut out, most of the details were retained. That was especially so for the scenes of Wang Baol killing the Soul Conduit cultivators, the Ink Dragon Legion commander being trapped, and the self-destructing battleships. So naturally, the entire Divine Eye civilization was shaken by this event. This Long Nanzi is crazy. He actually dared to attack an entire army on his own. I must say, the Ink Dragon Legion is too silly. Over 100 battleships and 10 soul conduit cultivators, but they still got pummeled? If the Ink Dragon Legion isn't silly, then the video is. It's pretty fake. Could it be that this Long Nanzi is the son of some mighty figure, and the Ink Dragon Legion cooperated with him to raise his fame? Many types of comments spread through every planet and sect of the Divine Eye civilization. It became very lively as almost everyone was discussing this event. There were those who admired Wang Baol, those who were skeptical, and those who felt the entire video was fake. When the Ink Dragon Legion commander heard about everyone's general comments through some channels, she went into a frenzy again. She put in a lot of effort and was very angry, yet people still said it was fake and that she was purposely going easy on Wang Baol. This almost made her rebuke the comments uncontrollably. Fortunately, she still had reason, so her grievance had already reached peak levels in the past few days. But no matter how everyone commented, the great coup that Wang Baol wanted to pull off could be said to be a great success. This battle made his name known throughout the Divine Eye civilization. Just like that, he shot to fame with one battle. That was especially so when the Violet Gold New Dao sect placed a bounty on Wang Baol's head. This made his name seemingly glow, and it was known to everyone. After all, the Ink Dragon Legion previously released a wanted notice, but the scale and level could never compare to the bounty of a greater sect. Furthermore, although the reward given for killing Wang Baol wasn't massive, it still attracted a lot of people. Master, whoever kills you can obtain the right to form an army in the Violet Gold New Dao sect. When Wang Baol heard this from De Kunzi's trembling voice, his eyes narrowed. He was very clear about the importance of armies in the divine eye civilization. Furthermore, at the eye of the eternal star, Wang Baol also saw that an army's level had a direct correlation to obtaining the heritage. He didn't know why and wasn't absolutely sure of this, but it was something he could explore. It was because of this that he gained a greater understanding of armies. He knew that although greater sect legions and lesser sect legions were referred to by the same name, they were miles apart in terms of level. There was no way to compare them. The power they had and the benefits they enjoyed were incomparable. If one were to force a comparison between the two, one could only say that the greater sect legions were the ones eating meat, while the lesser sect legions were drinking the leftover broth without any essence left inside it from the greater sect legions. Their structures were also differentiated like this. Every sect that was part of the lesser sects could form an army regardless of their size so long as they had the resources. They just needed to register it with the greater sections. But greater sect legions weren't formed this way. One had to have the right to do so first. This right wasn't resources or power, it was their contributions to the sect. So, after hearing that the Violet Gold New Dao sect actually used this condition as a reward, Wang Baol was somewhat nervous. After dismissing De Kunzi, he sat down at his hiding spot and deliberated. What's there to be scared of? I'm just an avatar. Thinking to this point, Wang Baol immediately felt relieved. Afterward, he retrieved a purple box from his storage bag. There was a bite mark on the box. Seeing the bite mark, Wang Baol felt both relief and anger in his heart. As he was organizing his loot in the past few days, he discovered that the donkey had secretly eaten quite a bit. But seeing how the donkey left most of his loot alone, he didn't really punish it. Only this box was hidden by the donkey. After Wang Baol found it, the donkey actually secretly broke a huge portion of the seal on the box. Seeing that he was discovered, he anxiously took a bite, seemingly hoping to devour both the box and its contents. After being stopped by Wang Baol, the donkey wailed. Wang Baol opened the box and saw a pill exuding purple light. In that purple light, he could make out cranes flying, immortals floating around, and ethereal towers. With one look, he knew the pill was extraordinary. So, Wang Baol changed his appearance to that of Zhuo Yixin's father and went out to take a look. He finally got an answer that shook his soul. As he reopened the purple box and saw the pill within, Wang Baol took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "Exalted immortal pill." Staring at the pill, Wang Baol's breathing quickened, and he almost drooled. The divine eye civilization's pill refinement techniques weren't as unique as their artifact refinement techniques. They mostly stole pills or used certain methods to trade for them with other strong civilizations. Although they were unfamiliar with pill refinement, their many years of experience made the divine eye civilization know a lot about the famous pills and their effects. The exalted immortal pill was one of them. This pill couldn't be refined by any old civilization. Essentially, it could only be refined within some larger civilizations. Some unknown formulas were added into it, causing the supply of it to be low. The main effect of this pill was to enable ordinary cultivators to forcefully increase their success rate using extremely concentrated spirit chi when they were breaking through to the spirit immortal realm from the soul conduit realm. At the same time, because of the unknown formulas within it, the pill could be considered a restricted medicine. Cultivators could only consume it once in their lifetime, as consuming it twice would cause serious damage to their bodies. Despite this, because the pill was intriguing and had strong effects, even though it was a restricted medicine, it still had an extremely high price in small civilizations. In fact, it had a price, but there was no one buying it. When Wang Baol went out previously to look for information, he saw people who were willing to trade 10 battleships for the exalted immortal pill. This surprised Wang Baol. I don't even know which guy prepared this for himself. I've gotten a steal here. Looking at the pill, Wang Baol felt blissful. He also couldn't remember who the original owner of the pill was. If it was picked up by the donkey, it must have belonged to the Ink Dragon Legion either way. Since it originally belonged to the Ink Dragon Legion, Wang Baol felt even happier in his heart. That was especially so after he used various methods to check the pill and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with it. In fact, to prevent accidents, he even scraped some powder from the pill and fed it to the donkey. Now, he was absolutely sure that there was nothing wrong with the pill. So he sat there cross-legged and started humming a tune as the donkey beside him stared at him with resentment. Before enjoying this immortal pill, I should celebrate first. Wang Bail retrieved a huge bunch of snacks and chomped away at them. Afterward, he drank many bottles of ice spirit water that he had stored. Finally, he patted his abs with satisfaction and sighed with emotion. An avatar is good to have after all, as I won't get fat no matter how much I eat. Next time I want to eat something, I'll let my avatar do so. To think, I can even come up with such an ingenious idea. Wang Bail, what a genius you are. As Wang Bail got lost in his own thoughts, he increasingly felt that he was incredibly smart. While he felt happy in his heart, he noticed the increasing indignance of the donkey not far away. Therefore, he released the donkey's seal, enabling it to open its mouth. Afterwards, he threw out materials he didn't need. The donkey immediately became excited and ate frantically. In a few moments, he ate everything up and continued staring at Wang Bail eagerly. I'm way too soft-hearted. Wang Bail couldn't help it. After searching for some time, he found some trash materials and threw them over. Afterwards, he didn't care about the donkey anymore. He picked up the exalted immortal pill in front of him as a weird glow shone in his eyes, and he deliberated in his heart once more. If I save this until I reach the perfected soul conduit realm, although it best fits this pill's usage conditions, I don't know how long that would take. It's dangerous in the divine eye civilization, and if something happens before I reach the perfected soul conduit realm, someone else will get a steal. That wouldn't be worth it for me. So, even if it's a bit of a waste, I must eat it now. A glimmer flashed between Wang Bail's eyes. After coming to a decision, he first checked the arrangements around him. Afterward, he retrieved his voice transmission jade slip and sealed it, ensuring that he wouldn't be disturbed during the key period when he ate the pill. After completing his preparations, he finally picked up the pill, put it in his mouth, and swallowed it. The moment he swallowed the pill, Wang Bail felt a rumble in his mind. It was as though a volcano erupted in his body as waves of heat spread through it. As it spread, the volcanic eruptions continued. Under the waves of eruptions, it was as though the number of volcanoes rose sharply, and concentrated spirit chi exploded forth from his body at this moment. In the blink of an eye, he started sweating from his forehead. The exalted immortal pill was too powerful, even causing him to feel his meridians expand. This pill is so strong. Wang Bail breathed fast, circulating his cultivation while forcefully withstanding the spirit energy exploding forth in his body. It felt like his body was being ripped open by a saber. After rapidly checking the arrangements surrounding him for his seclusion and confirming that there was nothing wrong, he finally closed his eyes and focused on absorbing and digesting the pill. Not long after, around 10 minutes or so later, Wang Bail's whole body turned red like a soldering iron and exploded. He turned into mist and spread out within this closed space. Afterward, he rapidly gathered back into his body that was meditating cross-legged, making use of this method to enable himself to better absorb the pill. The body that reformed looked much stronger than it was previously just based on its aura. His cultivation also rose sharply after he turned into mist and regathered. But obviously it was difficult for him to completely absorb the pill. So Wang Bail sublimated and reformed his body a total of 3 times afterward. When he completely absorbed the pill, his cultivation finally broke through from the early-stage soul conduit realm, entering the mid-stage soul conduit realm. His boundless cultivation circulated continuously around his body. Every time he breathed, it was as though 2 dragons flew out from his nostrils, flew around the surroundings, then returned. This state continued for 7 days before slowly ending. When Wang Bail opened his eyes after meditating for 7 days, it was as though there was lightning in his eyes, causing the secret chamber he went into for his seclusion to become brighter. Although the cultivation became suppressed under Wang Bail's adjustments, the suppressive force from his body and the light deep in his eyes still showed and caused the cosmos around the meteorite to warp. Mid-stage soul conduit realm. After a moment, Wang Bail raised his head. Even if he was mentally prepared, he was still shaken by the power of the exalted immortal pill. Alas, he still felt a tinge of regret. After all, that pill was special and could only be eaten once in a soul conduit cultivator's lifetime. Eating it now meant that it would be rendered ineffective when he tried to break through to the spirit immortal realm. I'm not considering so much anymore. Wang Baol felt the change in his cultivation as a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. He predicted what would happen if he were to meet the Ink Dragon Legion commander again and finally got an answer. Although his present self was still no match for that false immortal, there was a high chance that he could kill her if he sacrificed his avatar. With this confidence, Wang Baol felt the state of his main body again. Because his avatar was created by his essence technique, the improvement of his avatar would allow his main body to gain the benefits simultaneously. So his main body, which was in a coffin on the Divine Eye Civilization's main star, had also reached the mid-stage soul conduit realm. It was just that if the avatar returned and fused back into the main body, although the main body's cultivation wouldn't change, the increase in combat strength would definitely be immense. A mere false immortal is nothing to be scared of. Thinking about how impressive he was, Wang Baol was extremely confident. He retrieved his voice transmission jade slip and activated it to see whether anyone had sent him a voice transmission in these 7 days. The moment he activated the voice transmission jade slip, a large amount of information transmitted over. They included messages from Dekunzi, a few strangers, and an order. Wang Baol paused. After checking, his eyes shone. The Divine Sovereign Justice Sex Patriarch wants to meet me? Wang Baol's heart beat more quickly. He saw that Dekunzi had mentioned this in his message as well. So, after deliberating, he contacted Dekunzi and quickly got an answer after asking a few questions. Without a doubt, Wang Baol had pulled off a great coup through his battle with the Ink Dragon Legion and was now famous. Naturally, he caught the attention of the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect and that of the Planet Realm Patriarch. So, he sent an order calling Wang Baol to attend the next Divine Sovereign Justice Sect General Assembly. Normally, only those who had a certain amount of power in the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect and had reached the Soul Conduit realm had the right to attend these general assemblies. As for cultivators from other minor sects, unless they achieved great success or made great contributions to the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect, they wouldn't be invited. If they were invited, it represented recognition from the greater sect to a certain degree. This invitation was just what Wang Baol needed and was the purpose of his wanting to pull off a great coup previously. When he saw that he had achieved this, he was very excited. Meanwhile, he also calculated the time and realized that the General Assembly would take place in 3 days. So, after careful deliberation and ensuring that there were no major issues, he left the meteorite he entered for his seclusion and headed straight for the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect's headquarters, the Sovereign Planet. Looking from afar, the Sovereign Planet was half blue and half yellow. The former was the sea while the latter was the land. A strong life force spread from the planet, representing that the planet's stellar source was so sufficient it was shocking. Although it wasn't as big as the Divine Eye Civilization's main star, the existence of the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect made the planet's glow completely suppress that of the royalty's main star. Together with the Violet Gold Planet and the Unity Planet, it dominated the entire Divine Eye Civilization. On this planet, there was also a horrifyingly powerful array formation. It surrounded the entire planet, forming a great formation that could resist the attack of a planet realm cultivator along with the 7 surrounding satellites. There was also the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect's planet realm elder holding the fort. His presence was like a sun shining down on the entire planet. He was like a deity respected by everyone. So many cultivators traveled to and from the Sovereign Planet every day, whether it be the millions of disciples from the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect or disciples from the affiliated sects under them. This caused the entire Sovereign Planet to be very lively. They built up to 1,000 aerial ports alone, and there were equally as many training grounds of various kinds that belonged to the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect. When Wang Baol arrived, he saw the array formation's glimmer that shone brightly like a rainbow and felt the waves of suppressive force from the array formation that shook his soul. This array formation is really strong. Looking at the distant surrounding satellites of the Sovereign Planet and feeling the array formation's power again, Wang Baol brushed away his complicated thoughts and headed towards the designated airspace, according to the Sovereign Planet's rules. One couldn't just enter any sector of the Sovereign Planet. There were only 3 spots in the array formation where entry points could be opened. All cultivators and battleships that entered had to register their identities and enter according to the requirements. If their identities and levels weren't enough, they couldn't even take one step into areas they weren't allowed entry to after they entered the sovereign planet. Those who went against the rule would be obliterated by the sovereign planet's array formation. Just like that, Wang Beol felt the array formation's suppressive force while carefully nearing the sovereign planet. As he took out his identity jade slip under the cold gaze of the sovereign planet's guard, he was successfully let through since he was on the guest list. However, the places he could go were limited, and his path was designated. Wang Beol didn't mind this. After entering through the array formation and stepping foot on the sovereign planet, he not only felt the horrifying life force, he also felt the outrageously rich spirit chi present. With his senses, although they couldn't cover the entire planet, he could feel that there were several sectors where the spirit chi was pervertedly rich on the sovereign planet. These sectors, with no exception, were the entrances to the divine sovereign justice sect's mountains. There were a total of 7 entrances, and each one was shockingly luxurious. They were formed by 2 twin mountains made of primordial spirit stones that rose above the clouds. Between them was the gate of the divine sovereign justice sect. Some of these entrances stood out of the sea, some were built on mountaintops, and some were like heaven-piercing swords in the desert. The majesty of their auras shook the surroundings. Within the gate, it was even more special. According to De Kunze, while the divine sovereign justice sect appears to be located on the sovereign planet, it's actually within a space opened up separately. Standing above the ocean and staring at the twin mountains in front of him that rose above the water surface and were majestic like heaven-piercing swords, Wang Beol took a deep breath and prepared to enter. But at this moment, a cloud fog suddenly rolled in the heavens behind him. Rumbles spread towards the surroundings, and a corner of an extremely huge face appeared from within the clouds. Even though it was just a corner, its aura was heaven-shaking and caused the sea to rumble, the seawater spreading rapidly outwards like scared snakes. The strength of the suppressive force made Wang Beol's breathing immediately quicken, and his soul shook. His body retreated as it trembled uncontrollably. As he retreated, the face in the cloud mostly appeared. One could see that it was an expressionless human face. It didn't even look like a cultivator, instead, looking like it was made of metal. Not only was it completely black, but there were a large number of runes shining on it. Seeing the strangeness of the face, an answer immediately appeared in Wang Beol's mind. Not waiting for the answer to become completely clear, the face in the heavens glowed as it rapidly shrunk. In the end, it completely shrunk and became a set of armor and a silhouette wearing it. A head of black hair that fluttered in the wind, an appearance as delicate as jade, and a curvy figure. This was obviously a woman who would attract the stares of many with her figure and good looks. On that perfectly beautiful face, there was no expression. Even her gaze was icy. She wore black armor and descended from the heavens, brushing past Wang Beol. She stepped directly into the twin mountain gate. As the air rippled, she disappeared. From start to finish, she didn't take one look at Wang Beol. It was as though, to her, Wang Beol didn't exist. Spirit Immortal, an dermic battleship. Wang Beol took a deep breath. Her aura was much stronger than that of the Ink Dragon Legion commander, but it was weaker than that of the planet realm. Judging by this in the divine civilization, she must be a spirit immortal. As for the giant silhouette that became armor, Wang Beol also recognized it. That was the dermic battleship, which was on the same level as a dermic armament. In the divine civilization, only the 3 greater sects and the royal family could refine it using their superior artifact refinement techniques. It was simply impossible for ordinary cultivators to control it. Only spirit immortals had the right to. A product made via the highest level of the divine civilization's artifact refinement techniques. An intense but unnoticeable interest appeared in Wang Beol's eyes. He had previously only heard of dermic battleships. Upon seeing one for the first time, he was in awe. Although the dermic battleship was weaker in terms of aura compared to his dark artifact, it was stronger than the Federation President's spear. To a certain degree, it seemed to be at the same level as his divine armament arm. So, the difference in power between spirit immortals with dermic battleships and those without is this shocking. Thinking, Wang Baol suddenly thought of the arch armor. If I master how to make a dermic battleship, could I use it on the arch armor? Thinking of this, Wang Baol was even more interested. But he also knew now wasn't the time to think about this. So, he took another deep breath, brushed away the thought, and headed for the Twin Mountain Gate with a flick of his body. The area between the Twin Mountains seemed vast, but as Wang Baol neared, he seemed to enter a water curtain. As ripples spread, he fused directly into the area and disappeared. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. After entering the water curtain, Wang Baol's body immediately lost momentum. At the same time, a vast and cold consciousness descended and swept across his body continuously. It seemed to be confirming his identity and confirming everything of his. This was a checkpoint, as well as the final test to see whether Wang Baol could truly assume the identity of Long Nanzi. When he came, he learned the gist of things from De Kunzi. He was confident that his essence technique could pass this final test. This was actually true. The divine power that his eldest senior brother, Chun Qing, created was definitely not one that could be seen through by any planet sect of this divine eye civilization. No matter how this consciousness checked, in the end, everything was normal and it couldn't see any problems. Afterward, after 7 to 8 breaths, Wang Baol's body was pushed forward by a gentle power, and he left that state of seemingly being sealed. When he reappeared, he was within the real divine sovereign justice sect. There were blue skies, white cranes flying, an abundance of fairyism, and silver rivers like rainbows. There were also mountain peaks with cloud fog surrounding them between the countless spirit fields and the twittering of birds and fragrance of flowers. Finally, between the heavens and earth were silhouettes of cultivators, some talking happily, some arrogant, and some rushing from one place to another. One could hear occasional roars from auspicious beasts and see the enormous heads of silver dragons as they rolled in the silver rivers in the sky. All of this made Wang Baol's eyes shrink. His current location was an ancient altar built on a mountaintop, and he was surrounded by pillars with runes carved into them. As Wang Baol stared at the heaven and earth far away under this majestic aura, a lady wearing palace wear walked out from the cloud fog in the heavens. Although this lady's cultivation was only at the nascent soul realm and she was wearing palace wear, she was extraordinarily beautiful and had high cheekbones. She also had a beauty mark the size of a pinky nail at the side of her mouth, but her looks and cultivation didn't reduce the arrogance on her face. She stopped above the altar Wang Baol was at and spoke coldly, saying, "Long Nanzi, follow me. We're going to meet the patriarch." Wang Baol raised his chin and studied the young woman before him. With his current level of combat strength, a single slap from him would turn her into a smear of flesh and fabric. It would be a challenge trying to separate the two. However, taking into account the fact that this was the divine sovereign justice sect that he was in at the moment, he decided to let the woman's condescending tone pass. Instead, he displayed what he thought was his best-looking smile and spoke gently. "Thank you for leading the way, Miss HM. It seems like you dropped your storage bag." Wang Baol stepped forward with a smile, a hint of surprise in his tone. The young woman froze at his words. Then, she stared as he flipped his right palm over and revealed a storage bag in it. He placed the storage bag before her. A strange look settled on the young woman's face. She took the storage bag and eyed it. Her heart began to race slightly. There was a particular item inside that made her blush faintly. She had a vaguely odd look on her face when she looked at Wang Baol again. After studying him in detail for a few moments, the look in her eyes softened, and a smile appeared on her face. She coughed softly, then said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Long Nanzi, for pointing that out." Wang Baol smiled softly. He had stored a small portion of the donkey's snacks in the storage bag, random bits and pieces of materials that he had deemed beneath his status, considering his current level of cultivation. He hadn't examined them in detail because of that, and he wasn't going to feel that much of a loss for giving them away. He would be maximizing the value of these materials if he could exchange for some bits of useful information by giving them away. That was why Wang Baol continued to look his best as he followed the female cultivator, asking questions in a gentle manner. It might be because of his gift, or as Wang Baol would like to believe, his charms, but the young woman began sharing quite a bit of information with him. For example, there were thousands of people attending this general assembly. Compared to most of them, Wang Baol had been assigned a seat further away from the front. For example, such general assemblies usually took place over a month or so. The patriarch would only appear on the last day. All meetings that were held before that would be chaired by the commanders of the respective armies. After tidying up the bits of information he had acquired, Wang Baol managed to gain quite a clear picture of the upcoming General Assembly. Some things he hadn't managed to guess quite right initially, but overall he had the right idea. What he had seen and heard proved that he hadn't really caught the eye of the Planet Realm Patriarch of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. Else, he wouldn't have simply been invited to the General Assembly. Instead, he would be having a one-on-one meeting with the Patriarch now. The seating arrangement was also revealing. His attendance was simply a formality extended by a superior to his junior. I might receive some token reward, but the chances of me being made a member of the sect are higher. Wang Baol had been a high-ranking official in the Federation after all. He began to see what was going on after contemplating the matter. His smile appeared gentler the next time he turned it on the young woman next to him. When they arrived at the assembly venue, the young woman touched the storage bag that Wang Baol had given her again. She blushed when her senses brushed over a certain item inside. After some hesitation, she said softly, "My place is the 16th cave in the 9th abode on the 7th peak, in the northern sect." "What?" Wang Baol, who had been surveying the venue's architectural structure, was stunned at her suddenly blurting out her detailed address. He turned towards her instinctively, but unfortunately, he only managed to catch a glimpse of her back as she hurried away. Something's not quite right. Confusion colored Wang Baol's face. He wondered if there had been something especially valuable in the storage bag he had just given away. Even though he hadn't looked through everything in detail, he had scanned the contents with his divine sense. He was quite certain that there wasn't anything of significant value hidden amidst the random piles of trash. Of course, what was inside would be quite valuable to a nascent soul realm cultivator. However, in the eyes of a soul conduit realm cultivator, none of it was worth much. Could it be that she was overpowered by my incomparably good looks? Wang Baol's eyes widened. He concluded that he must have somehow gotten even more good-looking without him realizing it. To think that he had unintentionally acquired yet another admirer in such a short period of time. We're not really a good match, though. What a pity. Wang Baol coughed. Still, he felt really good about it. He continued studying the venue's architecture and was oblivious to his donkey's uneasy rummaging through piles of items while inside the storage bracelet, as if it had just lost a really precious toy. From the outside, the venue looked like a rock with outspread wings, ready to take off into the wind. It was a majestic sight. The structure was tinted a faint green. Masses of cultivators were moving in and out through the gates, the place bustling with activity. However, there wasn't a single familiar face in the crowd. Regardless, Wang Baol pretended that he knew everyone, smiling and nodding at those he made eye contact with when he entered the venue. Once inside, he swept his eyes across the entire space. The interior of the venue was shaped like a donut and could seat more than 10,000 people. A square-shaped altar stood in the center of the donut. The altar had 3 levels, and there was a cushion placed on the topmost level. This was the seat reserved for the most powerful figure in the entire venue. There were 4 differently colored cushions on the second level, one placed at each of the 4 corners. Those that could sit at those 4 spots and enjoy the 10,000-strong audience's attention must surely be of great status and ranking as well. Finally, the 3rd level of the altar had 6 cushions. Wang Baol's eyes swept past the altar before scanning his surroundings. He had arrived neither too early nor too late. There were only 1 to 2,000 cultivators in the venue presently. With such a huge venue and such a huge attendance, Wang Baol's arrival hardly drew any attention. After some time, he found his name on a seat in a corner. He stared at the seats next to him. Their occupants hadn't arrived yet. He sat down, eyed the spirit fruits and drinks on the table before him, picked up one of the fruits and took a bite. Tastes quite good. Wang Bao's eyes brightened. Someone finally filled the seat to his left after he had eaten his sixth spirit fruit. It was a chubby old man with a wide smile on his face. He shared the same cultivation realm as Wang Bao, that of the Soul Conduit realm. He was clearly not a member of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect but someone from one of the affiliated sections. He had been extraordinarily polite to everyone whom he had bumped into on the way to his seat, and he had initiated the conversation after sitting down next to Wang Bao. "Fellow Taoist, you look like an unfamiliar face. I'm Duo Yuzi from the Northern Sect." The chubby old man cupped his fists in greeting as he introduced himself warmly. "I see, so you're fellow Taoist Duo Yuzi. Your reputation precedes you. Nothing beats seeing the real thing, of course. What an amazing presence you have." Wang Bao placed the spirit fruit in his hand aside and smiled, immediately beginning to chat with the other cultivator. Wang Bao had memorized the high officials' autobiographies and had himself been one such high-ranking official in the Federation for many years. He naturally had no problems with his communication skills. The old man was eager to make new friends as well. They were already chatting merrily a few seconds into their conversation. All was well until the old man asked Wang Bao for his name, and Wang Bao replied with a smile, "I'm Long Nanzi." "Long Nanzi? That sounds familiar. Ah, you're Long the Mad." A questioning look appeared on the chubby old man's face when he heard that name. He thought for a bit before his eyes suddenly widened. In fact, he appeared ready to retreat but seemed to stop himself at the last moment. The expression on his face had shifted from its earlier friendliness, though. When he looked at Wang Bao, it was with eyes of awe and fear, and he hurriedly tried to explain himself. "Fellow Taoist Long Nanzi, I didn't mean to offend." Duo Yuzi grimaced and poured a cup of wine for Wang Bao as a gesture of apology. Wang Bao didn't stop smiling the entire time. He raised his cup and asked, "Why did you call me Long the Mad?" "My fellow Taoist, the battle you had with the Ink Dragon Legion has shocked us all. Because of this battle, the ranking of the Ink Dragon Legion dropped out of the top 10 most powerful fleets in the Violet Gold New Dao sect. That's why everyone thinks that you must be mad to be so gutsy." The chubby old man tried to explain himself as he wiped sweat off his forehead. He quietly released a sigh of relief when he saw how the nickname didn't bother Wang Bao at all, then cursed his luck to be seated next to Long the Mad. If someone should mistake him for being his friend, the fellows greedy for the Violet Gold New Dao sect's bounty money might start knocking on his door, looking for trouble. The chubby old man sighed at that thought. He decided to just take this in stride and try his best not to offend the crazy guy sitting next to him for the remaining duration of the assembly. They had started secretly calling him mad, not because of his crazy bravery, but because he had actually killed numerous Soul Conduit realm cultivators from the Ink Dragon Legion just because the latter had demanded a battleship from him. It might not have been so bad if he had stopped at decimating an entire team, but he had gone as far as to kill the Ink Dragon Legion commander's beloved disciple right before her eyes. Even that wouldn't have been so bad if he had let matters rest. However, no one knew what he had been thinking. After having laid low for a period of time, he had suddenly reappeared. Then, through the tactic of self-destructing hordes of artifacts, he had crippled the entire Ink Dragon Legion. Such actions clearly showed his lack of care for consequences. What else could they be but the actions of a madman? Time passed slowly as Duo Yuzi became resigned to his fate. The Divine Sovereign Justice sect hadn't made any arrangements for accommodations for them. That was why most of those who had arrived early simply remained in their seats and meditated while they waited. Duo Yuzi went around catching up with fellow cultivators he was friends with. He even found some other place to meditate instead of returning to his seat. Wang Bao was extremely bored. He didn't even think of making a trip to the cave abode of the female cultivator he had spoken to earlier. Fortunately, there appeared to be an endless supply of spirit fruits in the venue. During the 2 days that he had been sitting there, Wang Bao had eaten thousands of spirit fruits. He was becoming infamous in the Divine Sovereign Justice sect's kitchen. The Divine Sovereign Justice sect had never come across someone who had such an insatiable appetite. The more he ate, the less the disciples in the kitchen could steal from the supplies. These disciples had long viewed the General Assembly as a time for them to get rich from stealing from the kitchen, so their hearts were aching with loss. That was why the disciples in the kitchen released a sigh of relief when all attendees of the General Assembly finally arrived, and the General Assembly could finally formally commence. Otherwise, based on their calculations, their supplies would run out sooner or later. Duo Yuzi, on the other hand, had no choice but to return to his seat. He secretly sighed as he sat down next to Wang Baol. Wang Baol observed Duo Yuzi with a smile on his face. He didn't try and make things difficult for Duo Yuzi. Instead, he began studying the only person sitting on the second level of the altar at the moment, the elder in black robes. He was the only person sitting cross-legged on the altar. He might have tried to contain his spirit immortal realm cultivation, but there was still overwhelming power surging from him. It was like being in the presence of a volcano that was about to erupt, and it drove the entire hall into a deathly silence. He's at the perfected spirit immortal realm. Wang Baol reeled back in shock. Only someone at the planet realm or the perfected spirit immortal realm could overpower the entire crowd of cultivators here based on their cultivation alone. Since he wasn't at the planet realm, he must then be at the perfected spirit immortal realm. Based on that, it wasn't hard to guess the elder's identity. Duo Yuzi, this is my first time here. Tell me who that is. Wang Baol glanced at Duo Yuzi, who was sitting all prim and proper in his seat, before sending a voice transmission to the latter. Duo Yuzi's face appeared to twitch slightly. Then, after a long moment of silence, he replied to Wang Baol's voice transmission with his own shorter one. That's the commander of the Green Kraken Legion, the first army of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect, Taoist Gu Mo. Wang Baol studied the elder for a few moments and committed his face to memory. It was then that Taoist Gu Mo, commander of the Green Kraken Legion, opened his eyes. A rush of fierce wind appeared to sweep across the room with the mere opening of his eyes, and a silent explosion erupted in the minds of everyone present. The General Assembly shall now commence. The hall was silent for a short while after the announcement was made. Then, people started speaking one after another, following some form of order. There were simply too many of them, though. When the first 1,000 speakers had finished speaking, 6 days had passed. In those 6 days of the 1,000 who had spoken, some had voiced grievances, some had submitted appeals, while some had made complaints. Taoist Gu Mo had assessed every one of them, invalidating or validating them one after another. Wang Baol had listened along with relish at the beginning before gradually growing bored and annoyed. The disciple who was responsible for supplying him with spirit fruits had stood nervously behind Wang Baol as the latter had begun eating again. Wang Baol had eaten more than 2,000 spirit fruits over the course of 6 days. It was then that the commander of the Second Army took Taoist Gu Mo's place and continued chairing the General Assembly. Everything remained the same. Wang Baol couldn't muster any effort into being interested in the proceedings, so he continued snacking on fruits instead. Next came the commander of the Third Army, then the Fourth, as well as the commanders of the Fifth to Ninth Armies who took their seats on the third level of the altar. They continued to chair the assembly in turn. When they were all done, more than 20 days had passed. During this period, Wang Baol had eaten almost 30,000 spirit fruits. He had also witnessed the power that the Divine Sovereign Justice sect held. All commanders of the first 6 armies were at the spirit immortal realm. Starting from the 7th Army, the commanders were at the false immortal realm. Just as the disciples from the Divine Sovereign Justice sect's kitchen were about to go mad from the rapid depletion of their kitchen supplies, the commander of the 10th Army finally made her appearance. She was the only female commander to helm one of the 10 most powerful armies in the sect. Beneath her black armor was a curvaceous figure and a face with unsurpassed beauty. The commander exuded an icy aura and was like a tornado, a force of nature that pulled the attention of all men towards her. Her presence was incomparable to the auras that the spirit immortal realm commanders had exuded upon their arrival, but it clearly overpowered the other false immortal realm commanders. All eyes lit up at the sight of her beauty. Of course, while a few began contemplating sinful thoughts, No one dared to leer openly at the female cultivator. Yuzi, tell me who that is. Wang Bao's eyes narrowed immediately. This was the spirit immortal realm cultivator that he had caught a glimpse of when he had been standing outside the venue. Her arrival sparked questions in his head. Based on her current level of cultivation, it didn't seem likely that the army that she was commanding could be ranked in the sect's top 10 armies. That was why Wang Bao had sent a voice transmission to Duo Yuzi. Duo Yuzi fell into another bout of silence. He disliked the nickname that Wang Bao had conjured for him around 10 days ago very much. There wasn't much he could do about that, though, so he answered Wang Bao's question obediently. She's the commander of the Ice Phoenix Legion, the 10th army of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. Her name is Fairy Lingyu. She just attained the spirit immortal realm and made her way here without taking the military trial. If not, in terms of ranking, she should at least be classified as the commander of the 7th army. That's an extremely high position in the sect. Not bad. Does she have a Dao partner? Wang Bao blinked. Considering his amazing looks, he might be able to use his charms on her and open more doors in this manner. He was also awed by the power that the Divine Sovereign Justice sect had displayed. The commander of the Violet Gold New Dao sect's 7th army was only at the false immortal realm. In comparison, the Divine Sovereign Justice sect was clearly the more powerful sect. Of course, the fact that both sects were seen as equals likely meant that the Violet Gold New Dao sect had certain hidden strengths that Wang Bao was unaware of. Duo Yuzi couldn't help but turn towards Wang Bao when he heard the latter's question. He eyed Wang Bao discreetly before his heart settled slightly. Then he returned the voice transmission. No. All the best, fellow Taoist Long Nanzi. Wang Bao ignored what he deemed to be jealousy in Duo Yuzi's eyes and began to study Fairy Lingyu, who had taken over as the chair of the assembly. The more he studied her, the more confident he felt that his plan was going to succeed. Regardless, he was slightly reluctant to come to a decision about the plan. I, Wang Bao, am a man with principles. I have a line that I won't cross. What if Fairy Lingyu falls completely head over heels for me and can't stop lusting after my dashing looks? Wang Bao sighed at that thought and decided not to place himself in such danger. The disciples from the kitchen watched, with heart-stabbing agony, as Wang Bao grabbed another spirit fruit and began munching. 5 days passed. When Fairy Lingyu finally ended her session chairing the assembly, the various commanders of the top 10 armies descended from above and landed on the 2nd and 3rd levels of the altar. At that moment, an unprecedented solemnity filled the entire venue, and everyone got to their feet. Wang Bao was no exception. The 10 commanders of the first 10 armies had all appeared. Commanders of the first 4 armies stood on the altar's 2nd level, while those of the remaining armies stood on the 3rd level. Amongst them were 7 spirit immortal realm cultivators and 3 false immortal realm cultivators, and the looks on their faces were filled with respect and deference. There was a brief moment of silence before the commander of the first army, Taoist Guemo, spoke. He did so without warning, his voice rumbling through the hall like thunder. Welcome, esteemed patriarch. Every cultivator in the hall reeled back at those words. They immediately bowed towards the altar at the center of the hall and extended their greetings. Thousands of voices came together in a deafening rush that rose to the skies. Welcome, esteemed patriarch. Taoist Guemo, Fairy Lingyu, and the other commanders of the first 10 armies bowed as well. At that exact moment, the sect grounds shuddered, and a rumbling roar surged outward. Tremors that could be heard and felt outside the hall surged outwards as an unimaginably powerful aura descended upon the altar. The sudden blast of power swept across the entire hall like a tornado. The cultivators in the hall were lone boats bobbing along in a tumultuous ocean, helpless in the face of a wild and powerful storm, threatened with the possibility of capsizing at any moment. Wang Bao reeled back with shock. Despite having encountered a planet realm cultivator in his earlier days, he was still overwhelmed by the newly arrived presence. He struggled to lift his head and caught a glimpse of a huge tear in the fabric of space at the edge of his vision. The tear was emitting a bright light as it hovered above the top level of the altar, having appeared out of nowhere. A middle-aged man in colorful robes stepped out from the tear with a warm smile on his face. It was like witnessing a living deity descending into the world of the living. Everyone's heads began buzzing as soon as he appeared. Wang Baol's breathing quickened, and his eyes hurt just from a single look at the man, the light radiating from the latter feeling like daggers. Wang Baol was no simple character. He might have retracted his gaze due to the pain, but from that single look, he had seen what was on the other side of the tear that the planet realm patriarch had stepped out from. It had been the cosmos, a vast expanse of space with one particular planet radiating a brilliant light. When his eyes fell upon the planet, the knowledge that Wang Baol had learned from the dark sect's ancient literature regarding the ways to reach the planet realm surfaced in his head. To reach the planet realm, one had to fuse with a planet. Upon fusion, the planet would become the cultivator, and the cultivator would become the planet. They would become one. This planet would then disappear completely from the cosmos and would exist only in the mind of the cultivator. That was why the bigger and more unique the planet that the cultivator fused with, the stronger and more powerful the cultivator would become. However, such planets were rare. Even if they did exist, they would typically have been discovered by powerful cultivators, who would have reserved these planets for their own descendants' cultivation. While Wang Baol was still deep in thought, the suppressive force that had come from all around them vanished suddenly. A middle-aged man emerged from the tier and took his seat on the top level of the altar. The tear appeared to pull the edges of itself inward, turning into a slit that emitted light. It looked like the slit pupil of a snake. "Greetings to the esteemed patriarch," Taoist Guemo said again. Everyone repeated after him, their voices echoing in the halls in the next moment. As the voices rose to their loudest, Wang Baol blinked, then shouted at the top of his voice, with everything that he had. "Greetings to the esteemed patriarch. May your reign be supreme and absolute. May twin dragons soar under your rule. May the three realms bow to your mighty presence. May those from all four corners of the world come to worship at your feet. And may you, with your bare fingers, exact just punishment on the divine. May you be free from the 6 paths of reincarnation. May your soul remain invincible as long as the 7 stars of the northern dipper shine in the skies. May your heart resist temptation from demons from all 8 regions of the world. May your mind preserve its clarity amidst the 9 worldly emotions. And may the eternal star realm be 10 steps within your reach." Everyone else had only extended a short greeting to the sex patriarch. As their awe-filled greetings ended, Wang Baol's voice became a sudden loudness that appeared to have come out of nowhere, thundering throughout the hall and drawing everyone's attention immediately. The thousands of cultivators in the hall were momentarily stunned. They swiveled their heads towards Wang Baol instinctively and stared, as did the commanders atop the altar. What Wang Baol had done had been utterly out of the blue. It was also clearly an attempt at ingratiating himself with the patriarch. Regardless, it was unconventional and a refreshing change, and furthermore had incorporated brilliant wordplay on the sex name. It even included blessings for the patriarch's ascent into the eternal star realm. The fine details elevated what should have been coarse bootlicking into fine art. The entire hall fell silent. It took a moment, as well as the awareness of the patriarch's presence, for everyone present to recover and set aside their initial shock. That didn't mean that all kinds of thoughts weren't rushing through everyone's minds, like a hurricane ravaging the lands. Such talent. Who is this guy? Sucking up to the patriarch so shamelessly and so openly, and before so many people. He must be some freak of nature. That's some really shameless bootlicking. This guy must have no shame at all. In fact, the more shameless a man is, the more we should be wary of him. The people in the audience weren't the only ones thinking that way. Strange looks had settled on the faces of the 10 commanders currently standing on the altar. Wang Baol was the only one who remained unfazed by it all. He appeared calm and collected as he leaned closer to Duo Yuzi, who looked like he was on the verge of tears. Duo Yuzi was howling in secret. He didn't want to draw any attention to himself at all. He didn't want anyone to realize that the person sitting next to Long the Mad was him. But there was nothing he could do to stop that from happening. Amidst the deathly silent hall, While sitting atop the top level of the altar, the patriarch of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect finally gave Wang Baol a brief glance. He laughed, mildly startled by Wang Baol's earlier actions. He hadn't come across Long Nanzi in the past. Should he wish to know more about the man, though he could easily do so, it would be a piece of cake to get his hands on every piece of information on everyone in the hall. It took but a moment for him to find out who this bootlicker was. The thought of Long Nanzi's fight with the Ink Dragon Legion made his lips twitch upwards into a slight smile. Long Nanzi's exaggerated flattery had its effects. Without it, he wouldn't have paid any attention to Long Nanzi at all, and any reward given to him for his service would have been a symbolic gesture and something that he had gotten the commander of the First Army to take care of. The reward would have been some tokens of appreciation. However, the situation had changed now. The patriarch was in a merry mood now, so he decided to take the matter into his own hands, sending a voice transmission to Fairy Lingyu of the 10th Army. Fairy Lingyu had been assessing Wang Baol with an unfriendly stare when she received the patriarch's voice transmission. The look on her face remained unchanged after she heard the contents of the voice transmission. However, there was an additional hint of annoyance in her cold eyes when she stared at Wang Baol. She couldn't turn down the patriarch's orders in any case, which was why she replied in the affirmative. Having passed down his instructions to his subordinate, the Divine Sovereign Justice sect patriarch turned his attention away from Wang Baol. With a smile on his face, he began his chairing of the assembly. The final day of the General Assembly consisted of him listening to the commanders of his 10 armies report to him the various requests and problems they had consolidated and distilled from the past weeks, as well as details of the work that they had done. Everyone turned serious again as they focused their attention on the assembly proceedings. The commanders of the first 10 armies began their reporting. Time passed slowly, but Wang Baol set aside his earlier casual attitude and sat up straight instead, a serious look in his eyes. It was evening when Fairy Lingyu completed her report. That marked the end of the sect's month-long General Assembly. The patriarch departed, and the commanders of the 10 armies began bidding their farewells before taking their leave. Fairy Lingyu was the only one with a slight frown marring her brow prior to her departure. She gazed at the spot where Wang Baol was seated, then finally spoke with annoyance in her voice. "Long Nanzi, come with me. I need to speak to you." A collective loud gasp could be heard in the hall immediately after she had said that. Countless looks of shock and envy were once again directed at Wang Baol. This was all because of Fairy Lingyu's reputation in the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. Be it the level of her cultivation or her beauty, she was ranked first out of all female cultivators in the sect. She was the ideal partner whom countless cultivators dreamed of and lusted after. Her esteemed rank in the sect, her level of cultivation, and her personality meant that she hardly ever initiated conversation with other cultivators in the sect. She treated other disciples in the Divine Sovereign Justice sect like they were invisible. But now she had just singled Wang Baol out. That caught everyone's attention and had everyone wondering the reasons behind her sudden singling out of Wang Baol. Even Duo Yuzi's eyes had widened upon hearing what she had said. Envy churned in his guts and left a bitter taste in his mouth as he watched Wang Baol step forward excitedly and chase after Fairy Lingyu. The damn bootlicker. Duo Yuzi cursed in his heart and watched as Wang Baol reached Fairy Lingyu's side. With a wave of her sleeve, she led Wang Baol away and flew off. His guts started burning with jealousy, and he wasn't the only cultivator who felt that way. They began making their way out of the hall. While the crowd dispersed from the assembly venue, Fairy Lingyu was flying ahead of Wang Baol in the skies above the Divine Sovereign Justice sect, an icy expression on her face. She was silent for the entire journey. Wang Baol realized that this was her trying to take him down a notch. He didn't know why she had ordered him to follow her, but he guessed it must have something to do with the reward he had been expecting. Her hostile attitude was a clue. Others might not have realized it immediately, but Wang Baol wasn't other people. He had held a high-ranking position in the Federation and had done the same to many others in the past, so he obviously knew what was going on here. Could it be that the Planet Realm Patriarch didn't just reward me with a disciple status in the Divine Sovereign Justice sect, but has also arranged for me to be placed in the 10th Army? an army that is the newest rising star in the sect. Wang Bail thought, pleasantly surprised. If that were truly the case, it would mean that he was off to a great start. They approached their destination steadily as Wang Bail was lost in his thoughts. At this point, Fairy Ling Yu seemed to think that she had given him enough of a cold shoulder and finally spoke to him. Nevertheless, her tone of voice remained frosty, her words lined with ice. This might have something to do with her personality. From today onwards, you're going to be a member of the Ice Phoenix Legion. Having said that, Fairy Ling Yu stepped through and disappeared behind the gates of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. Wang Bail's eyes flashed, and he hurried after her. As he entered, his vision blurred momentarily. When he could see clearly again, he found himself in another location on the Twin Peaks. He was in a desert, a vast expanse of ever-changing sandscape with no end in sight. The twin peaks of the mountains stood towering in the desert, like two sharp swords pointing skyward. It was a majestic sight. In the distance was Fairy Ling Yu, her black armor glistening under the brilliant sun. An overwhelming power surged from her person. Wang Bail watched as the color of the skies shifted in response to the sudden power, and her armor transformed into a giant that towered 10,000 feet tall. The giant exuded an overpowering aura, its sudden appearance summoning a sandstorm in the desert. In that instant, it was as if the desert had transformed into a tumultuous sea, waves of sand surging and crashing down, and violent splashes of sand flowing outward. Wang Bail scarcely had any time to react when the black armor reached out with its right hand and made a grab for him. Alarm flashed across Wang Bail's face, and while his instincts screamed at him to dodge, he shoved them down violently. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and allowed the hand to capture him. Fairy Ling Yu's frosty voice sounded in his ear. "So, you didn't fight back then? It seems like you're not that stupid after all. My army's headquarters isn't here. It's on the 7th satellite orbiting the planet." As she spoke, the black-armored giant made a sudden charge, its heavy feet leaving craters in the ground as it leaped and raced straight for the skies. Its swift run sent it through the planet's atmosphere in an instant. In the next moment, it appeared in space. Without a pause in its step, it took another step that landed it on one of the satellites surrounding the sovereign planet. It was the satellite farthest from the sovereign planet, the 7th satellite. 7 satellites orbited around the sovereign planet, with the 7th being furthest away from the planet. Wang Bail estimated the distance separating this satellite from the sovereign planet to be 6 times that of the distance between the Federation and Earth's moon. The satellite was approximately twice the size of Earth's moon, and its appearance was rather unique. One half of the satellite was purple in color and the other half white. Between the two halves was a huge ravine that separated them clearly. It was obvious that this couldn't be a naturally occurring formation. The chances of it being man-made were higher. Just as Wang Bail was narrowing his eyes and lost in deep thought, the black-armored giant took another step and raced towards the white-colored region of the satellite. Wang Bail could see the land more clearly as they approached the ground. He saw countless buildings lined neatly on the white-colored region, like foot soldiers in the army. They stood in neat circular rows, and in the center, there was a humongous statue of a green bird. This was the 10th Army under the Divine Sovereign Justice sect, the Ice Phoenix Legion. Based on what Wang Bail had learned from Dekunsi and what he had gathered on his own, he knew that the Divine Sovereign Justice sect had 30 army fleets that were officially recognized. Officially recognized fleets were seen as branches of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. They fell under the sect's jurisdiction but were also given a great degree of autonomy. The sect provided these 30 fleets with vast resources on an annual basis but didn't require them to hand over the entirety of their loot acquired from expeditions. The armies weren't only self-sufficient but received additional support from the sect. Their only obligation was to fight in the sect's name when the sect required. That was why they had a ranking for the armies. The resources allocated to each army and the tribute each army was required to make to the sect was determined by their position in the ranking. For example, the 1st Army wasn't required to hand over any of its loot to the sect at all, yet it received great stores of resources from the sect every year. The volume was staggering. In fact, the higher one's position in the ranking, the greater the difference between what one was required to hand over to the sect and what the sect allocated to the army. As long as an army got into the top 10 armies in the ranking, it would receive more than what it gave to the sect. As for the fleets occupying the 10 positions in the middle of the ranking, they would receive as much as they gave. However, the last 10 armies occupying the bottom of the ranking would end up giving more than they would receive. Nevertheless, the resources that the sect gave these last 10 armies still exceeded the resources allocated to armies that were only affiliated to the sect. They were worlds apart. Such a system resulted in a fiercely competitive climate where the 30 officially recognized armies of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect competed against one another. This made sense when every advancement in the ranking led to greater, tangible benefits. This was also why challenges took place occasionally. One had to pay a certain fee in order to initiate a challenge, but it was a small price to pay for these armies. Of course, armies of lesser sects that were affiliated to the Divine Sovereign Justice sect were given opportunities for promotion to an officially recognized army as well. They simply needed to meet certain requirements before they were eligible to challenge the official armies under the greater sect. Should they win, they would be able to rise through the rankings in a single leap and replace the existing official army. Such battles would be skewed against them. Their victory might raise their standing in the sect immensely, but earning the right to challenge an official army in the first place was extremely difficult. One had to hand over great stores of resources as a fee for the initial application. Then, one needed any one of the first 5 armies to act as a guarantor. The first requirement called for great physical wealth, while the second was attached with an equally heavy, albeit different, kind of price tag. Should the challenger lose the challenge, the assets of the challenging army would be turned over to the victor. The losing party would also have to pay a heavy compensation fee. This fee had to be submitted to the greater sect for safekeeping prior to the actual challenge. After tidying up the information he had gathered about the Divine Sovereign Justice sect armies, Wang Baol concluded that the Ice Phoenix Legion was probably going to submit a challenge very soon. Fairy Ling Yu had just achieved a breakthrough and attained the Spirit Immortal realm. The challenge was going to be easy for her unless she decided not to challenge the 7th army but the 6th army, which had its own Spirit Immortal realm cultivator. Thoughts churned furiously inside Wang Baol's head as Fairy Ling Yu led him swiftly along. They landed on the satellite and appeared in midair above the gigantic statue of the green bird. The statue was spectacular, and a series of palaces were built into the statue, with many cultivators streaming in and out of them. As soon as these cultivators and the cultivators in the surrounding camps noticed Wang Baol and Fairy Ling Yu's arrival, they immediately lifted their faces skyward and saluted. "Our warmest welcome to the esteemed commander." Their voices reverberated in the air like thunder. Wang Baol immediately noticed the imbalance between the number of male and female cultivators in the camp. Female cultivators made up at least 70% of the population. A female legion? Wang Baol blinked. He suddenly realized what a great advantage he had here, then immediately began worrying about his personal safety. While he was shamelessly fretting about imagined troubles, Fairy Ling Yu nodded slightly at the greeting, without any emotions revealed on her face. She yanked Wang Baol along as she took a step forward and entered the main hall, which was situated at the back of the green bird. With a single wave of her arm, she flung Wang Baol aside, then took her place in the main seat in the hall. Wang Baol instantly unleashed his cultivation as he was flung aside, stumbling a few steps backward when his feet landed on the ground. The timely activation of his cultivation countered the force of Fairy Ling Yu's throw. The expression on his face shifted slightly before returning to one of calm. He knew that the earlier throw could have seriously injured him if his level of cultivation hadn't been high enough. It appeared that the commander wasn't done showing him his place. Being good-looking brings you trouble everywhere you go. Wang Baol snorted secretly. He didn't show anything on his face, though. It was as if he wasn't bothered by his treatment at all. Instead, he simply stood deferentially at one corner. The icy look in Fairy Ling Yu's eyes became less chilly as she observed his reaction. She then turned her attention away from him, pulled out a jade slip, and began examining it. 3 female cultivators entered the hall through the doors behind Wang Baol then. One was in purple robes, the second in a yellow skirt, and the third in battle armor. For the first female cultivator, her purple robes wrapped around her form like a second skin, highlighting her curvaceous figure and giving her an irresistible appeal. Everyone's gaze became uncontrollably drawn towards her, enthralled by her beauty as she sashayed her way to the front of the hall. The second female cultivator, who wore the yellow skirt, had an air of nobility about her. Her long, silky hair cascaded down her back, and her oval-shaped face lit up with a smile even before she spoke. She was akin to a gentle spring breeze, and the aura she was exuding was drastically different from the one that the purple-robed female cultivator gave off. One was pure and saintly, the other devilish and seductive. The final woman, who was wearing armor, gave off an entirely different vibe compared to the first two female cultivators. She was equally beautiful, but she seemed like another fairy Lingyu, cold and distant, exuding a murderous aura simply by standing there. They were all at the perfected soul conduit realm, and each exuded a powerful presence. They gave Wang Baol a quick once-over when they entered the hall, each reacting differently to him. The purple-robed female cultivator's eyes were flirtatious, and the eyes of the woman in the yellow skirt were warm and friendly. As for the armored cultivator, her eyes showed condescension. All three women greeted the seated fairy Lingyu. None of their looks escaped Wang Baol's eyes. He stood quietly at one side and gave them a once-over of his own. From a purely objective, male perspective, he admired the armored woman, would like to spend more time getting to know the woman in the yellow skirt better, and couldn't stop his eyes from lingering on the purple-robed female cultivator. As Wang Baol quietly conducted his own inspection, Fairy Lingyu had placed the jade slip in her hands aside. She raised her head and swept her gaze across the three women, nodded slightly, then turned her eyes towards Wang Baol. The Patriarch may have given his orders to have you join my army, but the Ice Phoenix Legion isn't a place that takes in anyone and everyone. Your records from the Holy Crest sect indicate that you're skilled at artifact refinement. Let's put that to the test and find out how good you truly are at refining artifacts before we decide what to do with you. Approach me when you're done refining this. You may leave now. Fairy Lingyu gave her orders. Then, with a wave of her arm, threw the jade slip she held in her hands earlier to the woman in the yellow skirt. She instructed the latter to input Wang Baol's details into the army records. At the same time, she also assigned him the most basic level of access rights. Then, she threw another jade slip at Wang Baol. The heaven-shaking divine justice shield? Wang Baol said, surprised. He had extended his divine sense and taken a quick glance at the contents of the jade slip. It contained the instructions for refining a dermic treasure. The name of the artifact hinted at how powerful it was. The heaven-shaking divine justice shield is one of the dermic treasures that we use to test the artifact refinement standards of disciples in the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. It's considered a challenging artifact to refine for our sect's refinement masters, but with a bit of hard work, most usually manage to refine it successfully. Such an explanation clearly couldn't have come from Fairy Lingyu. The gentle-looking woman in the yellow skirt smiled as she answered Wang Baol's unvoiced question. She then handed a cave abode token with coordinates to his residence to him. Wang Baol blinked as he held both token and jade slip in his hands, then took his leave. The few women likely had something they needed to discuss. He would find it challenging to eavesdrop on their conversation with a spirit immortal realm cultivator in their midst, so he simply left the hall, then followed the coordinates indicated on his token in search of his accommodation. Wang Baol had guessed right. After he had left, Fairy Lingyu began her meeting in earnest and delegated various army matters, making arrangements for their upcoming challenge against other armies in their bid to advance their own ranking. After that was done, the female cultivator in the yellow skirt appeared to hesitate for a moment before speaking softly. Commander, Long Nanzi joining us may have been the Patriarch's intentions, but is it really appropriate to let him refine the heaven-shaking divine justice shield? It's meant for assessing our sect's disciples and is a spirit immortal realm artifact. Information about the artifact is highly confidential. As soon as she was done speaking, the armored woman snorted. She was the one who had viewed Wang Baol with condescension. I heard that Long Nanzi enjoys springing sneak attacks on his enemies. Cultivators like him often don't possess any true skill. Besides, the so-called refinement masters outside our sect typically only manage to craft a third-level heaven-shaking divine justice shield. They can't manage anything beyond that. Anything lower than the fourth level can only be considered a soul conduit realm artifact and not a spirit immortal realm artifact. As for the refinement masters in our sect, few have successfully refined a heaven-shaking divine justice shield at the 5th level or higher. Only a rare genius can craft an 8th level heaven-shaking divine justice shield, the highest level the artifact can reach. We hardly need to worry ourselves over this. Fairy Ling Yu was obviously more inclined towards believing the words of her trusted subordinate. She didn't think that Long Nanzi had any exceptional talents when it came to refining artifacts. Regardless, this was just a small matter in her eyes. The most important task she had now was to improve the army's ranking. With her current level of cultivation and her ownership of a dermic battleship, her army could easily overpower the current 7th Army in a challenge and take its place. There would be no objections from the other side. After all, she was now at the spirit immortal realm. Of course, Fairy Ling Yu's ambitions weren't that simple. She wasn't interested in being number 7. She wanted to be 6th in ranking. It might be the difference of a single position in the ranking, but it made a world's difference in the resources that were made available to the army. That was why this required careful planning. As for Wang Beol, Fairy Ling Yu couldn't care less about the man. She had disliked the manner in which he conducted himself right from the start. Regardless, she couldn't refuse the patriarch's orders. Of course, she wasn't bothered about handing over the heaven-shaking divine justice shield either. In her mind, Wang Beol would need at least 1 to 2 years to successfully refine the artifact. She was untroubled as she ended the conversation with a wave of her hand. Oblivious to all of this was Wang Beol, who was currently making his rounds in the Ice Phoenix Legion. Everywhere he looked, he saw numerous female cultivators making up a majority of the army. It was a pity that they weren't delicate beauties but handsome and dashing-looking women with wind beneath their feet as they marched from one place to another. He had always thought his dashing good looks to be his trump card, but they had little effect in this camp. No one paid any attention to him at all. In fact, no one bothered to respond to his greetings when he initiated them. Wang Beol coughed awkwardly and tried to make excuses for the strangeness. He finally realized something wasn't quite right when he arrived at his residence. It seems like men don't have much authority here. Wang Beol eyed his residence while recalling the residences he had passed by on his way here. It was clear that female cultivators enjoyed a higher status as well as better accommodations than male cultivators in the Ice Phoenix Legion. So be it. It's all because their commander is a cold-hearted woman. Wang Beol shook his head. He activated the entrance to his cave abode with his token and entered his residence. He wasn't exactly pleased with the sparse space, but he hadn't been expecting a lot in the first place. Having sat down, he began to organize his thoughts. I'm now considered a disciple of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. As long as I don't make life difficult for myself, I shouldn't have to worry too much about the threat posed by the Ink Dragon Legion. My next target should be to secure my standing in the Ice Phoenix Legion. From there, I'll find a way to build my own army and then acquire more cultivation techniques from the Eye of the Eternal Star. Of course, I should try and establish contact with the royal family if I have a chance to do so. I'll be able to gain more from that. Wang Beol narrowed his eyes as he considered his future plans. There were spirit immortal realm cultivators all around him now, not to mention a planet realm patriarch. There was also the fact that he was now on the sect's headquarters, the sovereign planet. Unless there was no other choice, he wasn't going to use his ability to steal another person's identity. I'm going to have to refine the Divine Justice Shield or whatever it's called if I want to secure my position in the sect. I should make use of this opportunity to study the advanced artifact refinement techniques in the Divine Eye civilization. After some thought, Wang Beol made up his mind. He pulled out the jade slip containing the instructions for crafting the heaven-shaking Divine Justice Shield and began studying them in earnest. He had only performed a sweeping glance the previous round and had noticed certain exceptional qualities this particular artifact possessed. Upon closer study now, his eyes began to widen. The more he studied the instructions, the more excited he became. Finally, he gasped out loud. Is the Divine Sovereign Justice sect really so wealthy? I mean, this is a spirit immortal realm artifact. Wang Baol was taken aback with shock. The gentle young woman in the yellow skirt had told him that this was an artifact that every artifact refinement disciple in the Divine Sovereign Justice sect had to refine as part of the sect's trials. I can't imagine the standards of artifact refinement that the Divine Sovereign Justice sect has reached. Do all disciples undergoing the trial have to refine a spirit immortal realm artifact? Wang Baol thought he might have been mistaken, but he was sure he had read the instructions right after studying it carefully a second time. In fact, the second reading revealed an even more shocking discovery. Applying the Federation's standards to the heaven-shaking Divine Justice Shield, it would be classified as something surpassing a 9th-grade dermic armament. It's almost a divine armament at this point. The potential for further evolution is astonishing as well. It could very well develop into something that's more powerful than a divine armament. My God, is the Divine Sovereign Justice sect really that powerful? Wang Baol gulped, and his face had turned pale. This was a terrifying revelation to bear. The heaven-shaking Divine Justice Shield was mainly used as a defensive and counteroffensive artifact. There were 8 levels to its strength, and every increment in level intensified the power of its counteroffensive shockwaves by 5%. At its 8th level, it could turn a quarter of the original offensive force back onto the enemy. There were clearly more advanced levels of evolution after the 8th level. Even though the contents in the Jade Slip didn't mention anything about that, Wang Baol's experience and intuition told him that there must be more advanced levels after the 8th level. It was a shocking discovery, one that humbled Wang Baol. He stopped underestimating the sect. In fact, he was beginning to feel stress weighing down on him. It was like a mountain sitting on his shoulders, affecting his ability to breathe. I have to start working hard. Wang Baol took a deep breath as he stared at the Jade Slip in his palm. Thoughts churned in his head as he began analyzing and studying the Jade Slip's contents. Time passed steadily. Soon, 7 days had passed since Wang Baol had first arrived at the Ice Phoenix Legion camp. He hardly slept or rested during these 7 days. Instead, he had been studying the heaven-shaking Divine Justice Shield, consolidating the experience he had in artifact refinement that he had gathered in the Federation, on the Ancient Sword, and in the Divine Eye Civilization. With that, he finally managed to grasp the first level of the refinement recipe. His identity had been updated in the Ice Phoenix Legion records. His rank wasn't particularly high, though, which meant that he only had basic access. There wasn't much he could do with his access rights except purchase resources within the Ice Phoenix Legion. He began refining the heaven-shaking Divine Justice Shield after purchasing the necessary materials. However, before going into seclusion for the refinement, Wang Baol released the donkey into the open. It was as if he had suddenly found his conscience. Son, isn't your daddy nice to you this time? Remember to be good and stay out of trouble, or I'll ground you for 100 years. Wang Baol glared at the donkey. He secretly agreed with his own father's teaching methods, which involved a sound thrashing until the kid learned to behave. He recalled how much more he had weighed compared to his elderly father when he was a kid. Then, he recalled how he had still been beaten so soundly that he had learned to behave. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was doing things the right way. He was about to continue his nagging but was stunned by the donkey's reaction. The creature had always tried to look pitiful or cowed in the face of Wang Baol's scoldings. Sometimes it would even try to gain Wang Baol's favor. It had always actively tried to be on Wang Baol's good side. Things were different today, though. It was clearly fretting and filled with anxiety. It even began braying loudly at Wang Baol. Son, son, son. It looked extremely anxious and appeared to be asking Wang Baol for something. Wang Baol stared at it with surprise, then pulled open his storage bag and flung some materials at the donkey. The creature only spared those materials a brief glance, not touching them at all. Instead, it continued braying. Wang Baol became slightly displeased. You're becoming picky with your food. You know you're getting this for free, right? You didn't work for it at all. Son. Still complaining? Son. Wang Baol smacked his own forehead, then remembered that this was his own son. He bore the heartache of wasting expensive materials and pulled out some better ones. Still, the donkey only spared them a look. It was still dissatisfied. That sparked Wang Baol's curiosity. So he extended his divine sense and began communicating with the donkey. An odd look settled on Wang Baol's face after their chat. "You perverted donkey," Wang Baol said, absolutely exasperated. From what the donkey had just described, it was searching for a certain item. It had scavenged the item from their last fight with the Ink Dragon Legion, where they had blown up the army's battleships and massacred their cultivators. The donkey had no idea whom the item belonged to. Anyway, the item was a puppet built with a single function. It appeared ordinary, but upon closer examination, one's imagination would likely run wild. In fact, one would even be able to know the previous owner's character and preferences. By using this item, the donkey would be able to expend its unlimited energy to a certain extent. It would become addicted to using the item, desire to use it again and again, never feeling tired of it. Wang Baol was filled with disgust and scorn. However, no matter what, the donkey was just a simple beast. That was why Wang Baol only sighed and began searching his storage bags for the item. He rummaged through the bags for ages to no avail. The donkey looked devastated. But Wang Baol could only shrug and give up the search. He sent the donkey away, then sat down. After taking a deep breath, he began refining the heaven-shaking divine justice shield. Just as Wang Baol was about to pull out the materials for the refinement and began the refinement process, a memory flitted across his mind. He recalled the storage bag that he had given to the female cultivator who had a beauty mark on her face in exchange for information. His eyes widened at the thought. A moment later, a strange look appeared on his face. I chose the wrong target. If I'd known better then, I would have given the storage bag to Fairy Ling Yu. Wang Baol sighed. His good reputation was going to be ruined at the hands of his own son. After some contemplation, he concluded that the only thing he could do now was to spend more time on the heaven-shaking divine justice shield. He was going to use that to secure his standing in the Ice Phoenix Legion and advance through the fleet. I'm going to have to work hard. I have a duty to rise up the ranks in this matriarchal fleet. Besides, the Divine Sovereign Justice sect has some extraordinary artifact refinement techniques. If I want to make a killing in the Divine Eye civilization, I'll have to make a name for myself and show my worth first. Wang Baol inhaled deeply. He wanted his own army, and he wanted his army to rise up the rankings. Only by getting both could he get his hands on the more advanced techniques for the demonic eye art from the Eye of the Eternal Star. At the same time, he could also use the opportunity to get near the royal family and find a shortcut to obtaining said cultivation techniques. It's a pity that I, Wang Baol, am a principled man who won't exploit my good looks to further my goals. Doing that would make everything so much easier. Wang Baol sighed in consolation as he basked in the knowledge of his righteous morality. Then, his eyes flashed as he set all thoughts aside and emptied his mind. He didn't begin refining the heaven-shaking divine justice shield immediately. Instead, as a precautionary measure, he began studying the artifact's internal structure and running through its refinement process. 3 days went by in this manner. It had been 10 days since Wang Baol had first acquired the instructions for refining the heaven-shaking divine justice shield. He had grasped the principles under which the artifact operated through sheer and relentless study and had conducted multiple tests to ensure his understanding was thorough. He didn't spot any gaps in his knowledge or oversight on his part during his repeated experimentation. That was when Wang Baol finally concluded his study. He lifted his head and took a deep breath, determination brightening his eyes. 9th-grade dermic armaments are really something. It has taken me 10 days just to study the first 2 levels of the artifact. All of the knowledge invested in these artifacts is vast indeed. I really mustn't underestimate others again. Wang Baol sighed as he shook his head. With a wave of his upraised right hand, hordes of materials flew out from his storage bracelet and floated before him. Wang Baol focused his mind and began the actual refinement process based on the knowledge he had acquired from his long study. Wang Bao's current artifact refinement capabilities were a consolidation of knowledge from 3 separate civilizations. His fusion of these separate systems had allowed him to rise to an advanced level of artifact refinement. He himself wasn't exactly sure which realm he had achieved in terms of refining artifacts. His thorough study of the heaven-shaking divine justice shield further eliminated any chances of him committing errors during the refinement process. 2 days later, a 7-inch long jade that shimmered like an emerald appeared before Wang Bao. Laid flat, the 7-inch long jade resembled a sampan. Placed upright, it looked like a shield in the shape of a leaf blade. The artifact constantly shimmered and exuded an extraordinary power that filled the entire chamber. One could almost see countless runes flowing through the jade, circulating throughout the artifact like some form of fluid. This was clearly an extraordinary artifact. Wang Bao might have personally crafted this 7-inch long jade shield and had fully grasped the inner workings of this artifact. But he was nevertheless stunned by its appearance upon the artifact's formation. After a moment of thoughtful silence, he formed a hand seal with his right hand and shot a beam of light from his finger. The 7-inch long jade shield absorbed the light instantly upon its emission, refracting it into numerous illusory runes that surrounded Wang Bao and transformed into a semi-transparent shield with Wang Bao as its center. Wang Bao eyed the shield around him in contemplation. With a single step, he appeared outside the shield and pinched the shield with his right hand. A sudden force flowed through his finger and pushed back against him. The difficulty level of refining this artifact is extremely high. Took me nearly 2 weeks to complete the whole process. This is really quite an extraordinary artifact. Wang Bao tested the force repelling him, and a strange light flickered in his eyes as he ascertained the strength of the force. After some thought, he decided to continue his refinement and attempt to upgrade the artifact to its 8th level. The refinement process became increasingly more challenging. Regardless, Wang Bao was able to resolve the problems he encountered through diligent research and skill. 3 days later, he finally upgraded the heaven-shaking divine justice shield to its 2nd level. The appearance of the heaven-shaking divine justice shield was drastically changed from when it had been at the 1st level. The glow surrounding it had brightened considerably, and the runes within it multiplied, clustering together in masses when activated. The upgraded artifact exuded a powerful aura. However, Wang Bao wasn't satisfied with what he saw. It'll draw too much attention. That's not good at all. Others will become wary when they see it. It'll be difficult to stage an ambush or a trap. Wang Bao considered the practical uses of the artifact in battle. The artifact appeared excellent in all aspects, save its appearance, which didn't match his unique fighting style at all. After further thought, he decided to make some modifications. He extracted the new runes that had appeared after the upgrade and fused them with the original runes that had appeared after the artifact's initial refinement. The artifact now looked no different from its appearance at the 1st level. Wang Bao was pleased with the results and immediately began the next round of upgrades. The 3rd round of upgrades was completed successfully days later. Similar to what he had done for the 2nd level of the artifact, Wang Bao extracted the additional runes that had appeared and fused them with the original runes. The artifact appeared unchanged, but should one test its strength, he or she would immediately realize the actual improvements the artifact had gained. The force repelling his attack, a good 15% of the original attack, was a great boost to the artifact's offensive capabilities. That was the equivalent of augmenting his divine powers by an additional 15%. The additional boost could decide one's fate in actual battle. Wang Bao was extremely pleased with the results. Unfortunately, he soon encountered a problem during the next upgrade to the artifact's 4th level. The next upgrade proved to be extremely challenging. Nevertheless, it was a difficulty that Wang Bao could overcome with his skill at artifact refinement. The problem was that this upgrade required a material called the spirit tempering leaf. The spirit tempering leaf supply was controlled by the Divine Sovereign Justice sect, and trying to buy it outside the sect was nearly impossible. The only way to get it was through purchase within the sect, and that was only if one had the necessary access rights. Wang Bao currently only had the most basic of access rights and wasn't eligible to purchase the material. He scratched his head. then eyed the third-level heaven-shaking divine justice shield. He had no choice but to end his seclusion and make his way towards Commander Fairy Ling Yu's residence. Fairy Ling Yu's position as the commander of the Ice Phoenix Legion ensured that she was constantly busy. The fact that she was now preparing her army's advancement made her especially so. Therefore, she wasn't at all pleased with Wang Bao's abrupt appearance and didn't bother to conceal her mild annoyance when she summoned him to see her. "Long Nanzi, what do you want?" "Commander, I've refined the heaven-shaking divine justice shield. However, upgrading the artifact to higher levels requires me to acquire materials beyond my current purchasing rights. I'm here to request an upgrade of my access rights." Wang Bao felt slightly sheepish. He had only refined the artifact to its third level, which was hardly anything spectacular. Regardless, he still pulled out the heaven-shaking divine justice shield he had refined for the commander's examination. "You've successfully refined it?" Fairy Ling Yu froze when she heard what Wang Bao had just said. She briefly glanced at the artifact Wang Bao was showing her to ensure that it was indeed the heaven-shaking divine justice shield. She hadn't expected such progress from Wang Bao, but her surprise didn't last long. Wang Bao had specialized in artifact refinement, so it shouldn't be surprising that he would have a strong foundation in the area. It wasn't shocking at all that he could refine a first-level heaven-shaking divine justice shield. She still viewed cultivators from affiliated sects as persons beneath her. In her view, they were cultivators who only made use of unorthodox means and had tricks up their sleeves. Wang Bao might be able to refine the first level of heaven-shaking divine justice shield, but that was likely the best he could do. If he wanted to advance to the next level, he was going to need at least a few years. Besides, the most important thing occupying her mind now was the advancement of her army. That was why she didn't pay much attention to minor details like Wang Bao's request and couldn't be bothered to examine his request in detail. She upgraded his access rights immediately and sent him on his way. Wang Bao walked out of the halls, not particularly bothered by the commander's attitude. Personally, he thought that a third-level heaven-shaking divine justice shield really wasn't something to be proud of. With his upgraded access rights, he immediately purchased the spirit-tempering leaf and returned to his residence, ready to retreat into seclusion again. Wang Bao marched across the Ice Phoenix Legion camp, his eyes sweeping past groups of female cultivators looking sharp and handsome as they too swiftly made their way across the camp. However, his mind was elsewhere, running through the heaven-shaking divine justice shield's upgrade to the 5th level. The 4th level shouldn't be a problem. Now that I have the spirit-tempering leaf, it should only take me 2 hours to complete the upgrade. The complexity involved in reaching the 5th level is comparatively greater. It's like crossing the bridge between the Soul Conduit realm and the Spirit Immortal realm. I'll need to research this in greater detail. Wang Bao was deep in thought and about to reach his residence. It was then that he heard laughter ahead of him, followed by sounds of reprimanding and the sharp lashing of a whip. Wang Bao raised his head in surprise. When he turned his eyes towards the direction of the commotion, he saw 7 to 8 female cultivators from the army. Amongst them was a tall woman who looked extremely strong and was at the perfected Soul Conduit realm. Her physical appearance and level of cultivation gave her a terrifying presence. She held 4 ropes in her hand. Tied at the end of each rope was a creature. They were like pets being taken on a walk. The group approached Wang Bao, their laughter growing louder as they drew near. The 4 pets looked different from each other. There was one that was clearly a plant-based humanoid, another that was a fearsome-looking, 3-headed lizard, and one that was a python with the head of a woman. As for the last pet, Wang Bao's eyes widened with incredulity when they landed on the last creature. Xianxia? The 4th pet that the towering female cultivator was currently walking was a familiar face from the Federation, Xianxia. Xianxia had been one of the 2nd-generation 100 Federation seedlings who had arrived on the ancient sword. He had mysteriously gone missing after stepping into the Dao Palace. In fact, he hadn't been sighted during the great battle between the Dao Palace and the Federation. Wang Bao had thought that Xianxia had died until he had read the confidential documents prior to his departure from the Federation and found out that the Federation had been plagued with mysterious disappearances throughout the years. Zhuo Yixin had been listed in the document as a missing person then. Wang Beil had thought that he would never see Zhuo Yixin again. He could never have guessed that they would meet again in the Divine Eye civilization. In such a bizarre manner, Zhuo Yixin looked exceptionally pathetic. A bag of bones, with his former arrogance nowhere in sight. He looked dreadful and seemed listless and drained. His clothes, on the other hand, looked presentable and he himself appeared clean. It didn't matter who was doing the looking though. The rope on his neck was clear evidence that he was being treated like a pet. He walked alongside the other 3 pets, made to emit soft weeping noises as they moved along. Their cries drew laughter from the female cultivators around them. A few approached the group for a closer look, while some even petted the creatures. The sight might have seemed strange, but should one see Zhuo Yixin as some kind of canine pet, their actions would be construed as completely normal. The fact that Zhuo Yixin looked almost like any other cultivator from the Divine Eye civilization meant that he was treated differently from other pet creatures. He was clearly the leader of the 4 pets. Besides, he had a good-looking face, and that earned him brownie points as well. A strange look settled on Wang Beil's face as he eyed Zhuo Yixin from afar. He sighed secretly, then rubbed at his chin. This was an old acquaintance, after all. There was no way he could simply ignore his present pitiful state. Naturally, it would be great if he could save Zhuo Yixin. However, it wouldn't be worth it if the price of saving Zhuo Yixin was too high. Wang Beil watched as the group of female cultivators slowly moved away before finally coughing out loud and shouting after them. "Wait, ladies. You dropped your storage bag." The chattering female cultivators stopped in their tracks as soon as Wang Beil spoke, turning their gazes upon him. They hadn't met Wang Beil before, but news of the violet gold New Dao sex bounty on his head had spread across the entire Divine Eye civilization. They clearly knew what he looked like, and they also knew that he had joined the Ice Phoenix Legion. That was why they immediately recognized who Wang Beil was when they swept their eyes over him. Wang Beil quickened his pace as the group of female cultivators turned towards him. He raised his right hand and pulled out a dozen storage bags. Within each bag were some materials. They weren't particularly valuable, but they were presentable gifts for a first meeting. Wang Beil put on what he thought was his most charming smile as he pulled out the storage bags and approached the group. Then, he distributed a storage bag to each female cultivator like an old friend. The female cultivators' eyes glimmered as they received their gifts. They eyed Wang Beil in assessment, holding the storage bags in their hands without agreeing to accept them. Wang Beil finally placed the last storage bag into the hands of the most important one of them all, the tall female cultivator who was walking the 4 pets. She extended her divine sense and scanned the contents of the storage bags, then spoke casually. "I see it's fellow Taoist Long Nanzi. You're giving us gifts when we've only just met for the first time. We hardly dare accept such a gift." The woman handed the storage bag back to Wang Beil. Wang Beil blinked when he heard her words. His face then flushed slightly, not out of embarrassment but to give others the impression of him being shy. He waved his arms around and then cupped his fists in greeting. "I've overstepped. When you young ladies walked past, I caught the fragrant breeze accompanying your footsteps and thought I had somehow gotten into heaven. I couldn't help but approach you so that I could get to know you better. Then, when I saw your faces, I don't know why, but I suddenly became uncontrollably nervous." Wang Beil appeared lost for words, seeming as if he was trying to appear less nervous. Long Nanzi's good looks, presentable attire, and the reputation he gained after his battle with the Ink Dragon Legion ensured that no one would find him disagreeable in the least. The look on his face helped. His words also seemed sincere, and women were most vulnerable towards sincere praises. Because of this, they took a greater liking towards him. The tall woman laughed, then scanned the contents of the storage bag again. She wavered. Wang Beil's gift to her was worth more than what he had given the rest. After a moment, she nodded and smiled. "Dear sisters, since our fellow Taoist Long Nanzi is so kind as to give us a present, we should just take it." Her words sent the other female cultivators into a bout of laughter. They kept their new storage bags and turned towards Wang Beil with interest in their eyes. Wang Beil was skilled at making friends. Within the first few seconds, He had complimented one woman on her great complexion, another on her amazing presence, yet another on her great sense of fashion, and another on the extraordinary fragrance of her perfume. He pretended to be some sort of mystic who knew how to read one's fortune in their palms. Soon, they were all conversing merrily, their pets being forgotten and neglected in a corner. The four pets were separately sighing secretly. Xianxia was reminiscing about his past glorious days in the Federation. But now he was just an ordinary house pet. Bitterness churned inside him. Wang Baol chatted with the female cultivators for half an hour. During this time, he learned a few things about the tall female cultivator, like her interest in collecting pets, and how she wasn't that possessive about the pets she had acquired. That was when he steered the conversation towards the four pets. After another round of compliments, he voiced his desire to buy a creature to guard his cave abode. The tall female cultivator fell silent for a moment after hearing what Wang Baol had said. She wouldn't have considered selling him one of her pets if he had approached her directly with such a request. But they had been chatting for a while now, and even though the time they had spent together had been short, she felt extremely comfortable in his presence due to his appearance and the way he carried himself. She was also aware of Long Nanzi's reputation. He might be at the mid-stage soul conduit realm, but he had single-handedly crippled an entire army. He might have employed certain tricks and staged an ambush, but such feats weren't something an ordinary cultivator could have accomplished. The female cultivator was interested in making friends with someone like that. Collecting pets might be her hobby, but she had too many of them running away. It wasn't as if she didn't give away a few once in a while. After some thought, the female cultivator decided not to turn down Wang Baol's offer to purchase her pet. She was curious about why he had his eye on this particular one, but she didn't ask too many questions, only asking what one would consider a reasonable price. Wang Baol was pleased with how smoothly everything was going. He was devious, though, and wasn't going to make any mistakes now. After chatting happily for a while longer with the female cultivators and obtaining their contact details, he began transacting with the tall female cultivator. When it came to payment, the contents of the storage bag that Wang Baol handed over were worth many times more than what she had originally asked for. The tall female cultivator's eyes narrowed slightly. She realized that Long Nanzi was just using the purchase of her pet as an excuse. His real objective was to become friendlier with her and give her gifts. A smile blossomed on her face. She nodded at Wang Baol, then left. Wang Baol watched as the group departed. After they finally left, he lowered his head and stared at the rope in his hand. Then he turned and looked at Xianxia, bound and kneeling at his side. Wang Baol coughed awkwardly and began sizing Xianxia up. Xianxia shuddered secretly as Wang Baol eyed him, instinctively lowering his head. Wang Baol sighed inwardly as he observed how Xianxia was cowed by his stare. He patted Xianxia's head, then turned around and led him back to his cave abode. Xianxia had been filled with rage and sorrow as he watched the transaction between his former and new masters. The strange look in Wang Baol's eyes had turned those emotions into terror. The final pat on his head calmed him down slightly, but he was still nervous and dared not struggle as his new master pulled him along by the rope. Wang Baol brought Xianxia back to his residence and tied the rope around a wooden pillar. Then, he eyed Xianxia again before finally saying coolly, "Can you understand the language that we're speaking in the Divine Eye civilization?" Xianxia's heart raced with nervousness when he heard Wang Baol's voice. He knelt down and nodded hastily. Even though he had only recently arrived at the Divine Eye civilization, as a cultivator, he was naturally quick at picking up languages. During his training as a pet, his former master had made him learn as well. "Good. Tell me where you're from and how you got caught," Wang Baol said slowly as he sat down, a ghostly light glowing in his eyes. Xianxia dared not hide anything from Long Nanzi. He had no way of knowing whom this Long Nanzi of the Ice Phoenix Legion was, but the way his former master had transacted with Long Nanzi and the way the other female cultivators had treated him told Xianxia that this man must be quite well known in the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. Besides, what he was asking wasn't some important secret. Xianxia's soul had been searched when he had first been captured. His former master, the person who had performed the soul search, had a relatively high level of cultivation. That was why his mind hadn't been affected adversely, though he had suffered slight damage during the process. Any secret he had been harboring would have been made known to the world then. The memories made Xianxia again. He shared his background and everything he knew with Wang Baol honestly, telling the latter his name, his family clan, as well as his home, the Federation, Earth, and the solar system, even the vast expanse Dao Palace on the ancient sword. Everything that he could say and shouldn't have said, he told Wang Baol all of it. The expression on Wang Baol's face appeared unchanged. In reality, thoughts were churning inside his head. Zhuo Yixian hadn't been the only one who had gone missing. Zhuo Yifan had vanished as well. But from Zhuo Yixian's account, it appeared that he had been alone when he was captured. In order to keep his identity a secret, Wang Baol made a well-timed interruption during Zhuo Yixian's recounting and began questioning him in detail about the solar system's coordinates as well as the strange ancient sword. As Zhuo Yixian's elaboration confirmed his guesses, Wang Baol intentionally allowed surprise and greed to flash across his eyes. Zhuo Yixian's heart grew heavier with bitterness when he caught the look in Wang Baol's eyes. He got over it quickly, though. His former master was aware of all of this as well. Besides, he wasn't in the position to worry about anything other than himself. Wang Baol was assessing the possibility of the Divine Eye civilization ever finding out about the solar system as well. The possibility of that happening existed. The solar system wasn't all that far away from the Divine Eye civilization, but the universe was a vast place. A slight error in navigation would find them miles away from their destination. Trying to pinpoint the exact location of the solar system would require time and exploration. This served as a warning to Wang Baol. He knew that the Divine Eye civilization would come lunging after the solar system like a pack of wolves, hungry for treasures and the kill, should it ever discover the existence of the solar system and the Federation. Zhuo Yixian had also shared in detail how he had appeared in the Divine Eye civilization. He had been in the vast expanse Dao Palace on the ancient sword, running an underwater search through the ruins, when he had been abruptly teleported away. When he finally realized what had happened, he had reappeared in an unfamiliar place. It had been a black desert that went on forever, completely deserted, and barren of all life. He didn't know how long he had walked in the desert. It was as if time moved differently there. It had been a month ago, after he had struggled for so long in the black desert and had given up all hope, that he finally saw a beam of light. It had surrounded him and teleported him away again. This time, he had been teleported to a cave. He had stepped out of the teleportation portal, found himself inside a cave, and met his former master, the tall female cultivator of the Ice Phoenix Legion. She had captured him, searched his soul, and then brought him back to the Ice Phoenix Legion as her new pet. Wang Baol's eyes widened as he listened to Zhuo Yixian's story. He had been in disbelief at first, but after looking at Zhuo Yixian and examining the logic in his story, he concluded that the likelihood of the latter lying to him was low. After all, it would be easy to find out if he was lying by performing a soul search. This sparked Wang Baol's interest in the Black Desert. He questioned Zhuo Yixian in detail about the desert, but the latter didn't seem to know much about the place either. He had no idea what it was and where it could be, though he did share his guesses about the place. Master, in my opinion, this Black Desert isn't completely absent of everything. It seems to be a world that is capable of teleportation. A world that can teleport. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. Then, after some thought, he asked a few more questions. He focused on the cave where Zhuo Yixian had been captured. Based on Zhuo Yixian's recounting of events, he eventually realized that the cave wasn't located in the Divine Eye civilization but on a meteorite that was yet undiscovered by civilization. Zhuo Yixian couldn't provide the exact location of the meteorite. He was unfamiliar with the Divine Eye civilization and the surrounding cosmic region. Wang Baol wasn't bothered by that at all. He drew a map and got Zhuo Yixian to look at it, and they finally locked down the meteorite's approximate location. The thought of finding a chance to land on the meteorite and take a look rose in his head. He set the idea aside for the moment. Having ended his interrogation, he eyed Zhuo Yixian, then said coolly, "That's enough. From today onwards, your duty will be to guard my gates. You may leave me now." He removed the rope binding Xianxia. They were in the Ice Phoenix Legion's headquarters now. If Xianxia had half a brain, he would know not to wander around. Xianxia accepted his duties hastily. He left the cave abode and, once outside, got down on his knees and secretly released a sigh of relief. His current master appeared friendlier than his previous one. Though Xianxia couldn't explain the vague dislike he felt towards him amidst the anxiety and fear he was experiencing, Wang Bail sank into deep thought after watching Xianxia leave the cave abode. He could tell that Xianxia had no idea what happened to Xianxia. After a long bout of contemplation, Wang Bail finally sighed. Then he remembered his donkey. Xianxia should have seen the donkey when they had been in the Federation. However, this shouldn't be a problem, as the donkey had grown up quite a bit and now looked very different. Besides, they might be in a different civilization, but that didn't mean that similar creatures couldn't exist in both civilizations. That fact alone should prevent his true identity from being exposed. Regardless, Wang Bail still sent a voice transmission to the donkey and warned it to exercise greater caution. Then he set everything aside and sank down onto the floor in meditation. Having cleared his mind, he took out the third-level heaven-shaking divine justice shield, took a deep breath, and continued upgrading the artifact. He had all the necessary materials now, including the spirit-tempering leaf. In addition, Wang Bail had also completed his research into the fourth level of the heaven-shaking divine justice shield. Therefore, he only took a day to upgrade the heaven-shaking divine justice shield to its fourth level. Wang Bail replicated what he had done before with the new runes that appeared after the upgrade. After fusing them with the original runes, the heaven-shaking divine justice shield looked as if the runes branded within the artifact numbered slightly over 1,000. In reality, there were nearly 5,000 runes in the artifact. The number of new runes was multiplied numerous times with each upgrade. One might even see a 5 times increase in the number of new runes in a single upgrade. The true strength of the artifact was currently concealed, but in reality, it could now repel 20% of the enemy's attack. The next upgrade to the 5th level was akin to an upgrade from a Soul Conduit Realm artifact to a Spirit Immortal Realm artifact. It was going to be extremely difficult. Wang Bail was stumped by it for numerous days. Ultimately, his skill at artifact refinement ensured his success. He upgraded the heaven-shaking divine justice shield to its 5th level and subsequently upgraded it to its 6th level, repelling 30% of the enemy's original attack. That meant when he received a blow from his opponent and counterattacked, he would get a 30% boost in power. The extent of the increase in strength was extraordinary. If he were to use it well, he would be able to turn an evenly matched fight into one where the odds were overwhelmingly skewed in his favor. The upgrade to the 6th level brought Wang Bail a new problem, though. The number of runes took a sudden hike, reaching 200,000 runes. The number of original runes appeared almost pitiful next to the new additions. Their thickness became increasingly obvious with the repeated fusion of new runes with the old. This wasn't something Wang Bail had expected. He had no choice but to keep more runes. The original 1,000 runes increased by multifold, and the problem was resolved with Wang Bail spreading the newer runes across the increased number of runes. Now, this heaven-shaking divine justice shield looks as if it's at the 2nd level. It won't be as effective a trap, but it'll serve its purpose. Wang Bail sighed with some regret. He had half a mind to continue the upgrade to the 7th level, but the next upgrade required a considerable quantity of spirit-tempering leaves. He was at a loss for words after calculating what the upgrade would cost him. I wonder if I can use armament sand as a substitute, Wang Bail wondered. It would be a challenge trying to get so many spirit-tempering leaves with his current level of access rights. Even if he were to purchase them in batches, he would still find himself with an inadequate supply. The limit to the number of spirit-tempering leaves one could purchase differed according to the level of one's access rights. Wang Bail eventually gave up on the idea of using armament sand as a substitute material. That should be his last resort. He still had a few dermic armaments that acted bizarrely hidden in his storage bag. There was the rope that vanished for days after releasing it into the air, and the seal that only attacked when the enemy was gravely injured. Both gave Wang Bail a headache. He was worried that the same thing might happen to a heaven-shaking divine justice shield that mutated under the influence of armament sand. The shield might not protect him and instead protect his enemy. It seems like I have no choice but to look for the icy woman again. The artifact isn't at the 8th level, though. It's embarrassing to take it out. Wang Baol remembered how the woman had treated him during his last visit, so he decided not to make a trip to her halls. Instead, he pulled out his voice transmission jade slip and sent Fairy Ling Yu a voice transmission. "Commander, I'm Long Nanzi. I've had a breakthrough in refining the heaven-shaking divine justice shield. Could you upgrade my access rights again?" A breakthrough? Fairy Ling Yu had been listening to her subordinates report on the status of their army's preparation for advancement in the halls when she had received Wang Baol's voice transmission. She pulled out her jade slip, heard the contents of his message, and was momentarily stunned. "Yes, I've broken through." Wang Baol paused and felt it somewhat inappropriate to speak. After all, his heaven-shaking divine justice shield was only at the 6th level and hadn't reached the 8th level. So fast? Fairy Ling Yu was listening to her subordinates' reports. Although she was surprised at first, she didn't have time to probe further. Besides, she instinctively thought that the breakthrough Wang Baol was referring to was him refining the heaven-shaking divine justice shield to the 2nd level. After all, he had only refined the 1st level half a month ago. Although him breaking through to the 2nd level in just half a month shocked her, she thought that Long Nanzi wasn't famous within the Holy Crest sect for nothing. He did indeed have some ability. In addition, through Wang Baol's unconfident tone and words when asking for more access rights, Fairy Ling Yu immediately made a judgment. She knew that Wang Baol had failed too many times, buying the maximum amount of materials his original access rights allowed him to and still barely succeeding. So naturally, it was difficult for him to buy the materials needed for the 3rd level, meaning he needed increased access rights to continue. Thinking to this point, Fairy Ling Yu spoke. "Fine, I've increased your access rights. Keep working hard." The original impatience in her tone decreased. She gave Wang Baol a few words of encouragement, and her attitude towards him improved. However, she didn't care about him that much. In her eyes, no matter how good Long Nanzi's foundation was, it wouldn't be that easy for him to refine the heaven-shaking divine justice shield up to the 3rd level. But looking at it this way, he is definitely full of potential. After praising Wang Baol, Fairy Ling Yu ended the call and looked towards her several perfected Soul Conduit Realm subordinates. "All right, continue speaking." The commander of the 11th ranked Hidden Spirit Legion, Lord Ling Tao. "Are you sure he has achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation?" The one reporting in front of Fairy Ling Yu was the demure lady that Wang Baol previously met. She nodded after hearing Fairy Ling Yu's question and spoke softly. "We have confirmed it. Lord Ling Tao has indeed taken a huge step forward in his cultivation. Although he hasn't reached your cultivation level, Commander, he is still among the false immortals. I'm afraid his breakthrough will trigger a series of chain reactions. There's a huge possibility that his breakthrough will serve as a catalyst to broker an alliance with other armies and cause some disruption to the Ice Phoenix Legion's promotion efforts." Lord Ling Tao. A cold glint flashed between Fairy Ling Yu's eyes. She didn't care whether he broke through to the false immortal realm or not. But breaking through at this time did affect the promotion of the Ice Phoenix Legion somewhat. After all, her true goal was becoming the 5th-ranked army. Once she succeeded and replaced them, the benefits would be extremely huge. Similarly, if the original 5th-ranked army were to be replaced, it would naturally fall out of the top 5 and suffer equally shocking losses. So it couldn't be helped that they would team up with other armies to prevent this. If that Lord Ling Tao didn't achieve a breakthrough, it couldn't affect them. After all, to the other armies ranked behind them, no matter how the rankings changed, they would still be in the top 10. But the breakthrough of Lord Ling Tao changed the situation. If the 3 armies ranked 7th, 8th, and 9th weren't careful, they could be squeezed out of the top 10. In this situation, they would definitely be on high alert. So in this battle, although the army commander's cultivation and the army's strength were important, there was also a need to handle diplomacy with the outside world carefully. But Wang Baol didn't know about these things that gave people headaches when thought about. Even if he did know, he wouldn't care that much. At this moment, after obtaining the sufficient access rights, He immediately traded for a large amount of spirit-tempering leaves and continued refining his heaven-shaking divine justice shield. Several days later, under Wang Bao's research and unwavering dedication, when the number of runes on his heaven-shaking divine justice shield reached 50,000, the shield's level broke through, reaching the 7th level. A dermic treasure at the 7th level like this could be considered rather trenchant among spirit immortals. After all, its reflect strength had reached up to 35%. That was especially so considering it looked like it was only at the 3rd level under Wang Bao's adjustments. This meant that this treasure would definitely surprise opponents. If they were unprepared, they would definitely suffer huge losses. But Wang Bao wasn't satisfied. This was because he knew that in the refinement of the heaven-shaking divine justice shield, a true bottleneck would appear after reaching the 7th level. For the 8th level, there were some areas he didn't understand. He had a feeling that if he refined it by force, his rate of failure would be near 90%. This made Wang Bao pause, his furrowed brows not unfurrowing for a long time. They are the divine civilization's 3 greater sects after all. Their requirements for artifact refinement are so horrifying. Wang Bao sighed. The more he thought, the more he felt that the divine sovereign justice sect was scary. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. This divine sovereign justice sect is way too perverted. The dermic treasure used to test disciples already has this level of difficulty. Are they for real? Wang Bao couldn't help but have some suspicion. No, I can't just suspect that others can't do it just because I can't do it currently. Wang Bao took a deep breath. After brushing away his suspicion, determination appeared in his eyes, and he immersed himself in his research of the 8th level of the heaven-shaking divine justice shield once again. Just like that, 7 days passed. After 7 days, Wang Bao felt dizzy. Yet there was one part he couldn't understand in his research of the 8th level. Wang Bao was clear that whenever he felt helpless or was met with these kinds of situations, he would need to take a break. If not, continuing his research would only make things harder for him. Thinking for a long time, Wang Bao suddenly raised his head to look out of his cave abode. In this period of time, Xianxia seemed like a pet as he stood at the entrance of the cave abode, guarding it day and night. This made Wang Bao very satisfied. It was perfect that he was feeling frustrated at that moment. Hence, a thought that he previously brushed aside appeared in his mind. Why don't I take a look at the ruins Xianxia mentioned? Thinking to this point, Wang Bao pondered again for a while and took out his voice transmission jade slip. After reporting to the army, he got up and walked out of his cave abode. The moment he appeared, Xianxia, who was squatting there, quickly turned his head and looked at Wang Bao with caution and respect while awaiting orders. Let's go, lead the way. Let's go take a look at the cave where you were caught. Xianxia dared not display even the slightest hint of resistance to Wang Bao's request and quickly nodded. As Wang Bao waved his sleeve and a battleship appeared, he grabbed Xianxia. With a flick of his body, he stepped directly onto the battleship. After weaving hand signs and pointing, the battleship instantly rumbled and unleashed its maximum speed. In a moment, they were already far away from Wang Bao's cave abode. Although the place where Xianxia was caught was beyond the divine civilization, it wasn't that far away. Hence, they didn't need the teleportation of the Eye of 10,000 Demons. They didn't even need to pass by the divine civilization's shared cosmos. From where the divine sovereign justice sect was located, he could head towards the border and leave from there. Wang Bao knew in his heart the approximate position of the cave. He knew that between there and the divine civilization, there were 3 ruins of civilizations that had been pillaged and exterminated by the divine sovereign justice sect. The distance from Wang Bao's cave abode to the cave was neither long nor short. The journey there would require around 10 days. So Wang Bao meditated cross-legged instead. On the one hand, it calmed him down. On the other hand, he was still unwittingly thinking about how to refine the 8th level of the heaven-shaking divine justice shield in his mind. Since he didn't talk, Xianxia, who was squatting beside him, naturally didn't dare to talk either. He could only be careful, as he feared the punishment that would come if he upset Wang Bao. Just like that, under Xianxia's bitterness and caution, 10 days passed. The battleship they were on traversed the 3 ruins of past civilizations and finally reached the Cosmos sector where Xianxia was caught. Lead the way from now on. Upon arriving there, Wang Baol opened his eyes, saw the aridity of the world ahead of him, and ordered Xianxia. Xianxia quickly accepted his orders. Over the past 10 days, he was also thoroughly recollecting. When he saw the outside world, his memories slowly appeared in his head. So he started to lead the way. Gradually, as the battleship sped onward, a meteorite belt appeared ahead. Numerous meteorites floated there like a river. While the sight shook the soul, waves of suppressive force spread from within the meteorites as well. However, while Xianxia felt the intensity of the suppressive force, to Wang Baol it was very ordinary. The place wasn't far away from the divine I civilization. With the greed of the armies within the divine sovereign justice sect, they must have conducted thorough checks previously. Hence, the possibility of there being danger was low. Despite this, Wang Baol was still cautious. As his cultivation circulated, he also took out the heaven-shaking divine justice shield he refined. After all, according to what Xianxia said, he was teleported out from here. Hence, there still existed strange phenomena that the divine I civilization couldn't explain. With this thought, and under the thinking and direction of Xianxia, the battleship finally appeared beside a meteorite the size of the moon within the meteorite belt. It's this one. There's a cave within it. Looking at the meteorite that looked like a head, Xianxia took a deep breath and spoke hurriedly. Wang Baol took a close look at the meteorite ahead and gasped. He felt that this meteorite, which looked like a head, seemed to look like someone. Xianxia. Wang Baol thought for a moment, and his eyes narrowed suddenly. The image of Xianxia appeared in his mind. Comparing it with the meteorite, his heartbeat quickened. They indeed looked similar, but perhaps due to the meteorite's color, it looked older. If it really turned into a head and face, it would look more like an elderly Xianxia or an elder in his family. But even an elder from his family wouldn't have such an uncanny resemblance to the meteorite. So Wang Baol was unable to judge at this moment whether it was the former, the latter, or merely a coincidence. As Wang Baol was thinking, Xianxia was naturally unclear about his thoughts. However, he could see the shock of his master. So although he had no clue what was going on, he made some guesses as to why Wang Baol was so shocked based on the model of the meteorite. Interesting. Wang Baol suddenly laughed. He squinted as he pointed at Xianxia with his right hand. Immediately, a ray of red light spread from his finger. As it became a cage and imprisoned Xianxia, it also sealed Wang Baol's battleship. You wait here. I'll go take a look, Wang Baol said coldly. Although bringing Xianxia would make him more familiar with the cave, Wang Baol had some understanding of the place through his conversations with Xianxia. Also, he would have to unleash his full power to defend himself once he entered. If Xianxia was beside him, he would see things he wasn't supposed to see. So imprisoning him there was the best choice. Xianxia dared not struggle against Wang Baol's imprisonment and hurriedly accepted his orders. However, he still found it regretful secretly. In truth, he really wanted to enter the cave again. Deep in his heart, he still had a little hope that he could return to the Federation from there. Ignoring Xianxia, Wang Baol left the battleship with a flick of his body. When he appeared, he was already on the head-like meteorite. His silhouette didn't stop and rapidly circumnavigated the meteor. After getting a vague idea of the meteorite and estimating its size, Wang Baol headed straight for the open mouth of the head. That was also the meteorite's only entrance. It looked deep, and cold air leaked from within. As he neared, the cold air seemed to come alive. When it came into contact with Wang Baol's body, it seemed to become ice needles, threatening to poke into Wang Baol's body. But Wang Baol's body was still very strong. Whether it was due to his own training or the effect of the stellar nascent soul, although it wasn't his true body, one could still describe him as having thick and rough skin. That was especially so considering Wang Baol unleashed the arch armor as an additional layer covering his body just in case. Due to that, while the ice needles tried to poke into his body relentlessly as he walked, they had absolutely no effect on him. Just like that, Wang Baol sped forward while following the path. As he did so, The cold air became increasingly concentrated. But the surrounding walls of the path had no signs of freezing or frost. In fact, a few areas even slowly emitted a blue glow. While this caught the attention of Wang Beol, it also made him more cautious, and he slowed down a bit. This continued until he reached the middle of the path according to his judgment. Then, Wang Beol suddenly stopped, slanting his head to stare at the wall not far away. That wall was previously still pitch black. But the moment Wang Beol looked at it, a blob of green light appeared, became a light sphere, and slowly moved within the wall as if it was floating. As the light sphere moved, the wall seemed to become transparent. The structures and impurities within it became clear to see as though someone was shining a light behind the wall. What was even weirder was, within the moving light sphere, Wang Beol seemed to faintly see the outlines of buildings. It was as if the sphere of light housed another separate world. This scene caused Wang Beol to narrow his eyes. He stood there for a long time. It was only after 10 breaths, and when the light sphere disappeared, that a glimmer flashed between his eyes. This meteorite is quite strange, after all. That's odd. Could it be that the Divine Sovereign Justice sect doesn't know about this? Or maybe they do know and have checked this place but just decided not to bother. Wang Beol felt that there were some things that made no sense here. After all, Xianxia was discovered right here, and this meteorite belt was so close to the Divine Eye civilization. There was no way that they hadn't checked this place thoroughly. Thinking for a while, Wang Beol was in a hopeless tangle. He continued traveling while pondering. Just like that, as he traveled, he noticed an increasing number of light spheres like the green one he saw previously in the surrounding walls. They all had different colors as well. That was especially so towards the end when he was nearing the end of the path. The light spheres in the surrounding walls were densely packed together and even started to overlap, causing the colors to become more spectacular. What truly shook Wang Beol's soul was what he saw next. As he entered the end of the path, he saw that there existed a very vast land there. There, the light spheres that were originally on the cave walls actually left the walls and floated in midair. While these light spheres were colorful, they also had various sizes. They clustered together and floated like schools of fish. This caused Wang Beol to enter a momentary trance. It was as though he was immersed in a sea of light. There's definitely something wrong here. While Wang Beol's soul was shaken, he also saw that there existed various blurry shadows within all of the light spheres. Some were buildings, some were ruins, some were landforms, and some were actually living organisms. Whether they were ferocious beasts or plants, they all seemed to be sealed within the light spheres. In fact, Wang Beol even saw the silhouettes of cultivators. Besides, the silhouettes in some light spheres seemed to be totems. The totem in an extremely large light sphere was resplendent. While it was obvious, it was also much clearer than the existences within the other light spheres. With a sweeping gaze, Wang Beol could see everything. That light sphere's totem was 5 planets. Although there was no comparison in his vision, when Wang Beol saw the light sphere's totem, he instinctively felt a strange feeling. It was as though any planet out of the 5 was as big as more than half of the Divine Eye civilization. This was basically impossible and went against everything Wang Beol knew. But his gut told him that this wasn't even the thing that scared Wang Beol and shook his heart. It was the fact that when he looked towards the 5 planets, the stellar nascent soul within his body actually trembled. It was as though it came from the same source as the 5 planets. Stellar nascent soul? Could it be that these 5 planets are derived from the stellar nascent soul? A ludicrous thought like this appeared in Wang Beol's mind. Perhaps the contact of his gaze caused a reaction because, at that moment, an intense feeling of danger appeared in Wang Beol's heart. As for where the danger came from, it was the light sphere that the 5 planet totems were in. All of this caused Wang Beol's breathing to quicken. He felt that, with his cultivation, he wouldn't be safe there. There was no point in taking unnecessary risks when he only went out to clear his head. Although he was just an avatar now, Wang Beol still prepared to leave with a flick of his body. But just as his body retreated, within the light spheres that were like schools of fish, the light sphere with the 5 planet totems shone intensely. It suddenly left the group, speeding towards Wang Baol. It was as though there was some sort of connection between it and Wang Baol. Wang Baol's expression changed, and his retreating speed increased. While he was weaving hand seals with his right hand, the arch armor covered it, transmogrifying the divine armament. As it appeared, he slashed towards the light sphere. As he slashed, Wang Baol unleashed his mid-stage soul conduit realm cultivation. It was as though he could slash open the void. The slash formed a rift that spread rapidly and headed straight towards the light sphere. Afterwards, he prepared to leave with a movement. But just as he moved, the light sphere suddenly sped up and came into contact with the rift his divine armament created. Immediately, an intense resplendent light exploded forth from the light sphere and covered the entire cave. It turned the cave into a sea of light, and a blurry silhouette stumbled out from within the light sphere. As it appeared, the silhouette straightened its body. A cold voice, bringing with it a tinge of displeasure, echoed through the surroundings very quickly afterward. "What is this place? You wretched, old servant. Are you the one who summoned me? Kneel, and show your respect to your prince." As this person's words spread, the surrounding sea of light dimmed and disappeared. The light sphere containing the 5 planets disappeared as well. This scene caused Wang Baol's eyes to go wide. As he retreated, he looked towards the silhouette that suddenly appeared with caution. It was a youth, and he seemed to be at the core formation realm. His clothes were fancy, though the reds and greens paired with numerous tiny mirrors made Wang Baol dizzy. While Wang Baol sized up the youth was also staring arrogantly at Wang Baol. Seeing how Wang Baol didn't react to his words, the youth furrowed his brows and humphed. He raised his right hand and took out a white handkerchief, throwing it towards Wang Baol. He raised his right foot, showing the black silk caliga on his foot. "Wipe my shoe clean for me. Your filthy mortal world has dirted the caliga made using the hairs of my 100,000 concubines." "What the heck?" Wang Baol paused and swept his gaze at the youth with suspicion. He also instantly retreated and dodged the youth's handkerchief. He feared that the handkerchief was actually a powerful dermic artifact that would cause huge damage to him if he were to be caught off guard. Truly, the youth's entrance method was way too weird. At the same time, the light sphere with the 5 planets within it that disappeared had previously made Wang Baol feel an intense danger. So at this moment, he was completely focused and cautious. He instinctively judged that this person was different from Xianxia. Although Xianxia was also teleported out from here, the feeling this youth gave him was even weirder. After all, although Wang Baol had never tried paralyzing an opponent by throwing a handkerchief and then suddenly unleashing his killing blow, he wasn't unfamiliar with similar tactics. Putting himself in the youth's shoes, he strongly felt that this youth was dangerous. So as he retreated, the arch armor instantly covered his body with a crack sound, and he looked completely different. His large and imposing body, terrifying appearance, the blood-red cape that floated behind him without wind, and the tangle of meridians that were like numerous wriggling red snakes on his body caused Wang Baol to exude a heaven-shaking killing aura. Like a demon descending upon the world, he bellowed, "Who are you?" As he was cautious, his gaze was incredibly sharp and brought with it an intense suppressive force. This caused the heartbeat of the youth in front of him to speed up uncontrollably. He sensed danger and instinctively retreated a few steps. Seemingly because he was extremely nervous, he even swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Waving his hand, he spoke quickly. "Don't worry, mortal. I won't hurt you." As he said this, his tone obviously weakened, and nervousness appeared in his eyes. A likely story. Wang Baol's eyes flashed, and he humphed. It was one thing that his background was unknown, but he even acted like a weakling. If he really was a core formation cultivator, he wouldn't be so foolish as to speak to him in that manner just now. He was, after all, at the soul conduit realm. So after a brief deliberation, Wang Baol's intuition told him that the youth was definitely not at the core formation realm. Wang Baol had known of this kind of trick since he was 3 years old, so he didn't let down his guard. Instead, he became more cautious, and his voice exposed a killing intent. "Not saying anything? All right then. A cold glint flashed between Wang Bao's eyes. He raised his right hand to weave a hand seal and pointed at the youth. As he pointed, a blinding light immediately exploded forth from his fingertip, forming a wave of light that tried to cover and engulf the youth. Meanwhile, Wang Bao's body retreated as he tried to pull away from the youth just in case. As he retreated, the youth also wailed. His body struggled and retreated as he tried to dodge. But it was too late. The wave of light neared instantly and came into contact with his body. As rumbles spread, the youth let out a shrill screech. His body was blown back dozens of steps and he fell. The expression on his face warped as he growled at Wang Bao. "Curse you, mortal! How dare you? You actually dare to attack me? You piece of trash. Ridiculous. Do you know how big of an honor it is to be able to wipe my shoes?" Seeing how the youth only retreated and fell, with his body remaining undamaged after resisting a hit from him, Wang Bao's eyes narrowed. But in the next moment, after hearing the youth's growl, his face twitched a few times uncontrollably. Truly, the youth's words were really asking for it. Wang Bao felt that this guy either had some true abilities or was a half-witted idiot. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, Wang Bao could barely stand it any longer. With a flick of his body, he instantly appeared in front of the growling youth and kicked his stomach with his right foot. With a bang, the youth wailed again, and his body flew backward, crashing into a wall at the side. After falling from the wall, his wails became more shrill, and he almost cried. But it was obvious that he didn't sustain any injuries and that he was wailing not because he was injured but because the crash hurt. "In my empire, even those at the planet realm line up to wipe my shoes for me. It's one thing that you, a mere soul conduit cultivator, refuses to wipe my shoes for me, but you even dared to hit me." Tears fell from his eyes. The youth was both sad and angry as he growled frantically at Wang Bao. Seeing the prince growl, Wang Bao's eyes became as wide as saucers. Based on his 2 attacks and observations, he noticed that the youth's cultivation was truly at the core formation realm. That being said, his body was extremely weird. It seemed to have an extremely strong immunity towards his soul conduit spells. However, he also seemed to respond more strongly to pain. This contrast made Wang Bao narrow his eyes. Just as he was about to test the youth and confirm his theory, the youth's anger seemed to reach a maximum due to the pain he felt, turning his growls into roars. "Mere soul conduit, in my eyes, you're just an old servant." "Old servant? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father king is?" Hearing that he, the Federation's president-in-waiting, was being called an old servant, Wang Bao got angry too. With a flick of his body, he went forward once more. This time, he unleashed a kicking technique that he hadn't used for a long time, aiming directly at the youth's groin. "Today, Daddy will show you who your father king is." As Wang Bao spoke, a rumble sounded, and the youth's wail raised in pitch by several octaves, becoming truly heaven-shaking. Covering the area where the pain was coming from with both hands, he jumped. But Wang Bao's test wasn't over. As the youth jumped, Wang Bao raised his right foot and kicked towards the youth's groin again. In fact, he kicked 7 to 8 times in quick succession. "Asking your daddy to clean your shoes for you? You dare raise your voice at your daddy? A brat who doesn't know his place, who dares to order his daddy around? You rebellious son. You still dare to call daddy an old servant?" Wang Bao got angrier as he spoke, kicking once with every sentence. The youth's wails had reached a maximum. They would make whoever listened feel as though they were the ones being kicked and even make them shiver uncontrollably. But this was all an act by Wang Bao. In reality, he was still secretly cautious. He also narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the youth's reaction. Finally, after confirming his suspicions, the youth's expression warped under the pain, and he screamed until his voice went hoarse. He raised his hand and pointed at Wang Bao. "Old servant, I'm the prince of the Black Earth Empire, the only prince. I'm going to succeed the throne and lead tens of thousands of star systems in the future. You dare to humiliate me like this? I'm going to kill you, obliterate your civilization, and exterminate your entire bloodline." Wang Bao stared, not really believing what the youth said. If the youth was really so powerful, how could he possibly only be at the core formation realm? Then again, his body was truly very weird. But since he had already beaten him up, especially because the youth's mouth was so cheap that he made people really want to beat him up, it made Wang Baol very happy. What made him even happier was that this person resisted the blows but not the pain. To someone who liked beating people up like Wang Baol, he was of the highest quality. So Wang Baol stared as he raised his right hand and grabbed the youth's finger. He bent the finger upwards against the joint skillfully and humphed. "You can shove it. If you're a prince, I'm the emperor of the divine I civilization. Anyone can brag. Call me daddy now." Immediately, the youth's expression turned green, and he almost kneeled down as his body seemed to lose all of its strength. He wailed unstoppably, but his arrogance didn't decrease at all. He continued growling as he wailed. "Let go, you wretched old servant. My father king will definitely search the entire star domain for me. Let's talk nicely. Ow, ow, ow. It's not too late for you to kneel down and beg for mercy. I'll disregard your past misgivings and still give you a chance to wipe my shoes. Show some gratitude, old servant." Hearing the youth's words, Wang Baol was shocked, but not because of what he was saying. After all, he didn't know whether it was the truth or just the youth bragging. No, he was shocked that the youth could still be so foolishly arrogant at this point. "It looks like I've gotten rusty after not using this technique for so long," Wang Baol pondered, rapidly raising his right foot and kicking the youth's groin again. Because it was quick and he was grabbing onto the youth's hand, preventing him from leaving, he could kick again and again. Finally, the youth's face turned completely green. He realized that wailing and threatening arrogantly still had no effect. Meanwhile, the extreme pain in his groin started showing signs of penetration. This made his heart tremble. So he clenched his teeth and unleashed his trump card. "Stop hitting me, Daddy. I was wrong, Daddy. I admit my mistakes, Daddy." Wang Baol was about to land his 200th kick, but he paused after hearing the youth's words and lowered his head to look at him. Seeing Wang Baol retract his foot, the youth heaved a sigh of relief in his heart and quickly raised his head to look at Wang Baol. He kept cursing him in his heart but didn't dare to show even a tinge of displeasure on his face. Instead, he squeezed out quite a bit of flattery towards Wang Baol. "Are you tired, Daddy? I'm very skilled at massage. Why don't you lay down there? I'll give you a massage and ease your fatigue. You can teach me a lesson once you're done resting." Wang Baol raised his eyebrows and looked at the youth's flattering face. It was obvious that he was skilled at doing this and that he did it regularly. This caused Wang Baol's suspicion about his identity to rise in his heart again. He felt that other than this guy's weird body, there was nothing else about him that seemed princely. That was especially so because of his skilled flattery. It pleased Wang Baol a great deal, and his expression became softer. After sizing up the youth a few more times, he spoke coldly. "If you were so well-behaved earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer my beatings. Well, Daddy didn't really want to beat you. Behave yourself. Tell me, how were you teleported here?" Wang Baol coughed, raising his hand to touch the youth's head. Hearing Wang Baol's words, the youth instantly felt like crying. On the one hand, he was beaten up previously. On the other hand, he knew why it happened. The person in front of him just beat him up viciously, and he should hate him. But, as Wang Baol touched his head, alongside his words that could be considered somewhat warm, the youth strangely felt moved. So he quickly nodded, tried his best to maintain his look of flattery, and responded. "Daddy, I really am from the Black Earth Empire. I'm a PRI." Speaking to this point, the youth saw a flash in Wang Baol's eyes, so he immediately roused himself and quickly changed his words. "Daddy, I was wrong. I'm not a prince. I'm just a peasant from the Black Earth Empire. I rely on acting to support myself. When I was performing for the prince in the palace, I was suddenly teleported here," the youth said while crying. Fearing that Wang Baol wouldn't believe him, he even took out his identity token. "Look, Daddy, this is my identity record from my empire. I was wrong, I shouldn't have lied. Please forgive me, Daddy." Wang Baol's gaze flashed, and he took the token to take a look. Sweeping across it with his consciousness, he indeed saw the youth's identity on the token. But other than that, there was no other information. Wang Baol didn't really believe him when he said he was a prince. But now, when the youth said he wasn't a prince, Wang Baol was still suspicious. Could it be that he was actually some prince that I beat to submission? Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He suddenly raised his right hand and pressed onto the youth's Tianling acupoint. Not waiting for the youth to react, he unleashed the dark arts soul-searching technique. This wasn't Wang Baol's first time using the soul-searching technique. But the moment he searched, his expression changed slightly. This was because the youth's memories were completely blank. There was nothing there. This kind of situation was impossible even if he soul-searched a fool unless the person's memories were completely wiped out by someone, and no new memories were added. But from the youth's performance, this was impossible. Interesting. He's not obstructing my soul search, but his memories are completely blank. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and thought secretly in his heart about the possibility of this youth actually being a prince. As Wang Baol thought, the youth's body trembled, and fear appeared in his eyes. Seemingly afraid of getting beaten up again, he paused for a while before speaking with a shaky voice. Don't be mistaken, Daddy. Since I was young, my body has been different from everyone else. Other people have searched my soul before and similarly didn't get any results. I also don't know what's going on. Please don't beat me up. As the youth spoke, tears trickled down his face again, falling on the caligy that he claimed 100,000 concubines weaved for him using hair. Looking at the youth's cowardly behavior and considering that he was only at the core formation realm, looked ordinary, and didn't have an aura like himself, Wang Baol thought again and did a body search on the youth. This included his storage bags. He didn't even neglect the small mirrors on his clothes. After finally confirming that they were trash, Wang Baol furrowed his brows. He secretly thought that this guy didn't own any dermic treasures, and he could tell that he was poor just by looking. Even if he was some prince, the civilization he belonged to must have been extremely weak. After coming to this conclusion, Wang Baol instantly lost interest in the youth and was too lazy to even ask for his name. He spoke coldly. All right, no matter your identity and background, it's none of my business. Look out for yourself. As he spoke, Wang Baol turned around and prepared to leave. He only came here to clear his mind and didn't expect to receive anything. At this moment, he decided to go elsewhere to look around before returning to the Ice Phoenix Legion to continue researching the heaven-shaking Divine Justice Shield. After hearing Wang Baol's words, the youth paused and took a quick look at the surroundings, confusion appearing in his eyes. He saw that Wang Baol had already turned around and was staring at his back. Struggling for a while, the youth quickly shouted, "Daddy, where are we?" Wang Baol stopped. Since the youth had already called him Daddy, he had to take care of him somewhat. So he threw out a jade scroll containing a map of the Divine Eye Civilization. The youth quickly caught it, and his face turned white after he quickly checked it. This star map was completely foreign to him, and the confusion brought about by the foreignness quickly turned into a feeling of danger and unease. Be careful when you go out. Don't get caught and turned into a pet by other people. Wang Baol noticed the youth's unease, but he felt that he had done all that he could to help. As for how the youth was going to leave, Wang Baol didn't care. With a flick of his body, he left the area, entered the path, and decided to head out. But as he stepped onto the path, the sound of the youth nearing, as well as his anxious shouts, sounded from behind him. "Wait for me, Daddy." The youth had no choice. Looking at the star map, he felt a strong sense of unease. At the same time, it seemed like only the guy in front of him could help him in this foreign place. After all, although the guy had quirks and beat him up, he didn't kill him in the end. This made the youth instinctively want to follow him. He could see Wang Baol's annoyance, but the unease in his heart left him with no other choice. So after he caught up with Wang Baol, he started sucking up to him continuously and could be said to have gone all out to do so. Walking in front, Wang Baol took a look at the youth that was following him like a dog's skin plaster. The more he listened to the youth's skilled bootlicking, the more he felt that the youth couldn't possibly be a prince. So he put on a face as he walked out of the cave. Standing on the meteorite and about to enter his battleship parked in the cosmos, he turned back and stared at the youth. "Stop following me. Daddy, don't leave me here. I have a sister. She's a famous beauty in the Black Earth Empire. I can introduce her to you. Don't worry, with my help, you'll definitely succeed." The youth slapped his chest. After trying all methods of bootlicking and realizing they had little to no effect, he started playing the badger game. Hearing this, although Wang Baol had no feelings for the lady who was sold before even meeting him, the youth's words tickled his fancy. He thought that the youth's personality was similar to that of the donkey. They were both the type that wouldn't listen unless one beat them. So he rolled his eyes and took a few looks at the youth. "If you were to introduce your sister to me, your daddy, how would you address your sister after that?" The youth froze, then took a deep breath and said hastily, "Daddy, I have an aunt that's not bad. My father also just accepted another concubine. She's drop-dead gorgeous. I'll introduce her to you. At that time, the three women will serve you together and become a much-told tale in the star domain." Wang Baol was somewhat helpless, and he was about to wave his hand to dismiss the youth's thought. The youth was very intelligent and quickly became anxious. He rapidly swept his gaze over Wang Baol's body and kept analyzing his needs, trying to figure out how to increase his value in his heart. When he looked at the battleship parked in the cosmos, his eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Daddy, I have a recipe for a divine armament in my memories. I'll give it to you. Please protect me for a period of time, Daddy." The youth didn't show any signs of coercing. Instead, he decisively took out a jade scroll and immediately imprinted the recipe, which was considered high-level even in the Black Earth Empire, onto it. He then passed the scroll to Wang Baol respectfully. Seeing the youth's actions and his decisiveness, Wang Baol couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He took the jade scroll and swept across it with his consciousness. Immediately, his eyes narrowed. After a moment, he raised his head, took a deep look at the youth and started pondering. The recipe did indeed contain the refinement method for a type of divine armament. It was extremely weird. At the same time, it was more of a refinement technique. Using this technique, he could disassemble a divine armament, then attach it onto an enemy's divine armament like a parasite. This would then achieve the effect of stealing and absorption. It was of extremely high level, and it far exceeded all artifact refinement techniques that Wang Baol had come across. Even Wang Baol could understand at most 10% of the recipe after taking a quick look at it. Wang Baol had a feeling that once he completely mastered this recipe, his artifact refinement skills would improve by leaps and bounds and reach a higher level. While this moved him, it also made him interested in the youth. So after pondering, Wang Baol slowly asked, "What's your name?" "The national crest of the Black Earth Empire is a parrot, so my father named me Jiwuzi. You can call me Little Wu, Daddy." Little Wu. Wang Baol took a sideways glance at the youth, whose clothes were gaudy and had numerous little mirrors on them. Thinking that the youth's national crest was a parrot, he felt that it suited the youth. He thought that the youth's father was very similar to him when it came to naming people. Thinking to that point, he was about to nod when he suddenly narrowed his eyes to take another thorough look at the youth. This look was obviously different from the previous ones he gave, and it immediately gave Little Wu a lot of stress. He looked like he didn't know what he said wrong. Interesting, why didn't I react previously? The language he speaks definitely isn't that of the Federation or the Divine Eye civilization, but I can actually understand him. Also, I can understand the contents of the jade scroll he gave me. Wang Baol's heartbeat quickened unwittingly, and he took out the jade scroll again to look at it. This time, he was very sure that if he looked purely at the words within it, they were foreign to him. However, these words seemed to have a strange power that made him understand them instantly. While this was both extremely mysterious and slightly contradictory, what Wang Baol felt was even weirder was the fact that he hadn't noticed this at all previously. It was as though the youth's language had a mysterious power that made others ignore this fact. Black Earth Empire? Wang Baol pondered for a while. As the youth became increasingly nervous, Wang Bail raised his hand to grab the youth and held him in his hand as he stepped up into the cosmos. With a leap, he flew straight towards his battleship. With Wang Bail's cultivation, he almost covered the distance in the blink of an eye. After he entered the battleship, Xianxia, who was trapped there and couldn't move, immediately saw the stranger in Wang Bail's hand. As his eyes narrowed slightly, Wang Bail had already thrown little Wu aside and released Xianxia. When he was released, Xianxia seemed to lose all of his strength, and he stumbled a few steps backward. He was about to pay respects to Wang Bail when he suddenly felt something was amiss. Slanting his head, he discovered that the stranger Long Nanzi brought with him was actually staring at him with enmity. "Master, this is—" Xianxia paused. After feeling that the stranger's cultivation level was also at the core formation realm, he had some guesses in his heart. "Same as you," Wang Bail said coldly and ignored the two of them. He sat cross-legged, controlling the battleship to return to the divine eye civilization while pondering about the divine armament Little Wu gave him. As the battleship sped through the cosmos, Little Wu wriggled around. First, he took a quick look at Wang Bail, who was meditating with his eyes closed. Then he slanted his head to look at Xianxia. Meanwhile, Xianxia was also sizing up Little Wu. When their gazes met, and under Xianxia's confusion, the enmity in Little Wu's eyes intensified. With a flick of his sleeves, and as the little mirrors on his body rang, he said coldly, "Lowly human, you are in the presence of a prince. Why aren't you on your knees?" Xianxia was momentarily stunned into silence. "Do you not understand what I'm saying? So be it. Seeing how idiotic you look, there must be something wrong with your brain. But remember, from now on, Daddy is number 1, I'm number 2, and you're number 3. Got it?" Little Wu raised his chin, and his gaze was filled with arrogance. He took out a handkerchief from his body and threw it to Xianxia. "Come, wipe my Kalagi weaved using hair by my 100,000 concubines clean." "You must be crazy," Xianxia reacted at that moment. He humphed, and hostility appeared in his eyes. "You dare!" Little Wu was about to roar angrily, but, upon thinking about how Wang Bail was meditating and that he couldn't disturb him, the two words that were supposed to be shouted were instead spoken softly. However, his body moved in a split second, heading straight for Xianxia. When he neared Xianxia, he raised his right foot and kicked Xianxia's stomach. This scene was very similar to how Wang Bail kicked him previously. Xianxia felt a strange sense of anger. He was already feeling very indignant after coming to the divine eye civilization. Seeing how the crazy guy was bullying him, he couldn't tolerate it and immediately retaliated. Instantly, the two of them started fighting within the battleship. As they were both scared of Wang Bail, they didn't dare to use their dermic treasures and divine powers. Instead, they infused spirit energy into their limbs. They seemed evenly matched physically, but Xianxia was very quickly at a disadvantage. Obviously, even Wang Bail thought Little Wu's resistance to hits was incredible. So, although Xianxia's attacks weren't mere tickles to Little Wu, they were much less painful compared to Wang Bail's attacks. In just 10 or so breaths, Xianxia was obviously at a disadvantage. That was especially so after Little Wu leaped up and pinned him under his body. Hence, angry growls and sounds of struggling instantly grew louder. It was impossible for Wang Bail not to notice this, and he had already opened his eyes to watch this with furrowed brows. "Enough!" After a moment, and seeing how Xianxia's expression changed, Wang Bail spoke coldly. Once he spoke, Little Wu immediately retreated. With flattery appearing on his face, he spoke quickly. "Daddy, I was wrong." Xianxia got up, his swollen face making him look pathetic. The anger in his heart was almost heaven-shaking, but he didn't dare to offend Long Nanzi and thus spoke softly. "Master," he started at first. Ignoring the two of them, Wang Bail closed his eyes again, thinking about the divine armament recipe Little Wu gave him. While he understood it a bit more, he also felt that it could be applied to the 8th level of the heaven-shaking divine justice shield. He had a few thoughts about it. Hence, he didn't notice that after he closed his eyes, Little Wu seemed to be very pleased with the superiority of the way he addressed Wang Baol and mouthed to Zhuoyixian. I call him daddy while you call him master. Can't you see who's superior? Crazy! Zhuoyixian suppressed his anger. He really disliked Little Wu, so he sat in one corner and ignored him. Just like that, as Little Wu taunted Zhuoyixian many times, time passed slowly. Very quickly, the battleship they were in returned to the Divine Eye civilization and entered the area controlled by the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. It then landed on the Ice Phoenix Legion satellite beside the sovereign planet. The moment he returned, Wang Baol went to his cave abode hurriedly and was prepared to go into seclusion to test his thoughts about the divine armament recipe. He felt that if he refined the heaven-shaking divine justice shield using the method he thought of, breaking through to the 8th level would be a piece of cake. In fact, it could even reach higher levels. This made Wang Baol very excited. So after arranging for Zhuoyixian and Little Wu to guard the door together after returning to his cave abode, he started on his research. However, Wang Baol, who was busy researching artifact refinement, quickly became frustrated. Truly, without his presence, the two people outside his door fought again as though they were oil and water. In addition, the rumbles they caused were loud. As the rumbles echoed in the surroundings, they also attracted the attention of many Ice Phoenix Legion female cultivators who were passing by. Like watching dogs fight, many female cultivators were commenting and observing the commotion. The noise made Wang Baol extremely unhappy, so he summoned his donkey, who was playing somewhere, back. While he ordered it to take care of the two people, he also warned it sternly. This method was definitely effective. To the donkey, who was just playing happily but was summoned back, this made it very unhappy. So even though it recognized Zhuoyixian, it was still very annoyed. Whenever Zhuoyixian moved, it would hee-haw, bare its teeth, and crunch onto the rock beside it, letting out a threatening sound. This was even more so for Little Wu, who was a stranger to the donkey. That was especially so after it heard Little Wu call Wang Baol daddy. This made the donkey secretly feel a tinge of danger. So, whenever Little Wu moved, the donkey didn't bite the rock. Instead, it licked its lips while staring at him. This gave Little Wu a lot of stress. But Little Wu seemed to be very familiar with pleasing the strong. Therefore, he stopped fighting Zhuoyixian and started sucking up to the donkey. He started calling the donkey second master and even gave it massages. This made the donkey see him in a better light while it hee-hawed. Meanwhile, Zhuoyixian was extremely terrified. On the one hand, he feared the donkey's viciousness. On the other hand, he also felt that the donkey was very similar to the pet of someone in his memory that he really hated. But his gut feeling told him that it was impossible, so he could only think that the civilizations were different, but their ferocious beasts looked the same. Just like that, as the pair of clowns got along with the donkey, half a month passed. As for Wang Baol, who was within the cave abode, although he looked wan and sallow after half a month's worth of research, his eyes grew brighter with each passing day. The 8th level of the heaven-shaking Divine Justice Shield can be settled. The heaven-shaking Divine Justice Shield was a dermic treasure fit for spirit immortals within the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. As its level increased, its power would also increase exponentially. Once one could refine it to the 8th level, whether it be the protection it provided to its user or the 40% reflection when hit with an opponent's divine power and spells, they all made this treasure shocking even within the Divine Eye civilization. However, it might be easy to refine the heaven-shaking Divine Justice Shield at first, but refining it to its perfected stage was way too difficult. Even among the artifact refinement masters within the Divine Sovereign Justice sect, there were less than 10 of them who could refine this treasure to its 8th level. So, even if the treasure was very widespread, those that could be exchanged for by the Divine Sovereign Justice sect disciples were only those that were at the 3rd or 4th level. Those heaven-shaking Divine Justice Shields could only be considered soul conduit dermic treasures. As for those at the 5th level and above, they were extremely rare. However, just like Wang Baol's judgment when he was first exposed to the heaven-shaking Divine Justice Shield, the few masters in the Divine Sovereign Justice sect who could refine this treasure to its 8th level all believed that it must have a 9th level, a 10th level, and maybe even higher levels than that. They also previously did research because of this, wanting to achieve a breakthrough. One could imagine that once any one of them achieved that, both their status and position would far exceed their previous status and position. They would then become the only irreplaceable person in the sect. But the further one went, the harder it was to refine the heaven-shaking divine justice shield. So until today, the maximum level of the heaven-shaking divine justice shield was its 8th level. Wang Baol's original maximum was the 7th level, but the theories and refinement methods within the divine armament recipe Little Wu gave him had a huge impact on Wang Baol. He gained many insights when trying to understand the recipe. Although he couldn't completely use the divine armament recipe on the refinement of his heaven-shaking divine justice shield, Wang Baol could still apply some parts of it. Using part of the recipe that came from the Black Earth Empire, it could be said to be borrowing and could also be seen as a personal innovation by Wang Baol. One could even say it was brute force. Wang Baol started refining the heaven-shaking divine justice shield via stacking. Stacking had both its definition on the surface and other definitions. The former referred to how, in Wang Baol's mind, since one level 7 wasn't enough, if he continuously gathered, imprinted, and stacked inscriptions onto his level 7 heaven-shaking divine justice shield, it would raise its power infinitely in theory. Wang Baol didn't come up with this idea on his own. Actually, other masters had similar ideas. However, they needed to address two problems if they wanted to achieve this. One problem was ensuring that the divine justice shield could withstand an increased number of inscriptions and not collapse due to the heavy burden. The second problem was creating enough inscriptions. After all, everything was limited. These two problems became huge obstacles to the stacking method. One could only watch and sigh as the two problems were unable to be overcome. But the method Wang Baol thought of could be said to be the latter method of the stacking method. He took inspiration from the disassembly and parasitism mentioned in the divine armament recipe. Using part of the Black Earth Empire's methods as his foundation, Wang Baol combined several level 7 divine justice shields together to form a ring similar to an array formation. The ring looked disassembled, but the moment it met an attack, it could instantly gather and form a level 8 divine justice shield for a moment. Although the state couldn't be maintained for long, the advantage provided was extremely obvious. As the defense system was formed by combining and stacking multiple divine justice shields, it could disperse the enemy's spell onto every divine justice shield. Not only would that make the defense system very hard to break through, but while the level of reflection would seem like 40%, in reality it would far exceed that. To a certain extent, this could be considered as changing the structure of the divine justice shield. One could even change its name. Once news of this spread out, it would definitely shock the entire divine sovereign justice sect. But Wang Baol didn't consider anything else right now. He was completely immersed in the stacking and combination of the divine justice shield's 7th level. Even if he received a voice transmission from Fairy Lingyu, he would only give a brief reply and not bother too much about it. That was especially so when he received a voice transmission from a female cultivator, who claimed she was Fairy Lingyu's younger sister and asking to buy Xianxia. As for these small matters, Wang Baol simply ignored them. Perhaps it was due to this sort of stubbornness towards artifact refinement that he could reach the level of mastery he possessed today. Several days later, when he combined 10 level 7 divine justice shields together, he actually reached the 8th level of the divine justice shield using this method. He didn't stop there. Wang Baol seemed to be completely obsessed with artifact refinement as he stared at the divine justice shield in front of him with bloodshot eyes. He muttered technical jargon used for calculations that most people wouldn't understand. After a moment, he raised his right hand, waved it, and started refining once again. This time, he was going to use 100 level 7 divine justice shields and combine them to reach a hitherto unseen 9th level. Following the success of the 9th level, the excited Wang Baol received a voice transmission from Fairy Lingyu's younger sister once again. This time, her tone was obviously hostile, and she was very firm in her decision to buy Xianxia. Buy Xianxia? Wang Baol didn't take a close look and rejected her again. Afterward, he continued refining, his target being the 10th level. As this process needed him to refine large amounts of divine justice shields, Wang Baol sold many of his self-destructing battleships to the Ice Phoenix Legion and used his profits to buy the materials he needed. Just like that, after he refined 500 level 7 divine justice shields and combined them together, he formed the 10th level that broke all previous limits. The previously unseen 10th level had a reflection strength that shot up to 80% because it was refined using a different method. It could actually reflect 80% of all external power back to the enemy. This was already considered scary, but what was scarier was that Wang Baol was still not satisfied. That's too weak. So, as Wang Baol sold off everything he owned that could be sold, he finally increased the number of level 7 divine justice shields he refined to 2,000. Combining them together, they formed the 12th level. The reflection strength could also reach 120%. Basically, for this divine armament like Dermic treasure, if the enemy didn't use their full strength, they would still be fine. But if they unleashed their full power, in the next moment, they would definitely understand what shooting themselves in the foot felt like. At this moment, if the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect's artifact refinement masters were to see this firsthand, they would be incredibly shocked while also feeling that it was strange. Truly, it was originally a fine Dermic treasure, but under Wang Baol's refinement, it felt somewhat unnatural. But not only did Wang Baol not feel this way at all, he even thought that the Divine Justice Shield was still not stealthy enough. Therefore, he put in some thought and only left one level 7 Divine Justice Shield floating around his body. While it caught people's attention, he used the advantage given to him by his Essence avatar and stored the remaining 1999 Divine Justice Shields in his body. It was only after completing this that Wang Baol felt slightly satisfied. But as he was about to refine the 13th level, a sad thing happened. He ran out of money. Right at this moment, the stubborn female cultivator who wanted to buy Xianxia sent another voice transmission. This time, her tone was extremely hostile. Long Nanzi, I'm right outside your cave abode. I will definitely buy this pet from you today. After Wang Baol noticed the voice transmission, he felt even weirder. He didn't immediately walk out, instead infusing his consciousness into the donkey outside. After communicating with it, his expression became strange. The lady who wanted to buy Xianxia was actually one of the onlookers watching Xianxia and Little Wu fight. Wang Baol didn't know what got into her to make her like Xianxia so much, but she had already come to Wang Baol's cave abode many times. Each time she came, she would bring some food for Xianxia. Perhaps she thought that Wang Baol was mistreating his pets and therefore wished to purchase Xianxia. Could it be that, after being rejected many times by me, she's even more interested now? Wang Baol rubbed his chin. Narrowing his eyes, he suddenly spread out his consciousness and saw that there was a young lady outside his cave abode, touching Xianxia's head lovingly and speaking softly to him. Don't worry. This time I'll definitely bring you away. That Long Nanzi is too evil. He doesn't even have a little bit of compassion. And you should be Little Wu, right? I can purchase you as well. Would you like to come with me? After hearing that, Little Wu, who was standing at the other side, yawned. He showed a face of disinterest and rejected her. Meanwhile, Xianxia nodded his head slightly. Watching to this point, Wang Baol raised his eyebrows and observed carefully again. He confirmed that he had noticed the appreciation and desire in Xianxia's eyes. This made Wang Baol narrow his eyes. Wang Baol held a high position back in the Federation and could be said to understand how people think to a certain degree. Naturally, he noticed that more than half of the emotions he saw in Xianxia's eyes were his true feelings. Meanwhile, with his understanding of Xianxia, he knew that this person normally had big ambitions. He's still ungrateful? He thinks that the lady would be a better master than me? Wang Baol felt uncomfortable in his heart. It was truly like that. In this period of time, Xianxia naturally noticed the intentions of the female cultivator and unwittingly weighed the pros and cons in his heart. He felt that although Wang Baol was a sole conduit, he was pretty ordinary compared to the younger sister of the Legion commander. Despite having agreed in his heart thousands of times, he still feared Wang Baol very much. Hence, he could only hint to the female cultivator to go negotiate with Wang Baol. Although Wang Baol didn't completely know what Xianxia was thinking, he knew some parts of it. Combining that with his understanding of Xianxia, he made an estimated judgment in his heart. He narrowed his eyes, pondered and said, I'm not selling. His voice floated out of his cave abode and landed in the ears of the 3 people and 1 donkey outside. The donkey's ears twitched, and a glint flashed between Little Wu's eyes. Only Xianxia and the female cultivator had changes in their expressions. The former was nervous, while unhappiness appeared in the latter's eyes. Staring at the cave abode's gate with furrowed brows, her voice turned icy. Fellow Taoist Long Nanzi, I really do like your pet. Please sell it to me. I will give you 1 icy heart fruit in exchange. When Wang Baol, who was constantly aware of the outside world, heard that she was offering an icy heart fruit, his eyes lit up slightly. When he was buying material several days ago, he had seen this icy heart fruit, which was exclusive to the Ice Phoenix Legion. The tree of this fruit came from an alien civilization. After the Ice Phoenix Legion pillaged said civilization, they planted the tree within the Legion's restricted area. The tree produced fruit once every century, producing around 1,000 fruits every time. The number of fruits produced wasn't considered small, but it was definitely not a huge number either. Hence, it still carried a respectable price. When added to medicine, it could increase the effectiveness of said medicine. If one consumed it directly, it had an obvious impact on stabilizing one's cultivation. They were very rare, so even Wang Baol was interested. I've taken care of this pet for many years, and we both can't bear to leave each other. So, forget it. After a moment, Wang Baol's sigh spread out of the cave abode. When the sound landed in the donkey's ears, it whinnied, and Little Wu, who was beside it, quickly went to help it straighten its fur with his eyes showing a strange enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Xianxia was feeling indignant. If he weren't afraid to speak, he would definitely have told the female cultivator beside him that he was bought by Long Nanzi not long ago and definitely could bear leaving him. 2 icy heart fruits. Fairy Ling Yu's younger sister raised her eyebrows. Even if she knew Wang Baol was lying, she was too lazy to argue with him and directly raised her bid. Wang Baol's eyes lit up. As he continued speaking, he didn't hide the sound of him inhaling. Well, although I spent a huge amount of money on buying this pet initially and feeding it with the finest food every day to cause it to become so extraordinarily handsome, this definitely has nothing to do with the price. It's the bond between us. For icy heart fruits. The female cultivator was slightly annoyed. Our bond can't be 10 icy heart fruits. Long Nanzi, this is already an exorbitant price. If you still don't sell, I'm calling it off. The female cultivator interrupted Wang Baol and spoke with decisiveness, her words bringing with them hints of a threat. Wang Baol's heartbeat quickened. He had already nodded thousands of times in his heart, but to achieve mutual agreement, he still acted like he had to deliberate and finally agreed to the deal reluctantly. Hearing Wang Baol's agreement, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. While he was secretly cheering, the female cultivator rapidly completed the deal, completed the transaction with Wang Baol, and left with Xianxia. Little Wu, who had seen the whole transaction firsthand, walked directly to where Xianxia was previously and spit, his face full of disdain. What a fool! How good is it to be with Daddy? Even though we were just guarding the gate, at least he was treated in the same way Daddy treats me. But now, he's really going to become a pet for someone else. What a fool. Don't you agree, second master? While speaking, he didn't forget to keep straightening the donkey's fur. Seemingly because his technique was impeccable, the donkey was so comfortable it even wagged its tail a few times and agreed with a hee-haw. Ignoring the 2 clowns left outside his door, Wang Baol kept one of the icy heart fruits he received for himself and sold the other 9 away in exchange for a large amount of materials. He then started refining the 13th level of the heaven-shaking Divine Justice Shield. Using his previous method, it wasn't difficult for Wang Baol to reach the 13th level, and he quickly did so. As the reflection of up to 130% formed, the value of the treasure also shot up. He didn't stop there. After gathering sufficient resources, Wang Baol achieved a huge breakthrough in his refining and jumped up to level 17 from level 13. The level 17 heaven-shaking Divine Justice Shield was basically formed by combining nearly 20,000 level 7 Divine Justice Shields. Its power had already reached 170% reflection. Even if a true spirit immortal were to meet this, they would probably be in trouble too. And if they weren't careful, there was a huge possibility of disaster caused by the backlash. That was especially so as Wang Bao's Divine Justice Shield looked very covert. On the surface, the Divine Justice Shield floating in front of him looked like a level 3, but in reality it was a level 7 shield. Those who didn't know had a high chance of screwing up. But even after refining the Divine Justice Shield to such a degree, Wang Bao wasn't satisfied. The further he refined the shield, the messier Wang Bao's thoughts became. After analyzing, he thought that it should be attributed to the stacking method. Even though that method could increase the Divine Justice Shield's level, there was obviously a limit. The limit should be level 18. If I want to continue increasing the level, I must change it from its source. Wang Bao sighed and rubbed his glabella. After resting for a moment, he continued thinking, and 3 days passed as he pondered. 3 days later, as Wang Bao started to have some inspiration after thinking, he received an order that called for all Ice Phoenix Legion cultivators to assemble at the public square. In that order, it clearly told all Ice Phoenix Legion cultivators that the 11th Army had issued a challenge towards the Ice Phoenix Legion. This order broke Wang Bao's train of thought. He furrowed his brows and decided not to go. However, very quickly, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th orders and notices for everyone spread to him. The 5th, the 6th, and the 7th armies will assist the 11th Army and officially descend in 6 hours. The Army Challenge match will officially begin in 6 hours. Together with the notices came the deployment of the entire army. It also contained Wang Bao's mission. He was deployed to the border, and his mission was to work with his friends to repair the army's dermic artifacts at any moment. At the same time, the voice transmission that Fairy Ling Yu sent to the entire army echoed in the surroundings. She told all of the army's cultivators that the Ice Phoenix Legion was prepared to face the 11th Army's challenge. At the same time, the 8th and 9th armies would assist them in battle as allies. These continuous notices made Wang Bao narrow his eyes as he read them. Although he was somewhat unwilling to join the battle, he still walked out of his cave abode and headed to the place his mission told him to be. On the way there, he saw that everyone in the army had serious expressions. As his silhouette sped through the air towards the place he was told to go, the whole atmosphere seemed suppressed. Very quickly, under the suppressed atmosphere, Wang Bao reached the place he was told to be. That place could be considered the border of the Ice Phoenix Legion, and dozens of huge statues were placed there. At that moment, there were many cultivators around the statue busily checking it. In the end, they were all activated. As they circulated, waves of suppressive force spread from within the dozens of statues. Compared to how busy others were, Wang Bao seemed to be in a daze as he stood there, thinking about the inspiration he previously got regarding the Divine Justice Shields in his mind. Just like that, time slowly passed, and 6 hours were about to be up. As for the entire Ice Phoenix Legion, they seemed like an awakening ferocious beast after 6 hours of preparation. On land, countless statue puppets filled the horizon. Among those statues, there was one that stood out due to both its size and design. That was even more so when one looked at the statue's head. There, a female cultivator clad in armor sat cross-legged and looked very much like a battle fairy. This person was one of the perfected stage soul conduits in Fairy Ling Yu's inner circle that Wang Bao met previously. In the air, the sheer number of battleships could blanket the sky and cover the moon. As they spread towards the surroundings, another perfected stage soul conduit in Fairy Ling Yu's inner circle, the seductive female cultivator with a sexy figure, was standing atop one of the battleships and raising her head to stare at the heavens beyond. Besides that, there was a floating altar higher in the sky. One person stood atop the altar. This person wasn't Fairy Ling Yu, but the lady with the oval face that Wang Bao had met previously. She was the commander for this battle. As for Fairy Ling Yu, she was meditating cross-legged in the pavilion at the back. The seriousness and somber atmosphere affected almost all of the army's cultivators. But Wang Bao was unaffected. As he stood there, all that appeared in his mind were his calculations regarding the Divine Justice Shields. As he paid little attention to his surroundings, the time for battle arrived. As the time arrived, the wind rose, and clouds rolled in the heavens above the Ice Phoenix Legion. Loud rumbles echoed as giant rifts appeared. It was as though giant invisible hands were ripping the heavens apart. At that moment, the battleships from the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 11th armies appeared through the rifts. As they appeared, a glint appeared in the eyes of the oval-faced female cultivator clad in an orange dress standing atop the altar. As she spoke coldly, her voice echoed around the battlefield. "Rise, Phoenix!" At this moment, within the entire Divine Sovereign Justice sect, anyone who had the right to watch shifted their gazes to where the Ice Phoenix Legion was. It was rare in the Divine Sovereign Justice sect to see the top 10 armies banding together to challenge and defend against one another. In reality, this was also caused by Fairy Ling Yu's lofty ambitions. If she just wanted to rise and become the 6th army, with her spirit immortal cultivation, that would be a piece of cake. It seemed to be an almost natural process, and the original 6th army wouldn't have even thought about fighting her. But actually, Fairy Ling Yu's target wasn't to become the 6th army but the 5th. That meant she was increasing the difficulty and challenging other spirit immortals. Hence, it was natural that she attracted a lot of attention. Moreover, that was exactly the reason why the 5th army prepared to team up with other armies, out of fear and also to let Fairy Ling Yu know her place. So this battle also caught the attention of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect's Planet Realm Elder. At that moment, his gaze also passed through space and landed on the battlefield. As everyone watched the battlefield, following the oval-faced female cultivator's orders, a phoenix cry sounded and spread within the Ice Phoenix Legion. As the phoenix cry echoed, a translucent flame shield formed by a layer of blue flames covered the Ice Phoenix Legion like an upside-down bowl, forming a protective layer against the outside world. This was the Ice Phoenix Legion's defensive array formation, Phoenix Rising Blue Flames. As the heavens shook and the earth rumbled, the blue flame shield didn't disperse heat, instead, dispersing cold. As it spread towards the surroundings, one could even faintly make out snowflakes forming. As they floated towards the surroundings, more battleships appeared through more rifts in the heavens beyond the Ice Phoenix Legion's array formation. There were 3 battleships with special designs and magnificent auras. They were the mounts of the commanders of the 6th, 7th, and 11th armies. Looking at their appearances, one was a pyramid, and another was a disc. Meanwhile, the 11th Army's commander was standing atop a giant icy flame lotus while holding a spear in his hand. This gave him an extraordinary aura. Compared to them, the most eye-catching battleship that appeared at the very back was an enormous red dragon. This dragon's body was massive, and the suppressive force it exuded surpassed the soul conduit realm and reached the spirit immortal realm. There was also a middle-aged man standing on the red dragon. He was clad in a robe and fierce without being angry. He also exuded waves of spirit immortal suppressive force. This man was the commander of the 5th Army Taoist Red Dragon. And the red dragon at his feet was his dermic battleship. Fellow Taoist Ling Yu, I'll ask you this again. Do you still refuse to give up on challenging my Red Dragon Legion? As he appeared, a glint appeared in Taoist Red Dragon's eyes. Ignoring the Ice Phoenix Legion's array formation and everyone within it, his gaze landed on the pavilion at the very back. It was as though he could see through the walls of the pavilion and see Fairy Ling Yu, who was meditating cross-legged and slowly opening her eyes. Fellow Taoist Red Dragon, it's useless to say more. Taoist Red Dragon, outside the array formation, shook his head slightly after hearing that. He also felt anger in his heart. Actually, the Red Dragon Legion was originally ranked 4th, but they lost a challenge to the Black Armor Legion and got demoted as a result. He was already unhappy, and now the Ice Phoenix Legion was planning to challenge them as well. So as a glimmer flashed between his eyes, he shut his mouth, raised his right hand, and grabbed. Immediately, a red flame exploded forth from his body, and the red dragon beneath him roared and spewed out red flames. Combined with Taoist Red Dragon's divine power, they formed a giant flame palm in the blink of an eye, and it pressed directly towards the Ice Phoenix Legion's array formation. But as the giant hand was about to land, A giant hand also reached out from the blue flames formed by the Ice Phoenix Legion's array formation, and the two hands came into contact. As rumbles sounded, the palm created from blue flames seemed to be blown away by the wind, revealing Fairy Ling-Yu's Dermic battleship, which was like a war god. It broke out of the palm and headed straight for Taoist Red Dragon. In an instant, they were embroiled in battle. At the same time, the other armies outside the array formation started attacking. Countless cultivators flew out, and a large number of battleships formed destructive light pillars. As they landed on the Ice Phoenix Legion's array formation, the Ice Phoenix Legion started their counterattack. Following the oval-faced female cultivator's commands, many statue puppets rose from the ground. The battleships in the air and the 8th and 9th armies that just arrived joined the battle as well. In a moment, rumbles echoed, and divine powers moved the earth and exploded forth onto the array formation. The battle looked intense, but in reality, because it was an internal battle, there were casualties but not many deaths. However, if this continued, the situation would get worse. When Wang Baol saw this, if it was at any other moment, he might be moved. But right now, all he could think of was his inspiration regarding the 18th level of the Divine Justice Shield. He had no time to care about this challenge match and was continuously analyzing in his heart as though his soul had left his body. As for work, they didn't need Wang Baol's assistance either. When damaged puppet statues returned, the surrounding Ice Phoenix Legion cultivators, who were dermic armament cultivators like Wang Baol, would all rush forward and repair them rapidly. So Wang Baol was free and continued his calculations. Just like that, time slowly passed, and the battle got increasingly intense, to the point where two giant rifts appeared in the Ice Phoenix Legion's array formation. As a loud rumble sounded, a large number of cultivators charged in through the rifts. The Ice Phoenix Legion cultivators immediately became more serious and gathered together. At the same time, the three remaining perfected stage soul conduit female cultivators returned quickly. The two sides engaged in battle instantly. As rumbles echoed in the surroundings, the array formation's regeneration was activated quickly as well. As the array formation was about to heal, two astonishing auras shot into the array formation through the rifts like shooting stars. Not stopping, they shot right into the array formation and descended upon the battlefield. Lord Ling Tao, Tao Master Watercloud, shrieks echoed within the Ice Phoenix Legion, while sounds of laughter sounded from the two silhouettes and spread through the surroundings. These two were the army commanders of the 7th and 11th armies. As they appeared, the former unleashed his false immortal cultivation, which swept across the surroundings like a storm. His eyes also narrowed as he gazed at the Ice Phoenix Legion female cultivators who were facing them like they were facing a huge enemy. Especially when his gaze swept across female cultivators with pretty good figures. The evil glint that appeared in Tao Master Watercloud's eyes was very obvious. The two rifts weren't far away from where Wang Baol was, but he only raised his head to take a look, still ignoring them. The calculations regarding the Divine Justice Shield in his mind had reached a critical point. In fact, Wang Baol even faintly felt that he had grabbed onto the most important source of inspiration. However, even when he ignored the two army commanders, he still stood out as a male cultivator since the cultivators around him were almost all female. Although he wasn't the only male cultivator, the other cultivators were all nervous and serious. Only Wang Baol was there daydreaming. Hence, he was naturally noticed by the 7th Army's commander. Long Nanzi? A glimmer flashed between the 7th Army's commander's eyes, and the bounty for Wang Baol popped up in his head. Meanwhile, Lord Ling Tao, who entered after him, was visibly excited as well. He held a spear in his hands and had 7 to 8 black ice cubes under his feet. As his cultivation broke through to the false immortal realm, his confidence shot up. When he entered, he let out a huge laugh full of arrogance. In today's battle, my army will definitely get into the top 10. While he spoke, Lord Ling Tao swept with his spear. After he swept his gaze across the surroundings, like the 7th Army's commander, he also immediately noticed Wang Baol, who was calculating with his head lowered, among the numerous female cultivators. With just one look, Lord Ling Tao's eyes lit up. Seemingly very surprised, A menacing smile appeared on his face as he headed straight for Wang Baol. It was as though he feared that Tao Master Watercloud would beat him to Wang Baol. As for the Divine Justice shield in front of Wang Baol, he naturally recognized it. However, he wasn't bothered by it at all. After all, one could tell with one look that the Divine Justice shield was at a low level and was no cause for concern. At this moment, the killing intent in his eyes exploded forth. In his eyes, it was as though he saw not Wang Baol but what he represented, the astonishing reward offered by the Violet Gold New Dao sect. "It's you." While his voice still echoed, his body neared immediately like a thunderbolt. Unleashing his full cultivation, black flames spread from the spear in his hands, transforming into the image of a black wolf that bit towards Wang Baol. Almost immediately, this black wolf image, which contained an all-out attack by a false immortal, hit the front of Wang Baol. At that moment, the Divine Justice shield in front of Wang Baol exuded a resplendent glimmer, looking as though it were the sun. Under this glimmer, the Divine Justice shields combined on their own. The combination of more than 20,000 level 7 Divine Justice shields formed a level 17 Divine Justice shield for an instant and unleashed a reflection power of 170%. So, an unbelievably shrill and sharp scream spread through the surroundings, bringing with it a sense of shock and disbelief as it echoed around the surroundings right in front of Wang Baol. As the scream was heard, one could see Lord Ling Tao's silhouette get sent flying backward at a speed faster than that at which he arrived. His spear disintegrated, and his arm exploded as well. As blood spurted out everywhere, even his other arm exploded. The surrounding battlefield became quiet in that instant. Only Wang Baol was acting strangely. He had just calculated to a critical point and didn't notice what flew towards him and triggered his Divine Justice shield. What the hell? Wang Baol was somewhat unhappy as he raised his head and looked. The cry was extremely shrill. Even on the Ice Phoenix Legion's battlefield, it was extremely piercing and caused everyone in the surroundings to pause. The entire battlefield even went silent for a while. Everyone's gazes unwittingly landed on the shrieking Lord Ling Tao. Whether it be the disintegration of his arms, the blood spurting out, the collapse of his chest and dermic artifacts, or the cracking of the black ice cubes at his feet, they all made the scene look extremely horrifying. This continued until Lord Ling Tao crashed onto the ground with a thump, cracking many of the original bluestone bricks. As blood spurted everywhere, Lord Ling Tao, who had barely survived, struggled while an intense confusion appeared in his eyes. As he looked at Wang Baol, various thoughts raced in his mind. What the hell is this? He was utterly confused. Everything that just happened felt extremely unreal. Just a moment ago, he was still in high spirits. He felt that, after reaching the false immortal realm, he could definitely lead his army to become one of the top 10 armies and become all-powerful. But in the next moment, all he did was try to spear Wang Baol, but for some reason, he created an inexplicably horrifying storm that threatened to absorb him without giving him any time to react. There must be something wrong. This was Lord Ling Tao's final thought. As this thought appeared in his mind, he spat out a large mouthful of blood and collapsed. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. In reality, his attack just now was filled with an intense intent to kill Wang Baol. To prevent others from gossiping, he prepared a killing blow. After all, he could claim that it was manslaughter. Hence, he used all his might in that attack, causing the 170% reflection of his attack by Wang Baol's Divine Justice shield to exceed what he could withstand and making him unable to defend against it. At that moment, as it was difficult to determine whether Lord Ling Tao was dead or alive, the mighty figures from the top-ranked armies watching the battle, and the likes of the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect's elder, all had changes in their expressions. Countless gazes coming from all directions gathered onto Wang Baol and took special notice of his Divine Justice shield. As for these mighty figures, it was fine that they didn't take notice previously. However, once they did, these mighty figures who came from different places all started showing weird expressions. After taking a close look, it was obvious that the Divine Justice shield had already reached level 7. The huge change that happened just now was obviously formed via an unknown method. But all of this wasn't the reason why their expressions were weird. What truly made them react that way was the fact that the pervertedly strong and previously unseen divine justice shield was purposely hidden such that it only looked like a level 3. How sneaky! This guy. We better not piss him off. He leads people to their demise without feeling remorseful. As thoughts rolled around in these mighty figures' hearts, Wang Baol also faintly felt the intangible gazes from beyond the heavens gather onto him. He felt a lot of stress in his heart, as well as where the problem lay. So, as he was helpless, he was also nervous. He looked at Lord Ling Tao, whose life or death was unknown, then looked at the ugly divine justice shield in front of him. Finally, he coughed and swept his gaze towards the surrounding crowd that was staring with eyes wide and mouths agape. Showing a face of innocence, he walked several steps towards them. You all saw that. This can't be blamed on me. I was here thinking about some stuff when that guy touched my divine justice shield to harm himself out of nowhere. He's faking it. Wang Baol's words, coupled with him walking closer, were like a giant stone dropping into water and causing giant ripples to spread. They caused the stunned crowd to all instinctively look at Wang Baol. They looked at him like they had seen a ghost, immediately retreating backward. Stay away. Stop. Fellow Taoist Long Nanzi. Don't be rash. As they retreated, the female cultivators of the Ice Phoenix Legion and the cultivators of the 7th and 11th armies, who were in mid-air, all spoke quickly and gazed at the divine justice shield slowly circling around Wang Baol's body with horror. After all, the former were cultivators from the same army as Wang Baol. Although they retreated out of fear, it was still understandable. As for the latter cultivators from the two huge armies, they actually brushed away all thoughts of avenging Lord Ling Tao and retreated with shockingly fast speed. It was as though, to them, Wang Baol was a nightmare. That was especially so considering the dermic treasure circling around his body was seemingly not a divine justice shield at all. Instead, it seemed like an extremely horrifying murder weapon that killed anyone who touched it. They weren't the only ones to feel this way. Even the commander of the 7th Army, Tao Master Watercloud, a false immortal in command of an entire army, looked as though he had seen a ghost and retreated even faster. After feeling extremely shocked, an unbelievably intense sense of avoiding a disaster and luck rose in his heart. Damn it, that's a divine justice shield? There's no fucking way it is. In reality, if he didn't move slightly slower and get overtaken by Lord Ling Tao, the person who would be suffering and could possibly be dead right now wouldn't be Ling Tao, it would be him. It was just that, although he retreated, he was the one with the highest cultivation level there. Therefore, Wang Baol still noticed him and raised his hand in greeting. Fellow Taoist, you saw that just now, right? You must help me prove that he's faking it. Wang Baol blinked and was a little guilty. He could see that the guy he sent flying was most likely dead by now. Tao Master Watercloud, who was retreating in mid-air, felt all kinds of emotions in his heart after hearing Wang Baol's words and was about to explode. Seeming scared of being pestered by Wang Baol, he turned around and accelerated, charging out of the Ice Phoenix Legion's array formation in an instant and flying away. The subordinates and 11th Army cultivators behind him also retreated rapidly. Instantly, they all left. This made Wang Baol feel somewhat helpless. Looking at the female cultivators around him, he flashed a warm smile. As he was about to speak, the female cultivators all retreated again out of respect and fear. What's wrong? I'm not a man-eating ferocious beast. Wang Baol smacked his forehead and sighed. At the same time, everything that happened there was seen by the oval-faced female cultivator coordinating the troops. Her body froze for a while, and confusion appeared in her eyes. The exit of a large number of cultivators also caused the crowd outside the battle to notice. They all turned their attention to the internal part of the Ice Phoenix Legion's array formation in shock. They didn't see the process just now, but they saw Lord Ling Tao lying there, unmoving. What happened? Didn't Ling Tao just enter? What? Army Commander Watercloud, what's the situation in there? Facing all the queries from his surrounding Taoists, Tao Master Watercloud had a nasty look on his face as he said, "Whoever's willing to fight, fight. I'm not fighting anymore." Who could possibly defeat the monster that the Ice Phoenix Legion had hidden? After roaring out his response, Dao Master Watercloud didn't even look back as he led the cultivators of his army and left quickly. Him leaving, combined with the fact that it was unknown whether Lord Ling Tao was dead or alive, greatly weakened the alliance. Meanwhile, Taoist Red Dragon was locked in battle with Fairy Lingyu and had no time to bother himself with this. Hence, the Ice Phoenix Legion quickly found an opportunity to start a counterattack. The oval-faced female cultivator assigned people to imprison Lord Ling Tao at the first opportunity. He could be considered pretty lucky, as he actually hadn't died. Afterward, she flew over personally and took a deep breath as she stopped in front of Wang Baol and bowed 90 degrees respectfully. In this battle, fellow Taoist Long Nanzi has made the greatest contribution. Please continue attacking and helping our army. Sincerity appeared in the eyes of the oval-faced female cultivator, and she bowed deeply towards Wang Baol once again when she finished speaking. Wang Baol took a look at the lady in front of him and was pondering how to politely reject. Right now, his train of thought was very clear, and he wished to continue researching. But very quickly, the oval-faced female cultivator spoke softly once again. We will consolidate the rewards after the battle. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Hearing that, Wang Baol blinked. He thought that his experience in the Ice Phoenix Legion was quite pleasant. That was especially so considering that although Fairy Lingyu's attitude towards him was ordinary, it was still considered normal. So he raised his head, swept his gaze around the battlefield outside of the array formation, and nodded. I'm a member of the Ice Phoenix Legion, after all. It's my duty to serve the army. As he spoke, he flew up with a flick of his body and stepped out of the array formation. When his foot landed, Wang Baol's silhouette disappeared. When he reappeared, it was in the sky outside the array formation. The moment he appeared, 7 to 8 foolish cultivators attacked him. But the moment they neared, they were sent flying and shrieking as rumbles sounded, becoming a bloody mess. Wang Baol sighed. He realized that his Divine Justice shield would definitely be taken away by one of the higher-ups in the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. But in my calculations, I was planning on using the stacking method to its limit. Then I would give up on it and restructure the Divine Justice shield. So, even if it's going to be taken away, they'll just be taking away my old version. But I'm a member of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect after all, and they can't possibly take it away from me by force. If that's the case, I'll make use of this opportunity to showcase the value of the Divine Justice shield and raise its price. Thinking to this point, a glimmer flashed between Wang Baol's eyes. As he weaved hand seals with his right hand, the Divine Justice shield circling his body immediately exuded resplendent light. But the light dimmed immediately after. In a few breaths' time, the Divine Justice shield became almost transparent and didn't stand out at all. This is showcasing the concealment ability of my Divine Justice shield. Wang Baol coughed and felt a sense of déjà vu. He couldn't help but think back about how he did something similar when he was studying at the Ethereal Tao College. Could it be that I have stepped onto the wrong path by becoming the Federation's president and that I should actually become a businessman? Is that why Xianxia was so kind towards me? Wang Baol was moved, but he didn't stop at all. In the giant battlefield that contained many armies, he sped forward like a shooting star. Immediately, he charged into a crowd of enemy cultivators. The moment he entered, there were bloodthirsty enemy cultivators who attacked him viciously. As a rumble sounded, 7 to 8 dermic artifacts exuded a sharp aura and landed in front of Wang Baol. As these dermic artifacts were about to land, layers of light membranes suddenly appeared in front of Wang Baol. There were a whopping 20,000 layers stacked on top of one another. Following the dermic artifact's speed, they seemed to voluntarily come into contact with them, and many rumbles immediately echoed. Those dermic artifacts all trembled and collapsed internally, but under the reflected force, their external appearances were compressed to such an extent that they couldn't break open. They were all sent flying back by the 170% reflection force, only exploding when they flew in front of their respective owners. Shrill cries of pain immediately spread through the surroundings. Although they were muffled by the sounds of battle, The 7 to 8 cultivators still spurted out copious amounts of blood as their bodies were sent flying back, seemingly heavily injured. This scene shocked everyone in this small area. Not waiting for other enemy cultivators to come to their senses and coordinate their actions, Wang Baol moved his body and charged into the crowd again. Shrill cries sounded wherever he went. Truly, he was like a porcupine. If one didn't hit him, he wouldn't hit them. If one hit him, it meant certain death. At the start, Wang Baol's appearance only caused a commotion in a small area. But as he charged around the battlefield, almost everyone who attacked him retreated while crying in pain. It was fine if they didn't go all out, as they would only suffer heavy injuries at first. However, for those who went all out when attacking him, they were likely dead. It would be fine if it was just like that. However, seemingly to increase the aura of his divine justice shield and increase its asking price in the future, Wang Baol roared as he charged forward, acting as though he was afraid of not getting people's attention. Come hit me. Don't run away. All you cowards. Why are you running? Come punch me if you're man enough. Fellow Taoist. Attack me with your strongest trump card. As his voice spread through the surroundings and his body kept charging around, it spread to an even wider area. That was especially so when combined with his actions. This made Wang Baol seem indescribably despicable to everyone at that moment. Gradually, as Wang Baol charged around, he was like an eel, creating more and more disturbances in the battlefield. In the end, as shrill cries of pain sounded, almost everyone retreated rapidly and changed their expressions the moment they saw him. Such disturbances like these also naturally attracted the attention of the two sides' mighty figures who were locked in battle. Very quickly, an elder from the Fifth Army headed straight towards Wang Baol with his perfected soul conduit cultivation. It was obvious that this elder had been fighting far away previously and didn't understand how powerful Wang Baol was. So, as he charged towards Wang Baol, the words he spoke brought with them a sense of cold arrogance. A mere mid-stage soul conduit like you dares to be so arrogant just because you have a high-level divine justice shield? I'll teach you a lesson now. The elder's voice exploded forth within the battlefield as he headed towards Wang Baol like a shooting star. Facing the elder's words and silhouette, Wang Baol felt extremely happy in his heart. Seemingly afraid that his opponent would go back on his decision to attack, Wang Baol charged forward with his maximum speed. In the blink of an eye, the two of them came into contact in mid-air, and a loud rumble that shook the surroundings sounded out. The elder's eyes suddenly went wide, and his head shook. As his body trembled violently, all of his limbs exploded. He spat out blood as his body was sent flying back, and the shrillness of his cry shook the hearts of anyone who heard it. As for Wang Baol, he blinked and also let out a shrill cry while clutching his chest. He stumbled as he moved backward, and even the divine justice shield around him seemed to almost collapse. Although it was rather fake, not everyone could react so quickly. Immediately, there were those who wanted to steal Wang Baol's divine justice shield and crash towards him with a flick of their bodies. But in the next moment, as they neared Wang Baol, the originally dim divine justice shield lit up once more. As the sounds and shrill cries combined, the cultivators who wanted to steal the divine justice shield were all sent flying back. Despicable, way too despicable. Not waiting for those people to speak, Wang Baol roared first. But the effect was obviously extremely bad. This was because no matter how much Wang Baol tried to act like he was weak, no one would believe it. As he sighed, he could only look full of vigor and energy as the surrounding crowd all cursed him in their hearts. But there was nothing they could do. They could only hide or avoid him since they couldn't beat him. Hence, an extremely strange scene quickly appeared on the battlefield. When a group of people was engrossed in the heat of battle, so long as someone shouted that Long Nanzi was coming, all of them would retreat and stop unleashing their divine powers. Wang Baol was like a parting line. While he seemed to form partitions wherever he went, he was also like a plague that everyone avoided. In reality, even his allies feared the divine justice shield that made Wang Baol seem like a porcupine. After all, the reflection force of the divine justice shield didn't differentiate between friend and foe. Regarding this, The oval-faced female cultivator who invited Wang Baol to attack was flabbergasted. Even though this went according to her previous expectations, Wang Baol's execution was too perfect. It was to the point that she unconsciously inhaled continuously after seeing this scene. It made her feel as though she had opened Pandora's box. Obviously, the battlefield changed completely after Wang Baol appeared. Wang Baol was also helpless. Seeing how everyone was avoiding him, he sighed while raising his head to look at two false immortals fighting in the sky far away. Thinking for a moment, Wang Baol charged towards them with a flick of his body. Not waiting for him to come near, the two false immortals immediately retreated and stopped fighting. They weren't stupid and had already felt that something was amiss regarding Wang Baol. They also thought about how it was unknown whether Lord Lingtao was dead or alive and the extremely depressed words Dao Master Watercloud spoke before he left. After that, they came to a vague conclusion. That's way too cowardly. Wang Baol smacked his forehead. He wanted to display his divine justice shield, but he had no opportunities to do so. So, after taking a look at his surroundings, his gaze finally landed on the highest point. It was where Taoist Red Dragon and Fairy Ling Yu were fighting. I don't know whether my divine justice shield can resist spirit immortals. In theory, it should be able to. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He wanted to try, but he didn't do so in the end. It wasn't that he was unwilling to, it was because the time given for the challenge match was up. The challenge match wasn't going to go on forever. The armies were given 2 hours. Within those 2 hours, if they could occupy their opponent's land or make their opponent yield, they would win. But now, even though Taoist Red Dragon stalled Fairy Lingyu, the others still couldn't complete the invasion. So, as the bell chime echoed, the challenge match ended. Wang Baol could be said to have had a great effect in this battle. But as the challenge match ended, not many people noticed that, on the altar under the feet of the oval-faced female cultivator, several unnoticeable runes went dark after being slightly bright previously. Those runes were the Ice Phoenix Legion's trump card. After all, Wang Baol was merely an accident. According to their original plan, the trump card formed by those runes could stall things until the challenge match ended. As it ended, the mighty figures who laid their gazes on the area all gazed deeply at Wang Baol. As they slowly retracted their gazes, suddenly, the divine sovereign justice sect patriarch's voice resounded in the heavens. Ice Phoenix Legion, you no longer need to initiate another challenge match. You will be promoted to 5th place with immediate effect. The armies ranked after them will all move 1 position as well. Long Nanzi, you may come pay your respects at noon tomorrow. Wang Baol's pupils narrowed unnoticeably. Afterwards, he immediately raised his head and replied. Not caring about the gazes of the surrounding crowd, he spoke respectfully. Greetings to the esteemed patriarch. May your reign be supreme and absolute. May twin dragons soar under your rule. May the 3 realms bow to your mighty presence. May those from all 4 corners of the world come to worship at your feet. And may you, with your bare fingers, exact just punishment on the divine. May you be free from the 6 paths of reincarnation. May your soul remain invincible as long as the 7 stars of the northern dipper shine in the skies. May your heart resist temptation from demons from all 8 regions of the world. May your mind preserve its clarity amidst the 9 worldly emotions. And may the eternal star realm be 10 steps within your reach. These words, which Wang Baol spoke during the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect's General Assembly previously, came out of his mouth once again and echoed, spreading through the surroundings. They caused all cultivators, regardless of whether they were friend or foe, to look at each other speechlessly and have indescribable emotions forming in their hearts. In a nutshell, the way they looked at Wang Baol was completely different. Wang Baol didn't care what others thought. At that moment, he had a respectful look on his face, and his eyes were burning with passion. This caused the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect's patriarch, who was about to retract his consciousness, to cough and speak again. That's enough. There's no need to greet me in that way in the future. I accept your orders, patriarch. Your skills are so magnificent, and you're so respected by everyone. As a mighty figure of our divine civilization, you are still so humble. You're truly a role model to all of us. You have enabled us to learn a lot. Thank you for your teachings and grooming. I, Long Nanzi, will definitely not let you down. I swear that I will work with utter devotion for the divine sovereign justice sect. Wang Baol smacked his chest in excitement as he continued speaking loudly. Seemingly helpless towards Wang Baol's words, the divine sovereign justice sect's patriarch could only remain silent and cough again before retracting his consciousness. As for Wang Baol, he looked at everyone cheerily, and everyone stared at him as though he were a god. After rubbing his hands, he faced the crowd and cupped his fists. Fellow Taoists, we're all working for our respective masters here. If I've offended you with my actions just now, I hope you won't take it to heart. I'm a very magnanimous man and never hold any grudges. I'm a little silly at times, and I really love making friends. I hope all of you out there don't take my actions to heart, and I really wish to become good friends with all of you in the future. After listening to Wang Baol's words, the surrounding crowd's expressions became weird. Without a doubt, Wang Baol was previously infamous for targeting the Violet Gold New Dao Sect's Ink Dragon Legion for revenge. Such a maniac was actually saying that he was magnanimous. Only a fool would believe him. In fact, even a fool may not believe him. Seeing how the crowd had no reaction to his sincere words, Wang Baol felt it was somewhat of a shame in his heart. So he cupped his fists again, then turned around and flew towards the Ice Phoenix Legion's camp. It was only when he finally left the battlefield that the cultivators from both sides took deep breaths and started talking. His bootlicking has reached such a level. This Long Nanzi is way too shameless. Shut up. He may be shameless, but you can't deny his capability. You better not offend him. Damn it, if I could be like him, I would probably be an army commander by now. Not only were these ordinary cultivators jealous, even the few army commanders, who had heard this many times, were extremely shocked. In reality, at the General Assembly previously, Wang Baol had said similar things. Although he was somewhat famous back then, it wasn't obvious to most people, so he didn't pose too much of a threat. But it was different now, especially so considering the capability Wang Baol displayed in that battle. It forced them to take him seriously. At the same time, he was so proficient at bootlicking that it wasn't hard to imagine him holding a higher position in the future if he carried on like this. Even Taoist Red Dragon furrowed his brows. Although he disliked Wang Baol, he had to admit that the conversation between him and the patriarch suppressed much of the anger he felt towards Wang Baol in his heart. If anyone were to look down on a sole conduit who could speak to the patriarch like that, there was a huge possibility that they would attract some unnecessary trouble. So in silence, Taoist Red Dragon's gaze flashed as he looked towards Wang Baol, who was just about to enter the Ice Phoenix Legion. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face, and he shouted, "Fellow Taoist Long Nanzi, would you like to join my Red Dragon Legion?" Hearing this, a glimmer appeared in Fairy Ling Yu's eyes as she humphed. As for Wang Baol, he stopped in his tracks after hearing that. When he turned his head to look at Taoist Red Dragon, a smile appeared on his face, and he bowed towards Taoist Red Dragon with cupped fists. But when he raised his head, he spoke with a solemn tone. "Commander Ling, you put her trust in me when I first joined the Ice Phoenix Legion and has always been supportive of me. I hope you'll understand, Taoist Red Dragon. Unless it's an order that I can't disobey, I, Long Nanzi, will be eternally loyal to the Ice Phoenix Legion. Only then can I repay them for all that they have done for me." Speaking, Wang Baol cupped his fists once again, turned around, and stepped into the Ice Phoenix Legion's camp. Taoist Red Dragon expressed his regret at being unable to recruit Wang Baol into his army and shouted again, "You don't need to reply to me immediately, fellow Taoist Long Nanzi. The post of Red Dragon Legion Vice Commander will always be waiting for you." After speaking, Taoist Red Dragon turned around and led his army away with a flick of his body. As he left, the other armies that supported the 11th Army left as well. Meanwhile, many thoughts rolled around in the mind of Fairy Ling Yu, who was standing there. After barely suppressing those thoughts, Fairy Ling Yu exchanged pleasantries with the 8th and 9th armies that came to help. After sending them away, she returned to the Ice Phoenix Legion's camp. The first thing she did was summon the oval-faced female cultivator to find out what went on. After she got notice of the plight of Lord Ling Tao and the performance of Wang Bao's divine justice shield, Fairy Ling Yu was completely flabbergasted, and her thoughts got turned upside down. She had originally thought that Wang Bao would take at least several years to refine the divine justice shield to level 3 or 4, so she didn't really take notice of him previously. In fact, when the patriarch sent Wang Bao to her, she felt quite displeased and thought he was a burden. No matter what, she would never have thought that Wang Bao's skill in artifact refinement had reached an unprecedented level. Now, she felt that Wang Bao wasn't a burden at all. He was basically a moving castle, and a super castle at that. With his skill in artifact refinement, one could say that any army that recruited him would rise up a lot in the rankings. This made Fairy Ling Yu's breathing quicken, and her eyes light up. She originally wanted to summon Wang Bao, but after thinking, she decided to let others tie up loose ends and handle the rest. She walked out and headed towards Wang Bao's cave abode personally. Very quickly, she arrived. Wang Bao wasn't alarmed to see her visit and immediately invited her in respectfully. That was the first time Fairy Ling Yu had been to Wang Bao's cave abode. While she sized it up, she also saw little Wu and the donkey. But she only swept a glance at them and didn't bother with them too much. When she looked at Wang Bao, she was silent for a while before she spoke seriously. Fellow Taoist Long Nanzi, I was busy handling the matters of the army previously and had many misunderstandings towards you. I hope you don't take my slight neglect to heart. When Wang Bao heard that, he felt something odd. He could predict that she would visit, but he didn't think that the spirit Immortal, who was an ice queen, could be so honest and open and speak the truth directly. This made Wang Bao feel good about the lady. You're too kind, Commander. I'm lucky to be able to rest in and call the Ice Phoenix Legion my home. After all, we both know that I'm wanted in the outside world. Wang Bao thought for a while and decided to be slightly open too, and so he spoke with a forced smile. It was just that, after Wang Bao spoke, Fairy Ling Yu went silent once more, seemingly not knowing how to continue the conversation. Wang Bao was also slightly confused. He stood at one side, blinked, and thought about whether he should find a conversation topic himself. In the end, he decided not to speak and remained silent. After the two of them were silent for a while, Fairy Ling Yu stared at Wang Bao and spoke slowly with a low voice. Fellow Taoist Long Nanzi, could you let me take a look at your divine justice shield? Wang Bao thought for a while and took out his divine justice shield. As he took it out, it exuded waves of resplendent light on Wang Bao's body. The light was actually layers of light coming from layer upon layer of divine justice shields. When he took out everything, the whole cave abode was illuminated as they finally gathered onto Wang Bao's palm and formed a giant light sphere. When he passed the light sphere to Fairy Ling Yu and she checked it thoroughly, her expression slowly changed, and shock appeared in her eyes. It was only after a long time that Fairy Ling Yu retracted her gaze. Looking at Wang Bao, she suddenly spoke. Fellow Taoist Long Nanzi, with your ability, I'm afraid you won't be in my Ice Phoenix Legion for much longer. I want to sow goodwill with you. This item has obviously caught the Patriarch's fancy, so what do you want? I can help you as a form of repayment for my previous negligence and to thank you for helping us in this battle. Hearing the two words, sow goodwill, the silhouette of the Federation head senator's daughter appeared in his mind. So he swept his gaze up and down Fairy Ling Yu unwittingly. I, Wang Bao, am not that kind of person. Wang Bao found it unbelievable. A pure man like himself must have been corrupted by some strange consciousness. So he took a deep breath and quickly deliberated about how to reply to Fairy Ling Yu about the good bond. Truly, before Fairy Ling Yu came, Wang Bao had already started pondering about his divine justice shield when he returned to his cave abode. He was very clear that although his divine justice shield seemed powerful, its effectiveness would decrease by a lot against spirit immortals. Even though it could still reflect their attacks, it was probably impossible for the reflection strength to reach 170%. As the external force became more powerful, one couldn't rule out the possibility of it falling apart. So, although it was valuable, it was far from heaven-shaking. That made it obvious why it caught the Patriarch's fancy. Other than this divine justice shield catching everyone off guard during the battle, there must have been other factors that caught the attention of the patriarch. If I analyze it this way, everything becomes simple. What really caught the divine sovereign justice sect patriarch's attention should be the stacking method contained within the divine justice shield's creation process. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and weighed its value in his heart. He didn't mind giving away the stacking method because he had already hit the limit by using the stacking method up to level 17. Besides, he already had a more refined thought process that would allow him to break through the previous limit during production. It would allow the divine justice shield to reach a higher level, and it would also pose quite a threat to spirit immortals in theory. So using the previous method to trade for something aligned with Wang Baol's judgment. After thinking, Wang Baol raised his head to look at Fairy Lingyu, who was looking at him and didn't display even a tinge of impatience. "What do you suggest, Commander?" Hearing Wang Baol's words, there was a slight disturbance within Fairy Lingyu's eyes. Although her voice was still icy, the speed at which she spoke remained slow. She softly said, "The right to form an army." When Wang Baol heard that, his heart beat faster, and he felt as though he had been read like a book. That was because forming his own army was indeed his original plan. He was just very clear that it was extremely difficult to get this right within the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. After all, the right given by the Divine Sovereign Justice sect, compared to forming an army in one of its affiliated sects, was completely different in terms of meaning and purpose. For example, if an army from one of the affiliated sects wished to initiate a challenge match, they needed to pay a huge price and go through layers of bureaucratic red tape before their request would be accepted. But if the Divine Sovereign Justice sect gave the right, his army would be considered an upper sect army. If he wanted to challenge another upper sect army, all he needed to do was apply. Although he would still have to pay a certain price, there was a huge difference. So, in Wang Baol's judgment, if he wanted to get the right to form an army in the Divine Sovereign Justice sect, it was pretty hard to do so with just the stacking method of his Divine Justice Shield. However, since Fairy Lingyu offered her help and wanted to sow goodwill with Wang Baol's intelligence, he could naturally see that she must have been really confident of success before giving that suggestion. Thinking to that point, Wang Baol took a deep breath, took 2 steps back, faced Fairy Lingyu with cupped fists, and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Commander. Fellow Taoist Long Nanzi, I will try my best to make that happen. But I also have a request. I hope that after you succeed, you will make 100 Divine Justice Shields of such a level for the Ice Phoenix Legion. In return, how about I help you find a way to achieve a small breakthrough in your cultivation?" Fairy Lingyu looked at Wang Baol attentively. She was very clear that someone who was able to create a Divine Justice Shield of such a level would definitely be sought after by every army in the future. However, this man wasn't the kind of person who would be willing to work under someone. Helping him obtain the right to form an army meant creating another competitor for herself, but that was a future threat. Right now, everything was unknown. At the same time, she had sown this seed of goodwill. It might come in handy if they needed to fight in the future. Meanwhile, if she didn't help him get that right, then if he were to be recruited by another army, he would pose a threat to her in only a short period of time. So after making her request, Fairy Lingyu spoke again. "If I can help you achieve all of this successfully, I hope you can serve the Ice Phoenix Legion as a vassal. I also hope that your army and the Ice Phoenix Legion can become steadfast allies. Don't worry, fellow Taoist, the position of a vassal is different from normal positions. You won't be restrained unreasonably." Taking a deep look at Fairy Lingyu, Wang Baol had no reason to reject her. So he nodded solemnly and thanked her again. At this point, the conversation between the two of them could be said to have ended. Fairy Lingyu wasn't used to communicating with people anyway, so she left. Seeing Fairy Lingyu leave and gazing at her graceful figure, many thoughts appeared in Wang Baol's mind. Although the Divine Eye civilization wasn't that great and most of its cultivators were selfish, there were still sincere and genuine ones after all. If things could really turn out the way Fairy Lingyu said they would, that would be a perfect ending for him. Therefore, Wang Baol, who couldn't help but be excited, sat cross-legged in his cave abode and meditated while waiting for dawn. One night passed, The next morning, Wang Baol opened his eyes. After calculating the time, he adjusted his clothes before walking out. Outside his cave abode, 2 female cultivators from the Ice Phoenix Legion had received their tasks long ago and were there waiting for him. The 2 female cultivators were both early-stage soul conduits. Although Wang Baol hadn't really seen them around, they looked pretty familiar. As he looked, although the 2 female cultivators couldn't help but look at him weirdly, they still had respectful expressions. Wang Baol laughed. After greeting them, he stepped onto the battleship prepared for him by the Ice Phoenix Legion while being accompanied by the 2 female cultivators. They left the satellite the Ice Phoenix Legion was on and headed straight for the sovereign planet. The battleship sped for the entire journey and didn't stop when they reached the sovereign planet. Instead, it headed straight for the mountain gate of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. It was only after they entered the mountain gate that the 2 beautiful female cultivators sent Wang Baol off with 90-degree bows. Fellow Taoist Long Nanzi, the 2 of us can only accompany you to this point. Please return here after you've met the Patriarch. We will be waiting here for you. Such treatment made Wang Baol very happy. After thanking them courteously, he turned his head to look at the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. Although it wasn't his first time there, he was still awed by the shocking sect. After a while, once Wang Baol calmed down, the cultivator who the Divine Sovereign Justice sect assigned to go meet him arrived. But this wasn't the lady that Wang Baol gave a special gift to previously. Instead, it was an elder with a face full of wrinkles and spots, whose eyes seemed to be unable to open. The elder looked weak, but after Wang Baol saw him, he was shocked. Truly, other than the Divine Sovereign Justice sect Patriarch, this man was the most unfathomable person he had seen in the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. This person also exuded a sinister aura, making people feel as though they had seen a poisonous snake after they saw him. Perfected stage spirit immortal? Or a half-step planet realm expert? Wang Baol had a solemn expression. As he cupped his fists and bowed respectfully towards the elder, the 2 Ice Phoenix Legion female cultivators beside him were visibly nervous as they did the same. Greetings, Senior Su. The elder gave a faint smile. However, not only did the smile not convey a sense of warmth, it made the sinister aura from before even more pronounced. So it's you two. I've not seen you for many years, and you've both grown up. Speaking, he looked towards Wang Baol. His dark gaze showed no expression, but Wang Baol's heart trembled. He felt like he had been read like a book once again. You're not bad either, young lad. Follow me. The Patriarch is waiting in the Sovereign Palace. The elder retracted his gaze, turned around, and walked towards the distance. Wang Baol couldn't determine his identity in his heart. Although he had some guesses, he wasn't sure whether he was correct. So he turned his head and looked at the 2 female cultivators who brought him there. The overall manager of the sovereign planet. After the 2 ladies blinked, one of them quickly sent a voice transmission. Wang Baol didn't try to conceal the fact that he cupped his fists in thanks. Then, he followed the elder and flew towards the sovereign palace, where the Patriarch was. He didn't try to hide it, because he knew that there was no point in hiding in front of such a mighty figure and that there was no need to do so. It would be much better if he simplified everything. This was true in reality. Wang Baol's small action made the sovereign planet's overall manager walking in front of him nod his head slightly. Just like that, as Wang Baol proceeded extremely carefully, and under the silence of the elder, the 2 of them gradually approached the center of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. Comparing this place to the surroundings, it was quieter. There was a lake, and on that lake there was a navy blue palace. Outside the palace were 2 statues exuding auras similar to that of a spirit immortal. When Wang Baol and the elder arrived, the 2 statues immediately lowered their heads to show respect. Come in, don't be scared. When they reached the gate of the palace, the elder turned his head to look at Wang Baol. Although he had a smile on his face, the sinister aura he gave off still made Wang Baol breathe slightly faster. How can I not be scared? There's a planet realm monster inside, and an almost planet realm cultivator in front of me smiling at me creepily. Wang Baol thought. But after thinking that he hadn't only seen other planet realms but had seen two planet realm ferocious beasts crash into each other and die in front of him, besides, killing planet realms is a piece of cake for my missing senior brother. What's there to be scared of? When he thought about it that way, Wang Beol immediately felt more confident. So, he cupped his fists and bowed towards the overall manager in front of him, purposely took a deep breath, and then stepped into the palace. Wang Beol didn't know if the palace was magnificent. That was because his consciousness and vision were drawn towards the silhouette sitting in the giant chair in front of him. The silhouette was like a giant whirlpool that could absorb everything. This made Wang Beol unable to take notice of the surrounding decorations. All he could see was the deity shrouded in darkness at the top of the stairs in front of him, the sovereign patriarch. Even though this wasn't Wang Beol's first time seeing him, this was the first time he was seeing him alone, especially because the atmosphere in the palace felt suppressed. Wang Beol stopped breathing for a moment unwittingly. Wang Beol probably thought that his senior brother was more powerful. As he quickly calmed down, took a deep breath, took 2 quick steps forward, and bowed deeply towards the patriarch. "Greetings, patriarch. I wish you..." "Enough!" Wang Beol was just about to start bootlicking when he was cut off by the sovereign patriarch's deep voice. And he didn't give Wang Beol any time to reply. Afterward, he grabbed towards the air with his hand, and the divine justice shield floating in front of Wang Beol immediately lost its connection with him. It was engulfed by a powerful force and flew towards the sovereign patriarch after being isolated from everything. The other divine justice shields that were hidden on Wang Beol's body also flew towards the patriarch. In the end, one could only see a string of lights shining as all of the divine justice shields left Wang Beol's body and gathered in front of the sovereign patriarch, forming a palm-sized oval light shield. The light shield was illusory, as though it didn't really exist. At times it was crystal clear, while at other times it would be dark and murky. Sometimes it would appear resplendent, while at other times it would be dim and dull. This scene made Wang Beol's pupils shrink unnoticeably. But he didn't reveal too much through his expression and stood there with his head lowered respectfully, waiting silently. He was very clear about the difference between himself and a planet realm cultivator. At the same time, the formula for making the Divine Justice Shield belonged to the Divine Sovereign Justice sect anyway. Even though he modified it somewhat, he didn't stray too far from the basics. He wasn't sure whether the Patriarch made use of his powerful cultivation to sever the connection by force, or whether he made use of a hidden backdoor technique in the treasure to do that. Regardless, while Wang Beol was slightly surprised after thinking, he felt that it was within reason. Time slowly passed as the Sovereign Patriarch stared at the Divine Justice Shield in front of him. Because his face was hidden in the darkness, one couldn't make out the exact situation. It was only after quite a while that the Sovereign Patriarch spoke coldly. "Suyu, what do you think?" As he spoke, the Sovereign Patriarch flicked his right hand. Instantly, the Divine Justice Shield in front of him flew towards the empty space on his right and was pressed on by an ancient hand that stretched out suddenly from the void. After that, flesh and blood spread, starting from the arm of the hand, as though a formless brush was sketching out the outline of the Divine Justice Shield. Chief Minister Su, who exuded an eerie aura, had his entire body appear from the void. He bowed slightly as he stood beside the Sovereign Patriarch and lowered his head as he stared at the Divine Justice Shield in his hand. After a long time, he spoke softly. "Crude workmanship, ordinary materials, normal quality. There are many people in the sect who could refine the production of such a treasure to a much higher degree. If we have the materials, there should be almost no difficulty in raising its quality to a higher level." Hearing the words of Chief Minister Su, Wang Beol couldn't help but raise his head to look at him. At the same time, after hearing Chief Minister Su's comments, the Sovereign Patriarch immediately shifted his gaze onto Wang Beol and spoke slowly. "Long Nanzi, do you wish to retaliate?" Wang Beol felt a little unhappy in his heart. He secretly thought, I didn't offend him at all. Why would he purposely try to devalue my Divine Justice Shield? However, his many years of experience in the Federation caused Wang Beol to faintly feel as though there was a hidden meaning. But it was hard for him to confirm that. So, after a brief deliberation, He forced a smile as he cupped his fists. I don't wish to retaliate. The divine justice shield is truly like that. When Wang Bail finished speaking, the elder's expression was normal and didn't change at all. However, the sovereign patriarch narrowed his eyes. He took a look at Wang Bail, then looked at Chief Minister Su beside him, shook his head, and laughed. My dear Suyu, you purposely pointed out the flaws of this treasure to bring out the extraordinary refinement technique within this divine justice shield, didn't you? At the same time, you're reminding me that there is a possibility of mass-producing this treasure. That brat Ling you must have asked you for a favor again. When he heard that, Wang Bail's heart beat a little faster, and he looked at Chief Minister Su. He still had his head lowered, and his expression was normal as he spoke to the sovereign patriarch respectfully. You are wise, patriarch. Hearing that, the sovereign patriarch laughed again and asked somewhat casually, what did that child Lingyu suggest? She suggested that Long Nanzi trade this divine justice shield refinement technique for the right to form an army. I have rejected this and ask for you to give Long Nanzi a chance to be baptized in the 9 immortal pool. Chief Minister Su's tone didn't change. He maintained his normal eeriness as he replied coldly. The right to form an army? The sovereign patriarch narrowed his eyes and stood up after thinking. He took a step forward, and his silhouette immediately stepped into the void. A light as bright as the sun spread across the entire palace, and his silhouette also disappeared completely. Only his voice spread slowly through the surroundings. Approved. I'm also giving Long Nanzi a chance to be baptized in the 9 immortal pool. Hearing that, Wang Bail's breathing quickened, and he loudly said, Thank you, Patriarch. I, Long Nanzi, will never forget your kindness. He understood that bootlicking words shouldn't be overused. Especially when expressing gratitude, the fewer words, the better. One might give off a sense of fakeness if they use too many words. So, he only used around 10 words this time. In reality, this was indeed the case. When the sovereign patriarch, who could still sense all coordinates with his consciousness despite having already left, heard Wang Bail's never-before-seen concise expression of gratitude, he was surprised. At the same time, he also had a deeper impression of Wang Bail. Even Chief Minister Su also raised his head to take a deep look at Wang Bail. As he looked towards him, Wang Bail also faced him and bowed deeply. Thank you, Senior Su. Chief Minister Su only nodded his head, not speaking anymore. He gestured for Wang Bail to follow him and flew towards the restricted area at the back of the mountain after stepping out of the palace. Wang Bail had never been to that place. As he looked down, he could see mountain ranges and fog circulating around them. Towards the end, because the Divine Sovereign Justice sect existed in another space, the sky looked weird. It was sunny just a moment ago, but after entering the restricted area behind the mountain, the sky immediately became dark, and the moon appeared. However, this moon was blood red and caused the surrounding atmosphere to become weird. As the fog became thicker, it also covered Wang Bail's line of sight, making him feel as though he had lost his bearings. This continued until a crater appeared in front of him. The crater seemed to have been blasted open forcefully by someone. While its surrounding walls were rough, there were many caves surrounding them, a total of 9. The stench of blood also spread from within the crater towards the surroundings. This stench was quite weird. As Wang Bail neared and smelled the stench, his cultivation became restless. While this made his eyes shrink and his soul tremble, Chief Minister Su, who was in front of him, stopped in mid-air above the crater. He lowered his head to look below, and an eerie smile appeared on his face. Under the light of the blood moon in the sky, he seemed to exude even more eeriness. Young lad, this is the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect's 9 immortal pool. You have one chance to achieve a breakthrough in your cultivation. Make good use of it. As he spoke, Chief Minister Su raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. As he pointed, sounds of rumbling thunder boomed from the heavens, and the earth trembled. At that moment, the blood moon in the sky also unleashed a piercing blood glint more powerful than before. The blood glint instantly engulfed the entire restricted area, causing it to become a sea of blood. At the same time, From the 9 caves of the crater's cliff walls, the sounds of metal chains being pulled and waves of growls of pain that didn't seem human could be heard coming nearer. The world beneath the blood moon became blood red, and the pit turned dark red. There were also the sounds of metal chains and the growls coming from the 9 caves. Upon seeing and hearing all of this, Wang Bao's expression turned solemn. At the same time, Chief Minister Su, who had a thick aura of evil surrounding him, spoke. His hoarse and old voice brought with it an odd sense of bloodlust as it echoed in the surroundings. "Little Long, what are you waiting for? Sit inside the 9 immortal pool. Remember, the baptism will end when you achieve a breakthrough in cultivation, or when 2 hours is up, whichever comes first." Wang Bao felt no discomfort at being called Little Long, and immediately responded after hearing Chief Minister Su's words. Although he felt hesitant in his heart, he quickly balanced himself and headed towards the crater with a leap. After entering, he sank directly to the bottom of the crater. There, the stench of blood was thicker, and the ground was dark red, as though it was constantly soaked in blood. Taking a quick look at his surroundings, Wang Bao didn't speak as he sat cross-legged immediately and looked up. The moment he looked was the moment the sounds of metal chains and growls from the 9 caves were the loudest. In the next moment, a giant silhouette burst out from one of the caves. That silhouette wasn't a cultivator, but a giant 2-headed salamander. When it charged out, it raised its heads towards the sky and let out a cry of pain and frenzy as though it wanted to escape. But there was a giant chain tangling its flesh. No matter how the salamander struggled, it was of no use. It was forcefully restricted to moving beside the cave and couldn't leave. There were even bolts of red lightning that spread from the chain continuously, making the salamander's cries of pain even more shrill. As the scales on its body stood up, it unleashed its perfected stage spirit immortal cultivation. Under the salamander's cries of pain, the aura brought with it an indescribable viciousness that shook the heavens. It didn't end. After the salamander, similar beings charged out one after another from the other caves. There was a giant dragon, plant life, and a being that looked similar but different from a cultivator. They were all chained, and they all screamed under that red lightning. It was as though their lives only consisted of frenzy and pain. After seeing this scene firsthand, Wang Bao's breathing quickened. He already knew the purpose of the 9 immortal pool. This place trapped 9 perfected stage spirit immortals. Obviously, these were all mighty figures captured personally by the Patriarch or Chief Minister Su when the Divine Sovereign Justice sect conquered other civilizations. They didn't kill them. Instead, they trapped them there to become rewards for Divine Sovereign Justice sect disciples. Little Long, it has begun. Under the shrill cries of pain, the smile of Chief Minister Su became even more sinister, and his expression faintly showed that he enjoyed it. Weaving hand seals with his right hand, the metal chains trapping the 9 spirit immortals instantly turned red. Stronger lightning immediately entered the bodies of the 9 spirit immortals. In the next moment, the cries of the 9 spirit immortals became more shrill, and life essence spread out from their bodies uncontrollably. Because they were spirit immortals, their life essences were life force to a certain degree. It was their cultivation, but at the same time it was much more than just their cultivation. One could see that these life essences were in mist form as they dispersed from their 7 apertures and orifices and flowed into the bottom of the crater via the surrounding cliff walls. Because the process continuously tore apart the bodies of the spirit immortals and caused them a lot of pain, blood dripped down from their bodies as they trembled. This blood was the source of the crater's stench of blood. This scene was very cruel. They were continuously provoking the 9 spirit immortals to draw out their life force. Yet they wouldn't allow them to die. It was as though they were being used as vessels and dermic treasures. Wang Bao was silent as he closed his eyes in the end and started absorbing. It wasn't that he was cruel. Instead, he was very clear that his kindness, principles, and protection were reserved only for the Federation. As for other things, they weren't in his thoughts. This was because he didn't have the ability to do so. Moreover, he had been very clear of the cruelty of the cultivation world from the moment he stepped foot into the ethereal Tao College. This wasn't because he had gone through something in his youth. Instead, this was already common knowledge within the Federation when the ancient greenish-bronze sword flew to the Federation and started the Spirit Inception era. After all, the numerous beast wars that happened at the start of the Spirit Inception era made it so that the two generations of people weren't unfamiliar with murder and the stench of blood. The path of cultivation became more treacherous with every step one took. So even though he was somewhat shocked, what Wang Baol felt more strongly was a determination to never let this scene play out in the Federation. So he unleashed his body and put maximum effort into absorbing the life essence. Wang Baol was already a mid-stage soul conduit. Now, within the life essences of the 9 spirit immortals, he was like a sponge rapidly absorbing everything. In a short period of time, he immediately went from having just entered the mid-stage to being firmly in the mid-stage soul conduit realm. That wasn't the end. Wang Baol still wasn't satisfied with his absorption speed and amount. So, under the cover of his essence technique, the devouring seed in his body circulated slightly. With that circulation, his body immediately became a black hole. Instantly, the life essence mist in the surroundings, which was accumulating higher and higher and was going to spill out of the crater, immediately lost a layer. Compared to the total amount, the amount lost wasn't a lot. But as it continuously decreased, Wang Baol's absorption speed naturally increased a lot under his control. Just like that, after 15 minutes, Wang Baol's body shook violently, and his cultivation level immediately rose to the peak of the mid-stage soul conduit realm. He was extremely close to breaking through. He could achieve this because the crater was specially built by the Divine Sovereign Justice sect, and those chains could also refine the life essence. Under their stimulation, one could say that the life essence that the 9 spirit immortals dispersed was no different from an immortal pill. The only difference was probably that one was stored while the other was extremely fresh. So Wang Baol had no difficulties in terms of absorption. But the absorption of the devouring seed, which increased Wang Baol's absorption speed, caught the attention of Chief Minister Su somewhat. This made a glint flash between his eyes as he took a few more looks at Wang Baol. He did have some secrets, after all. But, since that brat Ling Yu thinks highly of him, so be it. Chief Minister Su thought for a while but didn't bother himself with this, giving Wang Baol free rein to continue absorbing. Just like that, after another 15 minutes, Wang Baol already felt that he was at the breaking point of his cultivation. He was clear that so long as he continued for another moment, he would break through from the mid-stage soul conduit realm to the late-stage soul conduit realm. And according to the requirements, so long as he achieved a breakthrough, the baptism would have to end. This speed, while making him shudder with fear, also made him have an insatiable desire. However, because an outsider was around, Wang Baol couldn't bring out the arch armor to absorb the life essence. It was also detrimental to do it in secret. So, after thinking, he decided to make use of this life essence to refine his essence technique avatar. In short, I can't let it go to waste. Thinking to this point, Wang Baol secretly tried to use this life essence to strengthen his essence technique avatar. There was some effect, but the requirements were huge and the process was slow. However, Wang Baol had a feeling that doing this would make his essence technique avatar and sleeping true body become stronger when they fused. So, under his anxiety, Wang Baol started carefully refining his body. Very quickly, Chief Minister Su noticed a problem. He opened his eyes and looked at Wang Baol with a weird expression on his face. Chief Minister Su furrowed his eyebrows slightly. But after thinking about Fairy Ling Yu, and thinking about how Long Nanzi had always been smart and knew how to not go overboard, he only coughed once in the end and turned a blind eye. After noticing how Chief Minister Su didn't stop him, Wang Baol's eyes shone, and he increased the amount he absorbed. 1 hour later, when the life essence mist within the crater was about to be depleted, Chief Minister Su opened his eyes and spoke coldly. Another 10 counts. Hearing this, Wang Baol immediately increased his absorption speed. The moment the 10th count came, he no longer suppressed his cultivation, and it immediately broke through to the late-stage soul conduit realm. The moment he broke through to the late-stage soul conduit realm, Wang Baol's body rang. An aura much more powerful than before was unleashed. With a leap, he stood in mid-air, raising his head to let out a roar. Immediately, the heavens and earth changed. The wind and clouds were blown away, and storms erupted forth in his immediate surroundings. A refined body, strong aura, and intense soul fluctuations. No wonder Long Nanzi could cripple the Ink Dragon Legion. Although the way he did it was insane, he still had a sense of propriety and knew how to give and take. Furthermore, while his intellect is obviously extraordinary, he is also extremely gifted in artifact refinement. Raising his head to look at Wang Baol, a look of admiration appeared in Chief Minister Su's eyes for the first time. Although he hadn't interacted with Long Nanzi for long, he had seen many exemplary qualities in him in this short period of time. While this made him admire Wang Baol, he also felt that Ling Yu's ability to judge people wasn't bad. It seems like something could happen between this disciple and Ling Yu. Thinking to this point, Chief Minister Su sized up Wang Baol again. The more he looked, the more he felt that this thought of his seemed decent. Afterward, seemingly thinking that the shrill cries of the mighty figures whose life essences were being drawn out were noisy, Chief Minister Su raised his right hand and waved it down violently. Immediately, the crater rumbled, and the chains trapping the 9 mighty figures immediately tightened. As they pulled strongly, they dragged the 9 spirit immortals back into their caves. Very quickly, as the sounds of the chains disappeared, the shrill cries gradually faded away as well. When the blood moon in the sky returned to normal, a bright glimmer appeared in the eyes of Wang Baol, who was standing in midair. Feeling his cultivation, Wang Baol was very excited. This was the underlying reality of 2 civilizations at different levels. The Wang Baol in the Federation could only reach the perfected stage nascent soul realm no matter how hard he tried. But the Wang Baol in the Divine Eye civilization not only achieved a breakthrough in cultivation level, he even reached the late-stage soul conduit realm despite not having been in the Divine Eye civilization for long. He was already close to the spirit immortal realm. An increase in cultivation of such a degree was felt more intensely in terms of combat strength. Although he had no opportunity to test it, compared to before, Wang Baol felt that if he met the false immortal from the Ink Dragon Legion again, he could battle her using his own combat strength, not even needing to use his divine justice shield. As for who would win, anything was possible. This was because Wang Baol's physical body was also different from before. At the same time, Wang Baol was very confident that, once he fused with his main body, then even if he was still at the late-stage soul conduit realm, it wouldn't be hard for him to kill a false immortal. Thank you, Senior Su. Thinking to this point, Wang Baol took a deep breath and bowed deeply towards Chief Minister Su with cupped fists. He was really grateful to Chief Minister Su for not stopping him previously. If not, the benefits he gained there wouldn't possibly satisfy him like it did now. There's no need to thank me, you only need to thank that brat Ling Yu. Chief Minister Su smiled. Even though he tried his best to express goodwill, the eeriness deep in his bones still made his smile give off a sense of creepiness. Seeing this smile, Wang Baol shuddered slightly and faintly felt something weird. So, after quickly cupping his fists again, he left the restricted area alongside Chief Minister Su. On the way back to where the Ice Phoenix Legion battleship was, Wang Baol noticed the way Chief Minister Su looked at him. It always had a sense of profoundness he couldn't quite understand. That was especially so when he asked him about the past. This caused Wang Baol to feel cautious. He secretly thought that Chief Minister Su could have become suspicious of his identity. Bringing this cautiousness with him, Wang Baol only let out a sigh of relief after he reached the Ice Phoenix Legion battleship and Chief Minister Su left. He lowered his head to look at a blue token in his hand. This identity token was the army formation token that Chief Minister Su gave him before he left. All he needed to do was infuse spirit chi into it and make an imprint. Then, he would be able to leave the seal of his army on the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect's internal array formation. At the same time, a base would be allocated to him based on this imprint. This method was similar to the Federation's Spirit Internet. The difference was that the Federation's Spirit Internet had spread through the entire Federation and could be used by everyone. Here, however, it was an individual divided up by different factions. After putting away the token in his hand, Wang Baol was in high spirits as he returned to the Ice Phoenix Legion's base, the battleship leaving the sovereign planet with a rumble. This time, his identity had changed, and he was no longer a member of the Ice Phoenix Legion. Instead, he was now a vassal. At the same time, although his status was lower than that of Ling Yu, he was also an army commander. So, as the battleship landed, the Ice Phoenix Legion prepared a welcoming ceremony that was rather formal. Not only did Fairy Ling Yu appear, but all of her perfected stage soul conduit subordinates were there as well. This welcome was very ceremonious. Luckily, Wang Bao's experiences made him familiar with these kinds of occasions. Hence, he handled the occasion proficiently. While engaging in small talk with everyone, he also expressed his gratitude towards Fairy Ling Yu and his approval of their previous agreement. Finally, under the invitation of Fairy Ling Yu, Wang Bao agreed to leave after he finished producing all of the Divine Justice shields. When the banquet ended, Wang Bao, who left alone, was sad to see that the female cultivators around him were still so reserved despite him being so outstanding. Although their eyes shone brightly, none of them tried to seduce him. This made Wang Bao sigh with emotion. When he returned to his lodging late at night, he could only sit there silently. So be it. Even if they come to seduce me, I'll definitely not agree. Wang Bao humphed. After he dispersed this thought from his mind, his eyes slowly narrowed. Since my Divine Justice shield has been taken away, I must create a better one as soon as possible. If not, when I meet with danger after leaving the Ice Phoenix Legion, it will be difficult to handle. Pondering, Wang Bao gathered his thoughts and reevaluated the method of improving the Divine Justice shield he thought of. The most important part within it was the special artifact refinement technique recorded within the divine armament recipe Little Wu gave him. Breaking down and reassembling, in other words, a form of reconstruction after disassembly. Thinking, Wang Bao opened his storage bag and took out the materials Fairy Ling Yu gave him during the banquet. The amount of materials included reparations for his losses during the challenge match. Hence, the amount of materials met Wang Bao's requirements, and he didn't need to go look for more. Just like that, time slowly passed, and a month elapsed. In this 1 month, although Wang Bao's reputation increased within the Ice Phoenix Legion and the entire Divine Sovereign Justice sect, and although many people knew he had the right to form an army, his life was barely affected. As per usual, he rarely went out and was fully immersed in his reconstruction of the Divine Justice shield. The results also satisfied him. Using the new method, Wang Bao finally refined the Divine Justice shield up to the previous level 17. After that, he didn't stop and he refined the new Divine Justice shield up to level 28. At this level, the treasure's effects had become pervertedly strong. At the same time, it also posed a huge threat to spirit immortals. Although it was hard for it to reflect 280%, it could still reflect 50% of the force of a spirit immortal's attack. As for its appearance, it completely changed as well. It no longer looked like a small shield. Instead, it became a large number of water droplets, forming a thin protective layer on his body. Meanwhile, he had also finished producing the old version Divine Justice shields he promised Fairy Ling Yu. Being able to leave any time after submitting his Divine Justice shields, Wang Bao ended his dermic artifact refinement and took out his army formation token as a glimmer flashed between his eyes. Next, it's time for me to form my army. What should I name it? Wang Bao was rather vexed. He had occasionally thought about it during this period of time. After all, although the strength of an army wasn't really linked to its name, the name of an army was still very important. A good name could make an army seem more imposing to a certain degree. For example, the best name would be the Baal Legion. It's a name filled with majesty. Alas, Wang Baal sighed. It would be fine if Xianxia wasn't there. No one would suspect anything with that name. But the situation now didn't allow it. President Force 1? Wang Baal had a sudden inspiration, but very quickly, he thought that the name seemed inapt. After thinking, he sent a voice transmission to the donkey and Little Wu outside to let them help him think of a name. The donkey's reply was simple, considering it could only hee-haw. But Little Wu was very enthusiastic. After thinking for a while, he gave his own suggestion. Daddy, how about Soul Rift? Soul Rift Legion? Wang Baal thought thoroughly. Yes, in the Black Earth Empire, there's a really powerful army called Soul Rift. This name is really epic and suits you well. Ordinary. Wang Baol rolled his eyes. He felt that the name Soul Rift Legion was extremely ordinary and Philistine. Could never compare to the name Baol Legion he came up with. Finally, after thinking, Wang Baol realized that he had no other choice. So all he could do was sigh as he infused spirit chi into the army formation token in his hand, left his mark, and imprinted the name of his army. Soul Rift. This name is so lousy. After forming his army and imprinting its name, Wang Baol left the Ice Phoenix Legion. However, Wang Baol, while on his way to the base the sect assigned him, was still sighing within his battleship. The donkey and Little Wu weren't far away from Wang Baol. The former laid there, occasionally making noises expressing its comfort. The latter was massaging the donkey with one hand while looking at Wang Baol from time to time. He was secretly scared and very regretful for suggesting that name. He was scared that this lunatic would beat him up again. As Little Wu let his imagination run wild, Wang Baol looked at the cosmos outside his battleship after sighing. According to the location that the sect assigned him, his army base was some distance away from the sovereign planet. After all, only the top 10 armies could be assigned one of the satellites around the sovereign planet. So the trip from the Ice Phoenix Legion to his base would take around 5 days. A planet that's smaller than the moon. Taking out his jade scroll and confirming the coordinates, Wang Baol wasn't dissatisfied. Instead, he felt that this wasn't bad. Meanwhile, he was also thinking about how to build his army. It's not suitable for me to recruit soldiers, and I don't have that much energy to do so. So the best method is actually how I defeated the Ink Dragon Legion previously, becoming a one-man army. Thinking for a while, Wang Baol made a decision. Therefore, he closed his eyes and meditated silently. Several days passed in a flash. As Wang Baol neared his base and the small planet appeared in his consciousness, he opened his eyes and saw a purple planet in the cosmos outside his battleship. This planet was like a gemstone embedded in the cosmos, exuding a gentle glimmer and dispersing waves of spirit chi. This made the small planet's surroundings feel hazy. Wang Baol's eyes shone as he controlled his battleship to near the planet rapidly. Sensing the small planet's spirit chi, his eyebrows furrowed. He understood why this seemingly decent small planet would be assigned to him as his base. The spirit chi on this planet seemed plentiful, but in reality, it couldn't be sustained for long. Moreover, it was obvious that part of the planet's stellar source had been dug away, making the inner part of the planet seem empty. It was because of this that life on the planet seemed normal on the surface. The planet was lush with greenery, but this couldn't continue for long. Wang Baol estimated that, if no human interfered, the planet would become a wilted planet in around 200 years at most. I won't need 200 years. Wang Baol didn't bother himself too much with that. With a flick of his body, he brought the donkey and Little Wu away from the battleship and stepped onto the planet assigned to him. Because it was assigned to him, it also had the name Soul Rift. The Soul Rift planet. The moment he arrived, Wang Baol thoroughly checked the small planet. He even went to the inner area's empty sector to explore. Finally, when he confirmed that everything was fine, he set up his army's base within the planet's inner area. He then took out all of the remaining construction puppets from his storage bag. After giving his orders to modify the planet and produce self-destructing battleships, he ignored the donkey and Little Wu, who were playing on the Soul Rift planet. Wang Baol sat on a mountain peak on the Soul Rift planet's surface. Looking at the stars in the sky, Wang Baol started thinking about the most important thing regarding his army. That was its rank. During his time in the Ice Phoenix Legion, Wang Baol had gained a fairly comprehensive understanding of the Divine Eye Civilization's army ranks. He knew that within the Divine Eye Civilization, armies were split into 19 ranks. Only the armies of the 3 greater sects could reach the top 12 levels. Meanwhile, armies of the lesser sects occupied the bottom 7 ranks. For example, after the Ice Phoenix Legion rose to 5th place, they entered the 2nd rank. As for the top-ranked armies, there were only 3 in the entire Divine Eye Civilization, the strongest army of each greater sect. As for Wang Baol's newly formed Soul Rift Legion, it was only at rank 12. Despite this, his army's ranking still far exceeded that of the Holy Crest sect army he was a part of previously. It was only at rank 17. Rank 12. It should enable me to obtain more heritage from the Eye of 10,000 Demons, right? Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. The true reason behind him wanting to form an army was to get the heritage within the Eye of 10,000 Demons. At that moment, since the army base was already confirmed and the construction didn't really require his involvement, Wang Baol thought about making another trip to the Eye of 10,000 Demons to obtain heritage. With the level 28 Divine Justice Shield and his late-stage Soul Conduit Realm Cultivation, he wasn't scared of the Ink Dragon Legion's commander. Even if there was someone who eyed the bounty, unless it was a spirit immortal that attacked, Wang Baol was extremely confident that his opponent would be unable to trap him. But after thinking, Wang Baol brushed away that thought. After all, while he could obtain some heritage if he went to the Eye of 10,000 Demons again, it would be hard for him to obtain everything. At the same time, if he went there too many times, it would form a fixed pattern and bring him some unwanted trouble. So, the most important thing to me right now is to raise my army's rank. And the way to do so is to challenge other armies. Once I win, I can replace them. A glimmer appeared in Wang Baol's eyes. Challenging one another, that was the rule of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. It was just that the number of casualties couldn't exceed a certain amount. At the same time, he would need to expend a lot of resources every time he applied to challenge another army. Also, if he lost, he would need to pay even more reparations since he was the challenger. For example, the previous challenge against the Ice Phoenix Legion was like that. Afterward, with the 11th Army at the forefront, the Ice Phoenix Legion was given an astonishing amount of resources. This compensation almost completely emptied the 11th Army of its resources and greatly crippled them. If only a lesser sect would come and challenge me. Wang Baol was rather envious of the Ice Phoenix Legion's luck. But after thinking, he felt that with his army being the lowest-ranked army within the greater sects, it wasn't impossible for him to be challenged by a lesser sect. It was just that the Divine Sovereign Justice sect already had harsh requirements for resource contributions when greater sect legions tried to challenge each other. However, compared to what the lesser sects applying for a challenge had to pay, the former requirements seemed comparatively gentler. Within the Divine Sovereign Justice sect, lesser sect armies were allowed to challenge greater sect armies. They could also get promoted and replace the greater sect army if they won, becoming a direct subordinate to the Divine Sovereign Justice sect and enjoying countless conveniences. However, such events required extreme sacrifices just to apply for the right to challenge. They were extremely astonishing. Not only did they require one of the top 5 greater sect armies to be a guarantor, but they also required the lesser sect army to cough up resources hundredfold to successfully obtain the right to challenge. Such a price was basically impossible to afford for a large majority of lesser sect armies. Even if they could afford it, once they lost, not only would they have to cough up an even more horrifying amount of resources as compensation, but they would also have to yield and become the subordinates of the army they challenged. Such harsh conditions made occasions where a lesser sect army challenged a greater sect army more of a political move. Although they would occasionally happen, they mostly communicated and discussed things with the army that they were going to challenge beforehand. In the end, the challenge would merely be for show. Because he knew this, Wang Baol could only sigh as he started pondering over which army to challenge to raise the rank of his army. But just as Wang Baol was pondering over which army to challenge, an uninvited guest showed up at his Soul Rift planet. It was a middle-aged man wearing green robes. He exuded a cold aura that belonged to someone of power. Stepping on a bronze-colored giant fish, he seemed to treat the cosmos as an ocean. He treated the Soul Rift planet, which Wang Baol was on, as a stone at the bottom of the ocean. He didn't truly descend, looking down at the planet from the heavens instead. His appearance covered the cosmos, and the entire sky was filled with waves that his bronze fish created as he exuded the aura of an early-stage spirit immortal. He looked down at the planet like a deity, staring coldly at Wang Baol, who was raising his head and meeting the man's gaze while standing on a mountain peak. I am Nianzi from the Green Kraken Legion. Under the orders of Commander Gu Mo, I am here to recruit Long Nanzi's Soul Rift Legion as a subordinate to the Green Kraken Legion. You will pursue future actions under the lead of the Green Kraken Legion. The green-robed man spoke coldly while in midair. Raising his right hand and waving it down, a resplendent glimmer immediately transmogrified in his hand and exploded forth, becoming a shooting star that headed straight for Wang Baol. In the end, after stopping in front of Wang Baol, it transformed into a green bamboo scroll. The bamboo scroll exuded a mighty aura, as though it was some form of testimony. Long Nanzi, leave your imprint and seal your wholehearted allegiance to the Green Kraken Legion into this scroll. Looking at the green bamboo scroll in front of him, Wang Baol had an ugly expression. After focusing his gaze on Nianzi for a few breaths of time, he replied coldly, "I refuse." Hearing Wang Baol's response, Nianzi furrowed his eyebrows slightly. He circulated his cultivation and dispersed his spirit immortal aura, combining it with his giant fish dermic battleship. It became a suppressive force that engulfed the Soul Rift planet. "I didn't hear that clearly. Consider whether you want to repeat yourself." The suppressive force coming from Nianzi's body made Wang Baol feel a true sense of danger. At the same time, he was very clear about the status of the Green Kraken Legion within the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. So, after being silent for a few breaths' time, Wang Baol spoke in a deep voice. "Swear what kind of allegiance? From now on, you will only accept orders from the Green Kraken Legion and will voluntarily give up your control of the Soul Rift Legion." After Nianzi spoke this sentence slowly, he ignored Wang Baol. Instead, he stood atop his bronze giant fish as he continued. "After becoming the Green Kraken Legion's subordinate, all the needs of the Soul Rift Legion will be taken care of by the Green Kraken Legion. We will arrange for a large number of people to base themselves here. But you will have to give up your control of the Soul Rift Legion. From then on, you will no longer be the commander of the Soul Rift Legion. Instead, you will be the branch team leader of the Green Kraken Legion's Soul Rift branch team. The main role of you and the Soul Rift branch team will be to refine dermic artifacts. Now, tell me your choice." "I refuse." Listening to this point, even though Wang Baol didn't want to offend the Green Kraken Legion, their high and mighty demeanor and what they said next made him understand that he had no other choice. So he said that once again. But this time, as Wang Baol's words spread towards Nianzi's ears, he no longer spoke. Instead, he lowered his head to stare at Wang Baol. Wang Baol also raised his head to stare at him, and their gazes seemed to collide in midair. Although the Green Kraken Legion was extremely strong and stressed Wang Baol out, he was no longer the same person he was when he first came to the Divine Eye civilization. It would be fine when he hadn't formed an army previously. But now that he had the right to have his own army, and now that he already had his base, even the Green Kraken Legion couldn't attack him by force under the rules of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. After all, the Long Nanzi of today wasn't only extremely famous, he was also recognized by the Patriarch as an artifact refinement master. Moreover, Wang Baol's Divine Justice Shield made it so that he was able to defend against spirit immortal mighty figures, especially for early-stage spirits immortals. Wang Baol felt that he could now take them on. Of course, it would be best if he didn't need to attack. Wang Baol was also worried that his new version of the Divine Justice Shield would continue catching the attention of the Patriarch. However, Wang Baol thought that it was unnecessary to tolerate Nianzi just because he didn't want to expose his new version of the Divine Justice Shield. So when he looked towards Nianzi, he narrowed his eyes and braced himself in case Nianzi decided to attack. This was because he understood that although tolerating him could prevent conflict, if he still didn't dare to retaliate when his bottom line was tread on, then that wouldn't be considered tolerating. Instead, it would be seen as cowardice. The necessary retaliation was also another method for him to prove his worth, and it fit perfectly with his plans of making himself known in the Divine Eye civilization. At the same time, this would be acknowledged and praised by people, as it fit the mainstream values of the Divine Eye civilization. However, as time slowly passed, even though a tense atmosphere continued to engulf the Soul Rift planet and lingered in the surroundings of Nianzi and Wang Baol, Nianzi didn't choose to attack directly in the end. He was clear that although Long Nanzi's cultivation wasn't at the spirit immortal realm, his value wasn't too far off that of a spirit immortal. Furthermore, he had the backing of the Ice Phoenix Legion, who had become very strong recently. There were even rumors that Chief Minister Su seemed to think highly of Long Nanzi. All these were factors that made him have some reservations in his heart. As for Wang Bao's combat strength, he wasn't worried. To him, Wang Bao was merely a soul conduit. So, although Nianzi had reservations in his heart because of Wang Bao's connections, he didn't feel that Wang Bao had the right to reject the Green Kraken Legion, and he felt that Wang Bao didn't have the ability to bear the consequences of rejecting them. Nianzi thought that he needed to teach Wang Bao a lesson and show him what the right choice was, but he had the Patriarch protecting him. So, after staring for a moment, Nianzi spoke coldly. "You better watch out." After he said that, he turned around and left the Soul Rift planet after creating waves of fog with a flick of his sleeve. His words and his exit were the best warning. They also foreshadowed that Wang Bao would experience a series of actions meant to teach him a lesson. Wang Bao was very clear about this. This Green Kraken Legion is being somewhat overbearing. Not only did they ask me to become their subordinate, they even wanted me to hand over my control of the army. If I did that, the army wouldn't have any relation to me, and using it to improve myself and obtain the Eye of 10,000 Demons heritage would have become impossible. Looking at the back of Nianzi, who had already left the planet, Wang Bao started thinking. After being silent for a while, he gave more orders to his puppets. At that moment, wind blew from the north, sweeping over the ground and blowing over the mountain peaks. It blew Wang Bao's long hair and clothes. Seeing his puppets making battleships at an insane speed and feeling the wind of the Soul Rift planet, Wang Bao knew that a more violent wind would blow on his Soul Rift planet in the very near future. "I wonder what the Green Kraken Legion will do to give me a warning." Wang Bao raised his head to stare at the heavens. After thinking, he had a few guesses. "Because my army has just been formed, there's no army of a lower rank than mine within the Greater Sect army rankings. So, if the Green Kraken Legion wants to give me a warning, they can either suppress me from above, such as sending me on expeditions, or if not, a challenge from a lesser sect army?" Thinking to this point, Wang Bao suddenly felt a sense of desire. But he understood that even if the Green Kraken Legion's warning was a challenge from a lesser sect army, he definitely couldn't underestimate them. And the moment the violent wind appeared was faster than Wang Bao predicted. The third day after Nianzi left, a notice from the Divine Sovereign Justice sect was sent to Wang Bao's sect Jade Slip, the lesser sect Earth Cloud sect's Earth Cloud Legion, with the Green Kraken Legion as its guarantor, applied to challenge the Greater Sect Soul Rift Legion. This challenge has been acknowledged and approved by the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. It will start in 6 hours, and the challenge time limit will be 2 hours. It was a challenge from a lesser sect army after all. A glimmer flashed between Wang Bao's eyes. He was very clear that he couldn't lose this battle. Once he lost, he would lose his status of being a Greater Sect army, and all his previous effort would have been in vain. The good thing was that although 3 days wasn't a long period of time, with sufficient resources, Wang Bao still managed to produce several hundred self-destructing battleships. They were also made with the theory of the old version Divine Justice shields as a foundation, and all of them had a certain degree of reflection power. This gave him a certain level of confidence. But the most important point was, Wang Bao didn't think they would send a spirit immortal for this battle. At most, they will send false immortals, and they will definitely prepare against my Divine Justice shield. Wang Bao narrowed his eyes and immediately gave orders to his puppets. He had already prepared beforehand, so even though he only had 6 hours, all his orders were carried out in an orderly manner. Very quickly, all of the self-destructing battleships were ready for battle. Moreover, only around 100 battleships were floating in his surroundings. The rest were all hidden by Wang Bao. Unfortunately, 3 days was too little time for him to set up other tricks like his base's array formation and so on. He also lacked resources. The root of the problem is still the fact that I'm poor. Wang Bao sighed. After thinking, he sent a voice transmission to Fairy Ling Yu. He didn't ask her to participate directly. Instead, he used her as a sort of insurance policy. If he really couldn't withstand the attacks from his opponents, he hoped Fairy Ling Yu could provide aid. Towards Wang Bao's request, Fairy Ling Yu didn't hesitate at all. While promising that she would assist him, she also immediately made arrangements. But Wang Baol didn't have high hopes. After all, before the Green Kraken Legion made a move, they must have made preparations. Although the Green Kraken Legion couldn't participate directly, they could still make it such that the Ice Phoenix Legion was unable to successfully provide aid. However, giving me a warning isn't as easy as they think it is. I'm actually looking forward to getting enough resources from this legion, the name of which I've forgotten. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. After taking a deep breath, he raised his head and looked at the sky, waiting silently. 6 hours passed in a flash. The moment the challenge started, a thunder-like rumble spread from the heavens. A giant rift was ripped open directly in the cosmos above the Soul Rift planet. First, an intense ray of light shone from within the rift and exploded forth in mid-air above the Soul Rift planet, forming a resplendent light web that immediately covered the entire Soul Rift planet. Following that was a deep breath that echoed in the surroundings. Seal this place's spirit-killing power. Immediately, the outer layers of the battleships surrounding Wang Baol, which contained a reflection force based on the divine justice shields theory, were immediately sealed and rendered ineffective. At the same time, within the rift in the cosmos, green battleships flew out one after another. Let the challenge begin. Seal my spirit-killing power? Wang Baol furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Although he had already predicted this scene, he still felt a tinge of pity when it actually appeared. But this was within reason. After all, the Divine Justice Shield had already been handed over. With the Green Kraken Legion status, it wasn't impossible for them to obtain it and develop a way to seal it in a short period of time. However, they only sealed the spirit-killing power form by the stacking method. Wang Baol sneered in his heart. The new version of the Divine Justice Shield he refined using the disassembly parasitism method that Little Wu gave him was unaffected by the sealing. That would be his trump card. So at that moment, while he had a nasty look on the surface, in reality, he was extremely calm as he raised his head to stare coldly at the rift in the cosmos and the green battleships flying out one after another from within it. These battleships looked like giant bats. When they flew out rapidly, a large number of cultivators spread out from within them. Their cultivation levels weren't high, being mostly core formations and having less than several dozen nascent souls. They had strength in numbers, and they also seemed to be augmented by some kind of unification seal. It made their auras gather into one. There seemed to be around 1,000 of them, but the feeling they gave Wang Baol was as though he was facing 10 mighty soul conduit figures, making use of array formations to achieve a syncing of aura and stacking of combat strength. While Wang Baol's pupils shrunk slightly, he also noticed that within those battleships, 3 even stronger auras exploded forth. The 3 men who looked similar had all reached the peak of the perfected stage of the Soul Conduit realm and were only one step away from reaching the false immortal realm. These 3 people were obviously the 3 Grand Supreme Elders of the Earth Cloud sect. After appearing, the 3 of them shot towards Wang Baol like 3 shooting stars, their eyes brimming with excitement and desire. Wang Baol's gaze swept across the bodies of the 3 of them, then passed over the 10 soul conduit auras that were formed via stacking. But what he was focusing on were 2 people who had walked out from within the rift in the cosmos at that moment. Of the 2 people, one was skinny while one was plump. The former was expressionless, while the latter had a smile on his face that made him seem harmless. Standing at the edge of the rift, they stared at the Soul Rift planet. Their gazes seemed to be able to travel great distances and landed on Wang Baol's body. Only 2 false immortals? Wang Baol raised his eyebrows and felt incredulous. So he searched around his surroundings thoroughly once again. After confirming that there were only these 2 false immortals and 3 perfected stage soul conduits, he suddenly laughed. Does this show that you're confident in your seals? Or is it that you're underestimating your opponent? Wang Baol blinked and wanted to confirm his speculation again. But the 3 perfected stage soul conduits had already neared him. One of them even started laughing loudly. Long Nanzi, don't expect the Ice Phoenix Legion to come and save you now. Senior Nianzi has personally gone there to obstruct them. Your Soul Rift Legion is destined to be wiped off the greater sect rankings today." As he spoke, the 3 perfected stage soul conduits all laughed loudly as they increased their speed and neared Wang Baol in an instant. It was as though they became 3 evil dragons as they flew directly towards him. Their extremely strong perfected stage soul conduit realm cultivations seemed to be able to compress the surrounding void, causing an infinite amount of pressure to stack onto Wang Baol from all directions. It was as though they wanted to completely suppress Wang Baol. Noisy. Facing the attacks of the 3 perfected stage soul conduits, Wang Baol took his time. After confirming that there were only 2 false immortals involved in the battle, a cold glimmer flashed between his eyes. While he humphed, he decided not to detonate his battleships. Instead, he shot out like a shooting star with a flick of his body. He didn't dodge or escape. Instead, he charged towards the 3 perfected stage soul conduits head-on. This stunned the 3 perfected stage soul conduits and caused them to feel a tinge of uneasiness in their hearts. But it was too late for them to dodge. Is this the warning the Green Kraken Legion wanted to give me? Childish. The moment Wang Baol's words echoed, he had already collided with the 3 perfected stage soul conduits. This scene happened so quickly that everyone in the surroundings had no time to react as shrill cries of pain spread towards the surroundings, from where Wang Baol collided with the 3 Earth Cloud Sect Grand Supreme Elders. The 3 perfected stage soul conduits seemed to collide into an immovable mountain as blood spurted everywhere. They were sent flying back at a faster speed as they screamed, their arms exploding. As their bodies became a bloody mess, they were extremely shocked as though their minds were swept by a violent storm. Reflection? Wasn't his divine justice shield sealed? Impossible! While the 3 of them were heavily injured, Wang Baol's silhouette flew past them without decelerating. He didn't even take another look at them. In reality, Wang Baol had already gone easy on them. He already saw them as his personal possessions. Hence, he didn't let the reflection force reach its maximum. If not, in the previous moment, the 3 of them wouldn't just be injured. Instead, they would definitely be dead. After all, the moment a lesser sect challenged a greater sect and lost, they would immediately become subordinate to the greater sect. That was part of the rules of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect, and no one dared to go against them. Even the Green Kraken Legion had no way of preventing that. Not caring about the 3 perfected stage soul conduits and not bothering himself with the 10 or so soul conduit auras formed by array formations surrounding him, Wang Baol's silhouette headed straight for the 2 false immortals outside the rift. As he did so, everyone was in shock and disbelief, including the 2 false immortals. You dare attack my soul rift planet with just 2 false immortals? Do you have the right to do so? Wang Baol was traveling too quickly, so as his words were still echoing around, his silhouette had already neared the 2 false immortals. He immediately threw a punch towards them. As the expressions of the 2 false immortals changed, a vicious glint flashed between the eyes of the skinny cultivator. He also unleashed his full strength as his attack. Obviously, he didn't believe that his opponent's divine justice shield could still be used under the seal. To him, the scene he saw previously must have been caused by other reasons. No matter what the reason was, so long as it wasn't the divine justice shield, it wasn't difficult for him to suppress a late-stage soul conduit with his false immortal cultivation. As for the fat cultivator beside him, his eyes flashed as he retreated immediately, about to leave the battlefield via the rift behind him. Wang Baol watched as this scene unfolded. He ignored the retreating fat cultivator, instead, colliding with the skinny cultivator after controlling his divine justice shield. The rumble caused by the collision was heaven-shaking and earth-rumbling, and it spread through the entire battlefield. The shrillness of the somber and skinny false immortal exceeded the rumble. As it spread through the surroundings, his limbs all exploded, and he was sent flying as his blood spurted everywhere. Wang Baol caught up to him and grabbed his head, throwing him towards the Soul Rift planet afterward. Come to Daddy! This scene immediately shocked the 3 heavily injured perfected stage soul conduits. The other surrounding cultivators were also extremely stunned. When they saw Wang Baol, it was as though they had seen a ghost. Only the fat cultivator dodged a bullet by retreating in time. But his face had already turned white, and fear appeared in his eyes. At that moment he headed straight towards the rift, on the verge of leaving. But Wang Baol wasn't about to let him leave. As he was about to give chase with a flick of his body, a spirit immortal force suddenly exploded forth from within the rift. A giant arm transmogrified and passed through the fat cultivator's body, grabbing towards Wang Baol. Feeling the spirit immortal waves from the giant hand, Wang Baol's eyes flashed, and he suppressed the urge to fight it. Retreating, he raised his head to look towards the cosmos and roared, "Green Kraken Legion, are you afraid of losing? You send a spirit immortal just because you want to gain control of my small army? If so, why bother giving me the right to form an army? How would you gain the support of my fellow Taoists in the sect? How will others be motivated to work hard in the future? Patriarch, I admit that I held back a trick or two concerning the Divine Justice Shield in self-defense, but this is what every artifact refiner would do. However, I, Long Nanzi, don't accept the Green Kraken Legion's actions." As Wang Baol's words were spoken, the transmogrified hand stopped for a while. The moment it stopped, an ancient voice echoed in the surroundings. "The Soul Rift Legion wins." When that was heard, the arm trembled slightly and stopped grabbing towards Wang Baol. Instead, it grabbed the fat cultivator who escaped death and disappeared via the rift in the cosmos. As it disappeared, the battle ended. As for the 3 perfected stage soul conduits of the Earth Cloud Legion, their bodies trembled as they could no longer hide the despair in their eyes. They understood the consequences of losing the battle. The surrounding Earth Cloud sect cultivators and the false immortal that had been thrown by Wang Baol onto the Soul Rift planet and barely survived, all spit out another mouthful of blood. Only Wang Baol looked back at the green battleships and the large number of cultivators surrounding him with his eyes shining. He mumbled, "I'm going to be rich. Around 3,700 battleships, more than 5,600 cultivators and 13 sets of soul conduit array formations. There's even 3 perfected stage soul conduits and a false immortal, and the large amount of resources in this sect's storeroom. They even have property on the Earth Cloud sect's main star and are considered a really high-ranked lesser sect." After the battle, when Wang Baol started taking stock of his loot from the battle, even he was shocked by the amount of resources he gained. This made him suddenly feel a tinge of regret. He shouldn't have attacked so incisively. Instead, he should have acted like he was weak and made his victory seem pyrrhic. That way, the Green Kraken Legion might have continued sending lesser sect armies to challenge him. But now, Wang Baol assumed that the Green Kraken Legion would temporarily stop their attacks. After all, the Patriarch's words were an expression of attitude to a certain degree. It was also unfavorable for the Green Kraken Legion to continue going after Wang Baol's right to his army in this situation. This was actually true. In this defeat, although the Green Kraken Legion seemed to have underestimated their opponent, thinking thoroughly, that wasn't truly the case. After all, not only did they give a treasure that had the ability to seal spirit-killing power, they even assigned 3 perfected stage soul conduits and over 10 soul conduit array formations to make the Earth Cloud Legion, which was already pretty spectacular, even more powerful. At the same time, they even assigned 2 false immortals just in case. Their original plan was for them to suppress all accidents while also disrupting the Ice Phoenix Legion and cutting off any possibility of reinforcements. One could say that these preparations would make it hard for even a greater sect army ranked in the top 20 to resist them, let alone a newly formed army. After all, although general strength was absolutely necessary, a really strong combat strength could often have a huge effect as well. But in the end, it was the Green Kraken Legion who lost this battle. At the same time, as news of the battle spread, Long Nanzi's name became the center of attention of the entire Divine Sovereign Justice sect again. It also made many people understand that, if they wanted to go against the Soul Rift Legion, unless they could truly suppress the Divine Justice Shield, they would only have a chance of victory if a spirit immortal got involved. Such difficulty made it such that the Green Kraken Legion could only choose to stop attacking him temporarily. After all, the losses in the battle didn't mean much to the Green Kraken Legion. The only thing was the false immortal captured alive by Wang Baol. According to the Divine Sovereign Justice sect's rules, Those who were sent by other sects to assist in battle weren't completely considered spoils of war. So to a certain extent, they could get him back. So when the Green Kraken Legion gave conditions that Wang Bail felt were decent, Wang Bail thought for a while and agreed to give back the false immortal with no hesitation. At the same time, he contacted the Holy Crest sect and let them spread the news that he wanted to sell the Earth Cloud sect. To the lesser sects, this was extremely tempting. Even for some greater sects, it was a huge temptation. That was especially so considering that Fairy Ling Yu made use of her contacts as well. In the end, Wang Bail sold off the entire Earth Cloud sect in exchange for a nearly infinite amount of resources. To any lesser sect, that amount of resources would make them very jealous. Even greater sect armies, except for those at the very top of the rankings, would be tempted by that amount of resources. With those resources, Wang Bail could build up his army more quickly and more comprehensively. His plan to modify the Soul Rift planet was also carried out successfully. After obtaining those resources, Wang Bail bought quite a few army array formations. After setting them up, it became very difficult for outsiders to enter. At the same time, Wang Bail bought many large-scale dermic artifacts and lined them up on the ground. The most important thing was that, after obtaining sufficient resources, Wang Bail could produce more puppets and thus increase the number of battleships he had. Besides, the depth of his pockets also enabled Wang Bail to make use of the disassembly parasitism technique he obtained from Little Wu on his battleships to a certain degree. That was going to be the ace in the whole of his battleships, as well as his secret weapon. Just like that, time passed, and Wang Bail completely used up all of his spoils from the battle. 2 months had passed, and in these 2 months, nothing major happened within the Divine Eye civilization. The 3 greater sects still continued fighting among themselves, and the royalty still occasionally made some noise to declare their existence. As for the battles between the lesser sects, they continued as well, and pillaging expeditions carried on as per normal. The only difference was that the search team on the main star tasked to find the one who stole the greater sect's resources had to give up their lockdown after having no findings and after the many protests by the royalty. When Wang Bail learned of that from the Holy Crest sect, he didn't worry about it too much. Instead, he continued concentrating and applying the disassembly parasitism technique to his battleships one by one. When all of his battleships had the technique applied to them, and when their internal cores were all created using the method, the almost infinite amount of resources he originally had was depleted. How expensive! Looking at the Soul Rift planet, which had undergone a huge makeover, he sighed with emotion. Once again, he regretted being too stubborn at first. He shouldn't have been so decisive. Instead, he should have reeled them in patiently. I can't keep carrying on like this. How am I going to develop my army if no lesser sects come to challenge me? Wang Bail furrowed his brows as he pondered for a long time. In the end, he still didn't know how to get lesser sect armies to challenge him, having to grit his teeth in the end. So be it. Since no lesser sect is coming to challenge me, I'll go challenge other greater sect armies. Although the loot I'll gain is a lot less, it's still better than having no loot at all. Thinking to this point, Wang Bail checked the condition of his army and started researching on the armies ranked above his. That was because every challenge application depleted a lot of resources. So Wang Bail needed to predict the amount of loot he would receive. After also seeking the advice of Fairy Ling Yu, he finally decided on a target. The 19th Army. A glimmer flashed between Wang Bail's eyes. The 19th Army was named the Golden Pool Legion. Although its commander was only a perfected stage soul conduit, it had up to 17 mighty soul conduit figures. And that army's edge lay in the incisiveness of their battleships. They were extremely strong both in defense and combat strength. The most important thing was, the 19th Army could be considered a branch of the top-ranked Green Kraken Legion and had countless ties to them. So once Wang Bail challenged them, based on the strength of his Divine Justice Shield, he was very sure that Xianxia would descend upon the battlefield. Although Wang Bail wanted to see whether his Divine Justice Shield could reflect 50% of a Spirit Immortal's attack power as he predicted, it would be best not to reveal that unless absolutely necessary. Unless I don't use my Divine Justice Shield at all. Even better if I don't even show up, challenging them with just my battleships alone. The Green Kraken Legion will have no reason to get involved. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and made a decision after pondering for a long time. He knew that the main point of the battle should be his disassembly parasitism technique. Once I use that technique, it will definitely attract attention. But that's simple. At most, I'll give some out. So long as I keep the core, everything will be just fine. And I can even trade for some resources in the meantime. Let's leave it at that and see how my battleships match up against those of the Divine Eye civilization. Thinking to this point, Wang Baol stopped hesitating and immediately applied to challenge. Because they were both greater sect armies, their applications would normally be approved so long as they met the requirements. Wang Baol met all of the requirements. So the day after he applied to challenge, it got approved. The Soul Rift Legion has applied to challenge the Golden Pool Legion. The battle will commence in 6 hours. After receiving the notice, Wang Baol perked up and bolted out, waving his hand. A loud rumble sounded from the land behind him as black battleships flew up from underground. They were densely packed, with numbers reaching up to 10,000. They formed a huge army that headed straight towards the cosmos. Outside the cosmos, Wang Baol was analyzing battle tactics in his mind as he silently waited for the battle to start. He had already asked Fairy Ling Yu and knew that as the challenger, a teleportation rift would be formed outside his army when the challenge began. By stepping into the rift, he could reach the opponent's army base. So what he needed to do now was wait. Meanwhile, the 19th Army had also received the notice telling them that they had been attacked. They didn't underestimate the Soul Rift Legion at all and immediately asked for instructions from the Green Kraken Legion. In the end, the Green Kraken Legion assigned Xianxia to descend upon the battlefield. I need a reason to get involved. So your task now is to create such a reason for me in the upcoming battle. Xianxia, who came to the Golden Pool Legion, spoke coldly. Wang Baol could imagine the Golden Pool Legion asking for aid. So even though he didn't know the details, he was very clear in his heart that in this battle, once a spirit immortal got involved, it would be practically impossible for him to win. So the key is to not give the opponent a reason to get involved. While standing outside the Soul Rift planet and waiting for the battle to begin, Wang Baol analyzed and calculated how the battle would play out in his mind. When a cold glint flashed between his eyes in the end, the cosmos in front of him warped. As waves of disruption spread, a huge rift suddenly appeared. At first, the rift was like a wound, but the rift expanded in the next moment and finally turned into a circle. It looked like a giant mouth that could engulf everything, and it also seemed like a black hole. A vortex transmogrified from within it. As it turned continuously, it caused the surrounding cosmos to cave in a bit and seemed to warp the time in that area. This scene caused Wang Baol's eyes to narrow and gave him a deeper understanding of the strength of the Divine Eye civilization. At the very least, the Federation was currently unable to produce a portal that could teleport one in a certain direction and could be activated anytime like the one in front of him. Compared to the Divine Eye civilization, the Federation is still miles apart in terms of strength. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. At that moment, he thought of what his senior brother, Xianxia, had told him previously regarding a shortcut for a cultivation civilization to raise their level. Strengthen the eternal star that the civilization is on, and let it become dominant and engulf another eternal star. That would then cause the environment of said civilization to change and sharply increase the general quality of the civilization. Thinking back to his previous conversation, Wang Baol went silent for a moment. When he raised his head, a tongue of flame shone deep in his eyes. After gradually hiding it, he raised his right hand and waved it forward. Immediately, a large number of puppets within thousands of battleships all had shining eyes. They controlled the battleships according to Wang Baol's consciousness and caused all of the battleships to start rumbling. They all headed straight towards the vortex, just like arrows shot from a bow. As the battleships flew into the vortex one after another, Wang Baol also stepped into the vortex with a flick of his body. As his vision blurred and became clear again, he had already left the Soul Rift planet and appeared at the planet of the Golden Pool Legion. The Golden Pool Legion's base was a small planet like the one assigned to the Soul Rift Legion. But the differences between the size of their planets and the amount of spirit chi they had were immense. The latter was poor, and the former was rich. One could see that this planet, which was 10 times bigger than the Sol Rift planet, was covered in green foliage. While its life force was immensely concentrated, it was obvious that its stellar source exceeded what the small planet could originally contain. Obviously, the Golden Pool Legion put in a lot of effort and money to modify the planet. This made it such that, although the small planet couldn't be ranked among the top few large planets of the Divine Eye civilization, it could still be considered rare. That was especially so considering the auras coming from the perfected stage Soul Conduit commanders within the Golden Pool Legion exploded forth from the Golden Pool planet the moment Wang Baol appeared. There were also multiple medium-scale array formations that were activated at that moment and gathered a large amount of aura. At the same time, within the Golden Pool Legion, at least 10,000 battleships were rumbling as they slowly rose into the sky. There were also countless large-scale dermic artifacts circulating and locking onto Wang Baol, who appeared in the cosmos. They were going all out, and their killing intent was immense. Besides that, there was a green protective layer that activated in an instant and covered all directions. While it obscured the planet, it also warped the surrounding cosmos and made it seem dreamy. Golden Pool Legion. Wang Baol gazed at the Golden Pool planet as he stepped out of the rift, and his eyes shone. Even though Wang Baol didn't sense spirit immortals or even false immortals in the Golden Pool planet's aura, he wouldn't be fooled by this guise. He still raised his right hand and pointed according to his original plan. I'll scare them first. Immediately, a portion of the battleships surrounding him was taken out, and they immediately turned red as they flew out, appearing as though they were burning. They headed straight for the Golden Pool planet's defensive barrier. As they flew out, a shocking aura spread from the battleships. In fact, if one looked at them thoroughly, they could see that among the battleships, there were many which seemed to be unable to take explosions of that degree. Cracks appeared on the battleships, and they seemed to be about to collapse. It all happened too quickly. In the next moment, those battleships crashed directly onto the Golden Pool Legion's defensive barrier, and rumbles sounded out immediately. As heaven-shaking and earth-rumbling noises exploded forth, the defensive barrier caved in. Atop it, a large amount of light from spells spread out. Looking from afar, it was as though an outer layer had been peeled away from the shield. As for that batch of battleships, most of them collapsed and became a large amount of debris, while some immediately turned to dust. There were also those that still had a shape, but they looked obviously damaged and became trash, spreading out towards the surroundings. Their defensive standards are ordinary, but even then, I still need to get the Golden Pool Legion's battleships to fly out to perfect my plan. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes, then raised his right hand and waved it. Instantly, the thousands of battleships surrounding him sped out and got into formation in front of him, making a giant sphere. After engulfing Wang Baol within, they unleashed their maximum speed and headed straight for the Golden Pool planet. Looking at the sphere's aura, it was actually preparing to smash open the protective layer to enter. Such savage behavior immediately shook the souls of the Golden Pool Legion cultivators. On the one hand, although Wang Baol's self-destructing battleships became known throughout the land because of his battle with the Ink Dragon Legion, many people judged that the thing that should be taken most seriously within the Soul Rift Legion was Long Nanzi himself. As for the battleships, unless a large number self-destructed at the same time, their destructive force still wasn't enough. But looking at the current battle situation, it was obvious that the Soul Rift Legion had achieved a breakthrough in the armor of their battleships. It would be fine if that was it. But Wang Baol was crazy. His action of smashing over was enough to make people's scalps go numb, and it felt as though he wanted to meet his end with the Golden Pool Legion. This made the several army commanders of the Golden Pool Legion give up on trying to defend as they shuddered with fear. Under their orders, the counterattack exploded forth. As countless large-scale dermic artifacts circulated, beams upon beams of extremely destructive light pillars were produced, and thousands were fired at the same time. They shot forth from the surface of the Golden Pool planet and went through the protective layer, heading straight towards Wang Baol's battleships. Those light pillars were resplendent, turning the dark cosmos as bright as day the moment they exploded forth. When they crashed into Wang Baol's battleships, Heaven-shaking rumbles echoed throughout the cosmos. A large number of battleships collapsed immediately and turned into debris that spread towards the surroundings. But Wang Baol had too many battleships, and their numbers were replenished with a flick of his hand. Their aura was still just as shocking. Damn it, that Long Nanzi is a lunatic after all. Although those battleships are simple and crude, it's still money. He's not using battleships to crash into us, he's using money to decimate us. As the anger of the Golden Pool Legion's several army commanders spread, the counterattack became more intense. Not only were there more light pillars fired from the ground, the Golden Pool Legion battleships floating in midair were all activated as well. They flew out from the defensive barrier and started a strong counterattack. One couldn't help but mention that the incisiveness of the Golden Pool Legion's battleships was extremely huge. In this counterattack, even though Wang Baol's battleships had a certain amount of reflection force and were extremely numerous, they gradually became unable to withstand the attacks. Not only were there more battleships collapsing, but the replenishments weren't up to the original standard. Even Wang Baol, who was hiding within his battleships, had part of his silhouette exposed. At this moment, his heart beat slightly faster, but after his eyes flashed slightly, Wang Baol still chose to continue waiting. All that happened under the gaze of Inianzi, causing him to furrow his eyebrows slightly. As he swept his gaze towards Wang Baol, he couldn't help but feel that something was amiss. However, no matter how he observed, he couldn't figure out what it was. So he narrowed his eyes and moved his right hand slightly. Immediately, among the light pillars headed towards the cosmos, a flying sword transmogrified and traversed between the light pillars, heading straight for Wang Baol. The illusory flying sword's speed was indescribable. It was still in mid-air in the previous moment. But, in the next moment, it had reached the front of the battleship that Wang Baol was in. It flew past large numbers of battleships and stabbed towards Wang Baol's glabella silently as those battleships collapsed. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He felt a wisp of spirit immortal disturbance on the flying sword. Without hesitation, he suppressed his divine justice shield and weaved hand seals with both hands hurriedly. Instantly, the surrounding battleships neared him and self-destructed one after another to stop the flying sword. Rumbles immediately spread towards the surroundings. After he detonated around 100 battleships, the flying sword's illusory image finally dissipated. As for Wang Baol's previous circular battleship formation, it was extremely damaged, and it was obvious that he had incurred huge losses. Even then, under the control of Wang Baol, the smashing aura of the remaining battleships was still insane. Seeing how Wang Baol was getting nearer and nearer to the Golden Pool planet and how it felt as though he was prepared to meet his end with the Golden Pool Legion, the Golden Pool Legion finally got anxious. Activate the half-dermic battleship. The ground shuddered as the commander of the Golden Pool Legion barked out the order. Then, countless beams of light erupted from the ground, and from beneath the earth, a gigantic dragonfly emerged, shrieking. The dragonfly was 30,000 feet wide and exuded an incredible aura that felt more powerful than an ordinary battleship but less so than a dermic battleship. Its strength seemed to match a false immortal realm cultivator and approach that of a spirit immortal. Its appearance drew the instant attention of everyone on the battlefield. This was the Golden Pool Legion's trump card, the ultimate weapon that the Legion had painstakingly crafted over the years with the support of the Green Kraken Legion. It was half as powerful as a dermic battleship. In fact, the Legion only lacked certain essential materials before it could upgrade the Dragonfly to full dermic battleship strength. Regardless, with this beast and a false immortal from the Green Kraken Legion, the two legions would be able to unleash strength and power that bested every other false immortal realm cultivator. After all, dermic battleships were precious rarities. There were fewer than 100 of them to be found in the entire Divine Eye civilization. Even the Ink Dragon Legion hadn't possessed one. The Golden Pool Legion's possession of the Dragonfly was a clear display of its wealth and power. The Dragonfly's mere appearance stirred the entire battlefield. The sheer fluttering of its wings summoned invisible winds that swept wildly across the battlefield. Winds that reached Wang Baol and sent the battleships around him shuddering. They appeared ready to self-destruct before their time. That's the one. Wang Baol's heart began to race instantly, and a fierce desire surged within him as his heartbeat sped up. He shoved his emotions back down. The Green Kraken Legion's participation in the battle was evident from the flying sword that had appeared earlier. Wang Baol had recognized the aura exuding from the flying sword and was quite sure that it was Xianxia. That was why he had to plan his next step very carefully. All his efforts would be for naught if he failed. He's only unleashed one attack and hasn't tried to put a complete stop to the fight. That means that my guess was right. Because of the Patriarch's warning and my increased worth, the Green Kraken Legion can't attack me with their full strength without considering the repercussions of their actions. He's here because he wants to send a message and because he's looking for an opening to attack. After all, this is a fight between the Golden Pool Legion and me, and he's a spirit immortal. It would look bad on him if he joins the fight. He'll be hard put to explain his actions to others. These thoughts flashed across Wang Baol's mind. He now understood why the Golden Pool Legion had chosen to be on the defensive at the beginning. They're trying to make it look like they're the ones being bullied and make a show of how powerful my Divine Justice Shield is. They're giving Xianxia an excuse to join the battle. Unfortunately, they've underestimated the true strength of my battleships. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes as he analyzed the situation swiftly. He eyed the dragonfly, which had summoned a defensive barrier and then kept its distance. Wang Baol calculated the distance separating them, then clenched his jaw. Fierce indignation shone in his eyes as he raised his right hand and began to form a series of hand seals. The battleships around him stopped their charge at the Golden Pool planet and began to retreat and head towards the distant rift. Any observer would see this as an act of surrender upon seeing the appearance of the dragonfly. This was especially so after witnessing Wang Baol's miserable state after the damages that had been wrought upon his battleships and the partial destruction of his fleet. Wang Baol's decision to retreat would appear completely within reason. He hadn't activated the Divine Justice Shield at all. The commanders of the Golden Pool Legion could tell that something was going on. They knew that this was a deliberate move made by Long Nanzi. He intended to not let the Green Kraken Legion have any excuse to join the battle. That sly fox, trying to escape? Does he think that the Golden Pool planet is a place that he can come and go from as he pleases? Upon seeing Wang Baol's retreat, the commanders of the Golden Pool Legion sent a flurry of voice transmissions and came to a swift decision. The fleet of the Golden Pool Legion battleships and the gigantic dragonfly started charging and went into active pursuit. Xianxia hesitated momentarily, feeling an instinctive sense of unease. He had half a mind to stop the Golden Pool Legion, but the sense of unease that had come over him had been surreal and passed quickly. He couldn't pin down the cause of his unease, no matter how hard he thought about it. Besides, Wang Baol was running away at top speed. If they were to lose him here, he wasn't prepared to let him escape. Death resulting from a challenge was entirely acceptable and within the rules. But if they were to let Wang Baol slip through their fingers, they would need to find another chance to eliminate him. The price they would have to pay for the second chance would be great. That was why he hadn't stopped the Golden Pool Legion despite his momentary hesitation. A relentless pursuit began in the cosmic space around the Golden Pool planet. Thunderous explosions erupted in space as the battleships around Wang Baol blew apart, one after another. His face looked considerably paler, and one could see the panic and fury in his eyes. He kept pulling out battleships and throwing them behind him, activating their self-destruct mechanisms in an attempt to slow down his pursuers. His efforts appeared to be failing. Wang Baol's attempts began to weaken under the relentless pursuit of the massive Golden Pool Legion fleet. The Dragonfly, with power equivalent to half that of a dermic battleship, helmed the pursuit. Fierce winds erupted in its wake. Wang Baol's battleships barely survived past 5 counts before they were crushed and torn into bits. Golden Pool Legion, you've gone overboard. I've already retreated. Do you need to go to this extent? The look on Wang Baol's face was that of pure panic. His eyes swept past the battlefield and landed on the countless wrecked and destroyed battleships, his heart secretly bursting with glee. He kept a constant watch on the Dragonfly and its location. He had been using himself as bait to draw the beast's pursuit while secretly maneuvering the wrecked battleship remains around them. The decimated parts drifted towards the dragonfly without anyone's notice. Wang Bail slowly guided everything into place, and the dragonfly slowly approached the location that he had planned for. A look of mad glee appeared on Wang Bail's face as soon as the beast reached his targeted position. With a wave of his hand, Wang Bail pulled out the last 100 battleships in his storage bracelet and roared, "Don't push me!" His roar was a drop of water in an ocean, hardly stirring a ripple on the battlefield. The final 100 battleships that he had summoned looked ready to cave into themselves as the dragonfly fluttered its wings. It was then that Xianxia's eyes widened. He had been watching the battle intently all this while. At that moment, the expression on his face shifted. Something's wrong. The wrecked battleship remains are moving. Long Nanzi appears to be escaping, but he's obviously drawing the dragonfly towards the battleship remains. Golden Pool Legion, stop your pursuit immediately. Get the dragonfly away from the battleship wreckage. Xianxia's breathing quickened as his panicked voice thundered across the battlefield. With a single step, he appeared amidst the stars and rushed towards the battlefield. His revelation had come too late. As the Golden Pool Legion froze in their tracks upon hearing his order to desist, Wang Bail, who had been fleeing all this while, suddenly turned around. His eyes shone brightly, and his hair danced madly around his face. He lifted both hands and pressed them into a hand seal. Then, he let loose a loud roar. "Parasites, go!" A purple light erupted from numerous pieces of wrecked battleship remains. These were parts that had belonged to the final 100 battleships and had been destroyed by the dragonfly. They had been completely devoid of life a moment earlier. But upon Wang Bail's roar, they came to life and, as if suddenly possessed with a mind of their own, rushed at the dragonfly with startling speed. The same thing happened to the countless wreckages that littered the battlefield and had been part of Wang Bail's former fleet. Half of those destroyed parts began glowing with a purple life. As if imbued with life, they became like starving demons fighting for human flesh as they lunged at the dragonfly. It was a terrifying sight to behold indeed. Countless shards broken off from destroyed battleships suddenly glowing with a purple light and then moving. No one could react in time to the suddenness of it all. The purple light appeared to possess a strange power. As the glowing shards layered themselves over the dragonfly, they melded with the dragonfly as if they had been a part of the beast all along. They had latched onto the dragonfly like parasites. A dermic battleship was a living being. That was the source of its incredible power. At that moment, the dragonfly let loose a terrible cry, seemed to be terrified and in pain. There were simply too many shards that had latched onto the beast. Its howl was short-lived, silenced quickly as countless shards buried its entire being and transformed it entirely. It no longer looked like a dragonfly. Instead, it looked like an enormous locust. Its red eyes glowed with madness as it turned towards the Golden Pool Legion, whose members were stunned into silence and gaping with shock, as well as Xianxia, who had just arrived on the battlefield. Then, it let loose a fearsome roar. Its roar thundered across space, sending powerful ripples through the battlefield. The aura it exuded appeared more powerful than before. Should it self-destruct now, the resultant explosion might unleash a power that rivaled that of a spirit immortal realm cultivator. The Golden Pool Legion trembled under the weight of such power, and a dark look descended upon Xianxia's face. Wang Bail landed on the locust's head with a single step, then looked at Xianxia with what seemed like a smile on his face. "Senior Xianxia, we meet again." As he spoke, Wang Bail lifted his right hand and made a quick hand seal. Around him, a good half of the Golden Pool Legion battleships swerved around suddenly and turned their weapons onto Xianxia and the remaining Golden Pool Legion fleet. A smattering of purple, glowing shards could be found on these battleships. It was a bizarre sight to behold indeed. Half of the Golden Pool Legion battleships exuded a purple glow as they hovered in space. The cultivators on board these battleships tried to wrestle control of them, to no avail. The battleships had become their cages and Wang Bail's weapons. It was a significant number of battleships. In addition to those battleships was the Locust that was currently under Wang Bao's feet. Its original physical appearance, which was that of a dragonfly, had been completely transformed. It looked less dexterous but far more gruesome and savage. A loud buzzing, like many things rubbing against each other, could be heard from inside its body. It was a sound that struck fear into the soul of those who heard it. The odds had been reversed suddenly. The edge that the Golden Pool Legion had was now turned against them. Every Golden Pool Legion cultivator was struck with shock and fear, their breathing quickening. A few even gasped out loud. As for the commanders, their faces were pale, and they looked at a loss. They couldn't believe what had just happened. The loss of half of their fleet had sent them into a panic, and they quickly turned towards Xianxia with pleading eyes. The look on Xianxia's face was thunderous. He fell silent under the pleading looks on the Golden Pool Legion commanders' faces. He had the ability to help them, but he needed a reason to do so. Unfortunately, they hadn't yet found one. Long Nanzi hadn't activated his Divine Justice shield at all. He had continued fighting with his battleships even when Xianxia had acted out of turn and unleashed an attack. Long Nanzi had been playing by the rules of the game all along. Should he choose to step in now, he would be labeled a bully who was pushing his junior around. He would be breaking the rules as well. Perhaps this wouldn't have mattered if he were doing this to someone else, but this was Long Nanzi, the man who currently had the Patriarch's favor. His actions wouldn't be very proper. The look on Xianxia's face grew darker as such thoughts flooded his mind, and resentment stewed inside him. He was at the spirit immortal realm and could have easily beaten his opponent, but his opponent placed obstacles in his way each and every time. Murder began to color Xianxia's eyes. He gave Wang Bao a long and deep look, then said in a low voice, "Long Nanzi, hand over the beast. We'll declare you the victor for this challenge." "I'm sorry, Senior Xianxia, but I'm taking this as my war trophy," Wang Bao said with a slight smile. He could sense the other party's ill will. He harbored no goodwill towards the man either. He held the upper ground now in terms of battle odds and playing by the rules. Why should he hand over the spoils of his victory? Besides, this was something that Wang Bao desired very much. With the Locust in his possession, even if he were to lose the challenge and was made to turn over loads of materials as compensation, it would be worth it. Xianxia wasn't surprised by Wang Bao's reply. He knew that getting Long Nanzi to hand over the Locust was an impossible feat regardless. He had to ask, and so he did. He gave Long Nanzi another long, considering look before turning away and leaving the battlefield. Since he had no excuse to step in and join the fight, there was no point in him staying. The Golden Pool Legion's defeat would definitely affect the Green Kraken Legion, but he wasn't the sole master and owner of the Green Kraken Legion after all. Still, he had suffered multiple failures in exacting punishment on Long Nanzi. Xianxia wasn't going to just let this matter go. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly spoke. As expected of a master at artifact refinement. "I've never encountered such parasitism techniques. When used wisely, such a technique could turn the tide in a large-scale battle." The Golden Pool Legion was defeated fair and square. Having said that, Xianxia strolled off into the stars without sparing a glance at the Golden Pool Legion. As the Golden Pool Legion simmered bitterly, Wang Bao narrowed his eyes. Xianxia's parting words were dripping with malice. He had intentionally drawn attention to Wang Bao's parasitism technique. He was trying to get the sect to confiscate Wang Bao's parasitism technique, just like how his Divine Justice shield had been taken away from him. He wanted to rob Wang Bao of his trump card. If the technique was bought over by the sect, the Green Kraken Legion could then get their hands on it easily. Having the technique in their possession would be akin to recouping any losses they might have incurred from the Golden Pool Legion's defeat. If they were to use the technique wisely, the Green Kraken Legion might even reap additional gains. All these considerations flashed past Wang Bao's mind swiftly. His caution towards Xianxia grew considerably. Xianxia wasn't only skilled at keeping his emotions under control. His dark and sinister powers were also something to be wary of. Wang Bao had kept that in mind when he had decided to act. He had been prepared. As a result, While he had remained wary of Xianxia, he wasn't overly affected by what Xianxia had said. Things turned out the way he had expected them to. The Golden Pool Legion was forced to yield in defeat. After the victorious challenge, Wang Beol immediately collated some peripheral information about the parasitism technique and sent it over to Fairy Lingyu. He passed a message through Fairy Lingyu to Chief Minister Su. He was going to present the technique as a gift to the Patriarch. He didn't request anything in exchange. This was to be a gift. There was an advantage to gift-giving. It earned the open approval of the Patriarch and gave the Soul Rift Legion the authority to deal with their spoils of war as they saw fit. This meant that the Golden Pool Legion had no way of recouping their losses. In addition, they would be forced to hand over a massive amount of resources as compensation. Their ranking also plummeted, their 19th position being taken over by the Soul Rift Legion. The challenge had garnered quite a bit of attention. Wang Beol and the Soul Rift Legion started to gain a name for themselves after the two challenges. The most recent challenge had gotten them a place at the 19th spot in the ranking. The entire Divine Eye civilization was paying a great deal of attention to him. Within the Divine Sovereign Justice sect, a huge majority of disciples began to treat him with greater deference and respect. Quite a few armies and cultivators in the sect began wondering privately which spot in the ranking the Soul Rift Legion was targeting next. While they were doing so, Wang Beol was going through his spoils and reallocating most of the resources to the Locust. After refining his fleet, he didn't choose to issue a new challenge. He was now well aware of the difference in power between him and the armies ahead of him in the ranking. Things might have gone better for him if he hadn't handed over his parasitism technique. Even though he had only given the barest of information to the sect, he couldn't keep relying on the technique. The actual workings of the technique would just get exposed in the long run. He had thought it through and concluded that continued usage of the technique wasn't going to pay off. He should be accumulating his power and building a strong foundation instead. In his next challenge, he should fight for a spot in the top 10 or 5, perhaps even higher. The resources that he was going to need to achieve that goal would be tremendous. Based on Wang Beol's current situation, getting that amount of resources in the Divine Eye civilization was going to be a feat. It seems like I'll have to make a trip out. Follow the ways of the Divine Eye civilization, and see if I can bump into a mutant civilization like I did the last time around. Wang Beol considered his options for a moment but decided to hold off against any immediate action. Instead, he took a few days to inspect his fleet and carefully think through his plans. Then, he finally made up his mind. My army can only grow more powerful with the necessary resources. Besides, I need an opportunity in order to advance my cultivation. A resolute look settled in his eyes. Wang Beol had decided to leave. He located his donkey and little Wu, who had gotten to know each other during this period. The bond that they had cultivated with each other appeared to be deeper than the one they had with Wang Beol. Having been summoned back to Wang Beol's side, they sat next to each other in the Dermic battleship and departed from the Soul Rift planet with the Soul Rift Legion. The fleet sped into space and exited the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect's protectorate. The sight of the Locust and the 10,000-strong Soul Rift Legion in the public cosmic territory was an awesome one to behold. Passing cultivators were dumbstruck, giving way to the passing fleet hastily. Armies from other sects looked on with caution when they caught sight of the Soul Rift Legion as well. It's Long the Mad. I heard he's the only cultivator in the entire army. But he's so powerful that his army is ranked 19th in the Divine Sovereign Justice sect, and that's before he's even made a move. Should he decide to do it, he might even get a place in the top 10 armies in the sect. He's crazy. Anyone who crosses his path is sure to suffer. Let's stay away from him. Wang Beol's journey began without a hitch, amidst the wary eyes of the crowd. The bounty that the Violet Gold New Dao sect had put out seemed to have lost its appeal. As the one who had put up the bounty, the Ink Dragon Legion appeared to have chosen to give up their hunt for Wang Beol. Wang Beol arrived safely at the Divine Eye Civilization's eternal star, the Eye of 10,000 Demons. With the mandate given to the Soul Rift Legion, Wang Beol got himself the necessary access rights. With a wave of his hand, the fleet rushed at the eternal star. In the next moment, The Soul Rift Legion disappeared entirely from the Divine Eye civilization. When they reappeared again, they found themselves amongst the stars, in the cosmic abyss. It was a barren space. There seemed to be nothing besides shattered pieces of meteorites. Forget about any signs of planets. There was no wreckage or life. There was little light around them and space was pitch black. The Divine Eye civilization is like a swarm of locusts. Who knows the number of times they have plundered the civilizations around them? Wang Baol looked around him. He had expected this, but he still couldn't help but sigh. I'll have to go somewhere further. Wang Baol fell into a contemplative silence. From the corner of his eye, he could see the donkey eyeing the interior of the locust with shining eyes. It licked its lips uncontrollably while its drool began to pool on the floor. Little Wu sat next to the donkey, staring into space. He seemed to be in a fugue state. Wang Baol had no idea what he was thinking. Wang Baol ignored Little Wu and glared at the donkey. There was no need for him to say anything. The look was warning enough. The donkey got the message and looked down pitifully. It stuck its tongue out and lapped up the pool of drool. With the knowledge that the donkey knew its place, Wang Baol retracted his threatening look and then formed a hand seal. His fleet clustered around him immediately, the battleships vanishing one after another as they were pulled into his storage bracelet. Only the locust remained, speeding towards the distant cosmos. The direction he had chosen to be teleported to was different from the one that the Holy Crest sect had chosen. Wang Baol was familiar with the route the Holy Crest sect had taken, but the territory had been plundered. That was why Wang Baol had decided to try his luck with another direction. Wang Baol had the star map to this region, but it wasn't of much use. It only told Wang Baol the extent of the Divine Eye civilization's exploration in this region. With the speed that the locust was going, they reached the edge of that explored territory within 2 weeks. The star map became completely useless then. The territory that we're heading into is unrecorded territory. There's still a chance that it might have been plundered by the Divine Eye civilization, but the further we go, the lower those chances are. Wang Baol perked up. He steered the locust and charged ahead. However, luck didn't seem to be on Wang Baol's side for this particular expedition. Another 2 weeks went by, and the cosmos around them remained pitch black, with no planets in sight. Wang Baol simmered in frustration. Seeming to sense the terrible mood that Wang Baol was in, the donkey didn't lick the insides of the Dermic battleship as frequently. Even so, whenever Wang Baol noticed drool dripping uncontrollably from the donkey's lips, he would glare at the creature. Little Wu. I'm here, Daddy. Little Wu had been in a fugue state for an entire month. Upon hearing Wang Baol's voice, he bounced to his feet and shouted, I'm handing you a mission. Watch the donkey and make sure it keeps its mouth clean. It's not allowed to eat anything. Little Wu was instantly torn when he heard that. He had become well aware of the donkey's strange culinary taste, and had learned that there was nothing in this world that the donkey wasn't capable of eating. In fact, Little Wu secretly thought that the donkey might even turn its teeth on him if it got too hungry. He had even reached the conclusion that the donkey, given the right conditions, could gobble up the entire Black Earth Empire. He looked at the donkey, then looked at Wang Baol. Then, with a pitiful look on his face, he murmured, Daddy, I can't stop Second Master. He's my senior. I'll have a bite of you for every bite it takes. Wang Baol gave Little Wu a fierce glare, causing him to shudder. He was sure that Wang Baol was capable of doing exactly what he had said. The look on his face turned serious immediately, and he replied loudly, Don't worry, Daddy. I'll stop Second Master from doing anything wrong. Wang Baol snorted and retracted his glare. He ignored Little Wu and his troubled look as the latter negotiated with the donkey and begged the creature to control its urges. Time went by as Wang Baol rode the locust through the dark cosmic space. Like a solitary beast, he traveled from galaxy to galaxy. All of them were the same, shriveled and drained, without any signs of life or ruined remnants of civilization. The journey, dry and boring and without direction, began to stir doubts in Wang Baol's mind. He wondered if he should stop wasting his time, turn back, and choose another route. things might turn out better. Just as doubt began to build inside Wang Baol, the cosmic landscape before him started to look different. It was no longer complete darkness. There appeared to be light shimmering in the distance. Shimmering lights. The discovery energized Wang Baol. The presence of light meant the existence of an eternal star somewhere in the area. He had no idea the state the eternal star was in, but he knew that an eternal star was the core of every civilization. Where there was an eternal star, the chances of there being life were great. The discovery had Wang Baol shifting the direction he was going excitedly. He charged towards the source of light at full speed, the journey taking him 10 days. As the light grew brighter, Wang Baol could finally make out a huge eternal star lying ahead of him in the distance. The eternal star was larger than the one in the Divine Eye civilization. However, the light it was giving off wasn't as bright. In fact, he could hardly feel any heat from the light. The eternal star appeared to have undergone some kind of structural transformation. It looked fossilized. However, the source of light within its core hadn't yet extinguished. The light penetrated the eternal star's outer fossilized walls and flooded outward into space, lighting up the cosmic region. Wang Baol's heart raced as he observed the sight from a distance. Without any hesitation, he stopped the locust in its tracks. Then he raised his right hand and, with a wave, pulled out a compass. The compass was of the Divine Eye civilization. It was able to perform a scan of a cosmic region and reconstruct a star map from the scan. The cultivators from the Divine Eye civilization who had invaded the Federation had used something similar to perform a scan on the solar system. The compass that Wang Baol was now holding was far superior compared to their compass, though in both its accuracy and the radius of the area scanned. It was an essential item that the Divine Sovereign Justice sect distributed to its armies. Red, orange, yellow, cyan, green, blue, and purple. Red means an energy signature from an eternal star realm. Orange means one from a planet realm. Bright yellow is for the spirit immortal realm. Light yellow for the soul conduit realm. Wang Baol muttered to himself as he fiddled with the compass. His eyes stayed fixed on the compass as 5 planets appeared above it. The largest one was the eternal star that Wang Baol was looking at. His senses had been right. A great portion of it had become fossilized. The remaining 4 planets in this galaxy were at the planet realm and had all become fossils. The extent of their fossilization exceeded that of the eternal star. They were almost fully fossilized. Instead of calling them planets, one might view them as 4 enormous meteoroids floating in space. As for the color of these planets, while the compass couldn't discern the color of the eternal star, it indicated the color of the remaining planets as black. That meant that there weren't any signs of spirit chi on the planets. Wang Baol frowned at the results. Could it be another mutant civilization? Wang Baol fell into a thoughtful silence as he slowly steered the locust towards the galaxy. He then activated his cultivation and unleashed the full power of the locust, ready to speed up or unleash a counterattack at a moment's notice. The locust approached the new galaxy steadily under Wang Baol's focused and watchful eyes. When he finally entered the galaxy, shock flashed across his face, and the locust came to an abrupt stop. Earlier on, he hadn't been able to get a good look because of the distance. In addition, a strange power appeared to be cloaking the galaxy and preventing his compass from obtaining a more detailed scan of the area. Now that he had entered the galaxy, his eyes began to take in the scene before him. It was a killing field. Countless bodies floated in space, alongside numerous parts from battleship wreckages and damaged dermic treasures. They drifted in space and filled the entire cosmic region. As far as the eye could see. Where am I? Shock flickered across Wang Baol's face, and he felt incredibly uneasy. He could feel danger creeping in and surrounding him from all sides. Something must have happened here. Wang Baol didn't act rashly and instead scanned his surroundings carefully first. He unleashed his locust's cultivation and allowed its false immortal realm power to sweep across the terrain. After ensuring that the area was safe, he turned his eyes towards the ruins around him. He had no knowledge of the culture of this civilization and hence was unable to assess the period the bodies were from based on the clothes they were wearing. There was a strange power within this galaxy that was working against his divine sense. It appeared to be able to freeze time, preserving the bodies the way they appeared right before their deaths. The clothes and accessories on the bodies fell under this strange power's influence as well, showing no signs of degradation or decomposition. Wang Baol couldn't imagine the power that was required to achieve something like that. He couldn't tell if it originated from a cultivator or if it was a strange power that existed inherently in this galaxy. Logically speaking, even though this galaxy may be located in a rather distant and deserted location, someone should have come across it during its long years of existence. But if they had, it doesn't make sense that the bodies and ruins would still remain untouched. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and remained on guard, setting his greed aside and not immediately conducting an inspection of the bodies and ruins floating around him. He was concerned that some unknown danger that was beyond the compass detection remained hidden in their midst. With a wave of his hand, he sent more than 10,000 puppets out into the area, maneuvering them and scattering them across the wide expanse of space. Through their eyes, he performed a detailed investigation of the area. He pulled less than a dozen wisps of his divine sense out from the avatar form that he was dwelling in and injected them into some puppets so that he could see with clearer eyes through them. More than 10,000 puppets surrounded his dermic battleship and spread outwards. They sped past the sea of bodies, granting Wang Baol an increasingly widened range of vision. Half an hour later, as the puppets reached a considerable distance away from Wang Baol, the latter's eyes suddenly flashed. Amidst the sea of countless corpses and ruins were some bodies that were dressed in a distinctively different fashion. These corpses weren't congregated in a single area but spread across multiple locations. Wang Baol perceived as many as 7 to 8 spots from his current range of vision. These groups of bodies don't belong to the same time period as the original bodies. The discovery heightened the sense of wariness that Wang Baol had been feeling. Thoughts and guesses flashed across his mind. In his head, he could see cultivators from other civilizations who had come across this region in the past. They had entered the galaxy and then come to some accidental demise. Maybe the bodies that were originally here hide some kind of unknown danger? Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and assessed the situation. He was reluctant to just turn tail and leave. Therefore, he pulled out another batch of puppets, which sped past the sea of bodies and headed for the 4 planets. He intended to use his puppets to find out if there was anything strange about the planets. Based on what he was able to find out, he would determine whether to continue searching the area. With a plan in place, Wang Baol continued releasing puppets. A group of these puppets arrived at one planet just as the number of released puppets reached 30,000. The planet was completely black and resembled an enormous meteoroid from afar. When the puppets landed on the planet, they too saw nothing but black all around them. There was no plant life and no source of water. There were only mountain ranges snaking across the planet's surface and their numerous mountain peaks. The planet was deathly silent. The arrival of Wang Baol's puppets had broken that silence. However, nothing alive came to greet them. Wang Baol decided to wait instead of instructing his puppets to start a search of the planet. After his remaining puppets had landed on the other 3 planets, he finally initiated a simultaneous search of all 4 planets. Wang Baol's eyes grew wider as the search unfolded. Then, he wrestled control over one puppet and turned its eyes towards a black bamboo shoot, growing on a small hill on one of the planets. The bamboo was made out of stone despite looking like a plant. Its leaves were also made of stone. Adding to the bizarre discovery was the sight of liquid emerging from the bamboo's skin and slowly dripping down the shoot. There was no scent to the bamboo and no presence of spirit energy. Regardless, Wang Baol felt as if he had been struck by lightning by the discovery. His heart started pumping rapidly. A stone bamboo. Wang Baol could barely believe his eyes. He had read about it in the Divine Eye Civilization's literature. Its name might sound ordinary, but its worth was immense. Stone bamboo had gone extinct in the Divine Eye Civilization. To get a hold of it, one had to get it from other civilizations and pay an absurd sum for it. Stone bamboo was a key component in building and upgrading dermic battleships. It was extremely rare, and demand for it vastly exceeded supply. As a result, Even a bit of stone bamboo the length of one's finger could spark an intense fight to the death. As for the stone bamboo that currently stood before Wang Baol, while bringing it back wouldn't spark an outright war between two greater sects, it would definitely create chaos and madness amongst some armies. Stone bamboo was something Wang Baol needed as well, and something that he had been searching for. He had something half as powerful as a dermic battleship now, his locust. If he were to refine it with sufficient stone bamboo, there was a great chance of evolving it into a full-fledged dermic battleship. A stone bamboo shoot, Wang Baol's heart raced. The pervasive sense of danger surrounding him made him hesitant. Though, it was then, during that exact moment of hesitation, while his puppets were scattered and doing a sweep of the 4 planets, that stone bamboos began springing from the ground like daisies. In fact, more than 100 stone bamboos had popped up on the 3rd planet. The other planets only had a few dozen shoots. The excitement of seeing these shoots spring forth from the ground turned Wang Baol's eyes red and caused his breathing to quicken. The donkey and Little Wu couldn't see what was going on, and had no idea what was happening with Wang Baol. But Little Wu quickly realized what had just happened. They had found something valuable. The donkey had no idea what Wang Baol was thinking. But the galaxy held great temptation for the creature, one that was as strong as the hold that the stone bamboo had on Wang Baol. After all, scattered in the cosmic area before it were countless ruins and shards of dermic treasures. They were all food in the donkey's eyes. Some of them looked extremely yummy. Both Wang Baol and the donkey's breathing sped up at the same time. Little Wu watched the two fearfully, the gears in his head spinning furiously. He decided to follow their lead and forcefully quickened his breathing too. That's a lot of stone bamboo. Let's just wing it. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Baol gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He pulled out his compass and did a detailed scan. The results didn't show any colored energy signatures on the planets. He hesitated no longer, barking out an order to his puppets and commanding them to harvest the bamboo. He pulled out thousands of battleships and sent them towards the planets so that the puppets could load the battleships with their harvest. Wang Baol was hedging a bet here. He kept his guard up and his cultivation churning. The locust was fully activated as well. After all, he was currently at the edge of the galaxy. Should anything dangerous happen, he was confident that he would be able to get to safety in time. Time crawled past while he stewed in anxiety and remained on high alert. The puppets had the difficult task of digging stone bamboos from the ground. The planet's rocky ground was extremely hard. The puppets often had to hit the same spot at the same time in order to loosen a bit of rock in the ground. Even though Wang Baol had countless puppets at his disposal, they only managed to dig out 1 stone bamboo after a long time and have it ferried to the battleship, which then delivered it to Wang Baol. There's no rush. We can take our time. Despite the anxiety and nervousness plaguing Wang Baol, he knew that haste made waste. Any oversight or negligence might lead to an adverse outcome. As he consoled himself, he looked at the galaxy ahead of him with a heated stare. It was then that one of the planets suddenly shuddered faintly. Wang Baol sensed the tremors immediately. Before he could examine the phenomenon, the tremors began to intensify. The other 3 planets began to shake as well. The ground shifted violently, undulating as if a serpent was moving underground. As the ground shook, an overwhelming power erupted from the boulders, mountain peaks, and mountain ranges on the surface of the planets. The skies trembled, the clouds rolled back, and the winds started lashing. The entire galaxy appeared to be affected. It was then that these boulders, mountain peaks, and mountain ranges stood up. They weren't boulders or mountain peaks or mountain ranges at all, they were stone golems of different sizes. It was as if they had been sleeping earlier and had just been awoken by the ruckus that Wang Baol's puppets had caused. They seemed to be in a foul mood. They opened and revealed their crimson eyes, then turned those red eyes towards the puppets around them. Then, they turned skywards and let loose raging howls that stirred the entire galaxy. Shock flashed across Wang Baol's face. He tried to summon his puppets back, but the roars of these stone golems were too powerful. They were like tornadoes that swept across space, unleashing a series of thunderous booms without a moment's respite. Half of the 30,000-strong puppet army was swept away by the tornadoes, disintegrating into dust instantly. That wasn't the end of it. Something else that sent Wang Baol, the donkey, and Little Wu shuddering in fear soon followed. As numerous stone golems awoke from their slumber on the 4 planets, 7 to 8 spirit immortal realm auras were unleashed from each planet's core and erupted into being. Is this a joke? Wang Baol moaned. Without hesitation, he turned his locust around, ready to make a run for it. He had no choice but to run. The sudden emergence of 7 to 8 spirit immortal realm auras from each of the 4 planets had him nearly wetting his pants. Following their appearance were numerous soul conduit realm and countless nascent soul realm energy signatures that exploded into being as increasingly more stone golems awoke. Smaller core formation realm and foundation establishment realm stone golems began howling in a frightening manner as well, rising from all corners and closing in around Wang Baol's puppets. Within the blink of an eye, Wang Baol's puppets were overrun by a massive army of stone golems. They had no chance to escape or even fight back and were wrecked and turned to dust. Everything happened in an instant. The planets had been deathly quiet a moment earlier, and in the next, madness had descended. Wang Baol was almost scared out of his wits. An intense danger that had suddenly erupted got him steering his dermic battleship away and out of the galaxy instantly. Next to him, Little Wu stood eyes wide and shivering in fear. The donkey had gasped as well. It might view the stone golems as food, but too much of it was a bit frightening as well. What a horrible trap. Wang Baol was on the verge of tears. This wasn't the time or place to mourn the loss of his puppets or lust after stone bamboos. He poured his full attention into steering the locust into the cosmos. As Wang Baol sped ahead, 24 spirit immortal realm auras had spread out behind him and morphed into shooting stars. They darted from their home planets, gliding across the starlit cosmos and rushing straight for Wang Baol. The immense power would have sent another spirit immortal realm cultivator's hair standing as he cursed his slowness, let alone Wang Baol. Wang Baol widened his eyes. Without any hesitation, he activated the teleportation mechanism from the Eye of 10,000 Demons and attempted to escape back to the Divine Eye civilization. As the beginnings of a teleportation began to stir, the galaxy shuddered, and a strange power descended from all around Wang Baol, blanketing the entire area. It didn't disrupt Wang Baol's teleportation attempt completely. However, it did manage to drag out the process. Something that should have occurred within a split second was now taking an eternity. It was probably going to take 15 minutes before he could be teleported away. What in the hell is this place? Wang Baol almost howled. He had no time to think. He steered the locust away madly and tried desperately to leave the region, planning to exit the galaxy before attempting another teleportation. Fortunately, Wang Baol had practiced extreme caution earlier and hadn't explored the deeper parts of the galaxy personally. He had stationed himself at its edge. By speeding up the dermic battleship and exploiting the burst of false immortal realm power, the dermic battleship was able to reach ultra-fast speeds. It reached the boundary of the galaxy within the blink of an eye and was a moment away from leaving the galaxy completely. Wang Baol didn't release a sigh of relief just yet, though he was confident of his chances as long as he could leave the galaxy. It didn't matter that he had 24 spirit immortal stone golems pursuing him. After all, he had his divine justice shield and his battleships, which would help him gain enough time to perform another teleportation. The worst he was going to suffer was a blow to his pride and a wasted trip. I just can't believe how lousy my luck is this time. It must be Little Wu's fault. I had terribly good luck the last time when he wasn't around. Wang Baol sulked. He turned and glared at Little Wu, who returned the glare with a lost, confused look. Wang Baol's locust continued to travel at incredible speeds as the spirit immortal realm shooting stars steadily approached it. It appeared that they were going to escape from the galaxy at any moment. It was then that, suddenly, the strange power that had pervaded the galaxy descended again. It felt more powerful this time, causing the cosmos to shudder. The edge of the galaxy was sealed shut. It was as if a door had just been slammed close. There was no way out. It was like a seal. Wang Baol's head buzzed, and he turned back in shock. The corpses and ruins that had been floating around in space were moving, as if in orbit around the eternal star. It was a fluid movement that looked slow at first, then suddenly sped up to an impossible speed. They looked like a river flowing around the eternal star, a gigantic vortex. What shocked Wang Baol the most wasn't the sight of the vortex, but the partially fossilized eternal star. As the river circled it, it too began to quake. The shooting stars that had been chasing Wang Baol stopped in their tracks and transformed back into stone golems. The look on their faces was that of deference, and their eyes were colored with a mad fervor. They quickly turned towards the shuddering eternal star and fell to their knees, releasing thundering howls from their lips that rippled across space. The stone golems on the 4 planets were similarly affected. They raised their faces skyward and turned mad, feverish eyes onto the eternal star. Then, they too fell to their knees and let loose loud roars. Wang Baol's breathing stuttered at the sight. The roars of these stone golems had become a form of war chant, which contained an indescribable sense of power. Corpses and ruins continued to circle the eternal star. It was as if a ritual was taking place, and Wang Baol had just become its witness. "We're finished. We're done for. We've become some kind of sacrifice." Little Wu stared at the scene unfolding before him and started moaning. The donkey was shaking too, fear showing in its eyes. A sacrifice? Wang Baol was reluctant to accept that conclusion. Regardless, it seemed to be the case no matter how one looked at it. He wasn't just going to sit there and wait for death, though. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. He wasn't beneath blowing up the locust and blowing a hole in the galaxy so he could escape. As soon as that thought entered his mind, something drastic happened to the eternal star that drained Wang Baol's face instantly, turning his skin ashen. As the vortex circled the eternal star, and as countless stone golems roared madly, the shuddering eternal star expanded and stretched outwards. A forehead larger than a planet protruded outward first. Then came 4 limbs that stretched out, forming, finally, an enormous stone giant. Next to the stone giant was the eternal star, which had grown smaller by more than half its original size. It was clear that what Wang Baol had thought was the eternal star originally had been the stone giant's body. The stone giant had held the eternal star within its arms and curled itself up into a ball. That had been why the eternal star had appeared so big. Now that the stone giant had loosened its limbs, the true form of the eternal star was finally revealed. With the outstretching of its limbs, the stone giant gradually opened its eyes. 2 bright spots shone like twin suns, lighting up the entire galaxy instantly. An aura that far surpassed that of a planet realm cultivator exuded from the stone giant effortlessly. It cut through the galaxy like fierce tornadoes, overpowering everything in its path. It was as if everything it had passed was subsumed and became a part of it. Its planet-sized right hand rose with what looked like extremely slow speed but was, in actual fact, extremely fast speed, sending a cosmic storm whipping through space. It made a grab at Wang Baol, doing so as if he was a mere mosquito that it was planning to smack. It wouldn't be right to compare Wang Baol to a mosquito, though. Compared to the size of that hand, Wang Baol didn't even deserve to be called a mosquito. Thunder crashed, and strong winds lashed. The enormous hand blocked out the entire cosmos, descending upon Wang Baol with unstoppable power and the looming weight of death, leaving Wang Baol with nowhere to run. As the stone giant unleashed its attack, the stone golems on the planets, big and small, and the spirit immortal realm stone golems in space, grew increasingly excited. Their roars were filled with passion and fervor, and they kowtowed, seeming as if they were paying respects to their patriarch. The eternal star. Wang Baol's face was drained of all color. This wasn't just bad luck, it was luck that was rotten to the core. The universe was such a huge place. Considering the number of eternal star realm cultivators that existed and were scattered across the wide universe, it would be a feat to bump into one. But somehow, he had managed to stumble headfirst into one. That's it. I'm done for this time. Wang Baol's mind was a complete blank. His vision was filled by the enormous hand above him that exuded incredible and unimaginable power. He did manage to get one thing done, which was to hide the donkey away in his storage bracelet. But he had no idea if this might somehow save the creature. That was the best that he could do, though. As for little Wu, Wang Baol couldn't help him now. He grimaced. Regardless, there was no despair or compromise in his eyes. He began to activate his cultivation as well as the locust. He was going to self-destruct. This was the only solution he could think of that might save the donkey and little Wu's lives. If he self-destructed first, they might still have a chance of survival. If the stone giant were to capture them, though, they were all as good as dead. But he wasn't willing to accept his fate just like that. Before the final self-destruction, Wang Baol decided to wing it. He projected his voice outward and thundered. "Senior, my senior brother is Chun Qing, the first divine king of the never-ending clan. I'm his only surviving junior brother." Wang Baol gave it everything he had as he shouted out those words. It was a shout that was fueled by the very essence of his life. If this proved to be useless in scaring off the stone giant, Wang Baol had a feeling that he was going to die. He was truly worried that his loud shouting wasn't powerful enough, so he continued yelling. "My senior brother, Chun Qing, is a mighty cultivator who has slain many other powerful cultivators. He reigns supreme in the never-ending star domain and is treated like a king in many parts of the universe. Your humble junior here has mistakenly stumbled into your domain and disturbed your rest, but I haven't hurt any of your people. Why would the esteemed senior choose to make things difficult for me over something so minor?" Wang Baol tried his best to exude the power from his essence technique as he spoke. This was something his senior brother had given him, something that his senior brother had created himself. That meant that it was something that was uniquely Chun Qing's. Such unique ownership was the best proof of one's identity. If the stone giant were merely at the planet realm, Wang Baol wouldn't have thought this method effective. It was highly unlikely for someone at the planet realm to come across someone like his senior brother. But a being at the eternal star realm was an entirely different creature altogether, especially one who was lord of an entire clan. Someone like that must have heard of his senior brother's name or heard rumors about him. As Wang Baol continued his yelling, the donkey was panicking inside the storage bracelet. As for little Wu, he was secretly crying inside. He didn't believe a single word that Wang Baol had said. Nevertheless, those words still gave him an inkling of hope. The power of the stone giant was simply too much for them to bear. Wang Baol and little Wu stared unblinkingly at the skies as the giant's palm rushed towards them, ready to crush everything in its path. In the next moment, the palm suddenly stuttered to a stop. The sudden stutter sent tornadoes rippling outward and sweeping into the dermic battleship that Wang Baol was on. It shuddered, ready to cave in at any moment. However, the palm didn't descend upon it. As long as it didn't, the dermic battleship remained safe despite the bout of quaking. "It's working." Wang Baol's breathing quickened as his spirits perked up. He looked up and could sense someone's gaze. It came from the stone giant and swept downwards at them. The gaze was heavy with power and appeared to see through everything. It paid no attention to the dermic battleship or to Wang Baol's divine justice shield and defenses, piercing straight through everything and seeing them at their very core. It saw right through little Wu as well with a single sweep. The inspecting look made Wang Baol nervous. He kept his fists cupped and tried to make himself look as deferential and respectful as possible. Little Wu did the same, looking down fearfully. The gaze, heavy with power, swept across them a few times before retreating. Along with it went the gigantic hand that had reached out towards them earlier. Wang Baol's spirits rose as he watched the enormous hand lifting away from them. He felt as if he had just barely escaped death. The feeling made him realize how incredible his senior brother was. The layer of protection that his senior brother afforded him meant that no matter where he went, other cultivators were going to treat him with a certain degree of courtesy. Of course, he couldn't always rely on his senior brother. If he were to cross paths with his senior brother's enemies, it would be the end of him. At that thought, Wang Baol took a deep breath, looked up, and then said, "Thank you very much, Senior. Leave." As Wang Baol's voice reverberated through the cosmos, A husky voice erupted in Wang Bail and Little Wu's heads with a thunderous boom. The voice had been transmitted through the stone giant's divine sense. It didn't matter that they didn't speak the same language. Those words were directly imprinted into one's soul. They were firm and strong words, and the transmission sent sharp pain spiking in Wang Bail's head. He might not be able to take it if the stone giant were to continue speaking. It wasn't as if he had no chance of holding up under the stone giant's voice. Regardless, the difference in the level of their cultivations made Wang Bail realize the difference that separated the strong and the weak once again. Anyone else who shared his thoughts would have immediately left the galaxy, just in case the stone giant decided to regret his earlier decision to let them go. In fact, that was what Little Wu was thinking then. He had just survived death, and the only thought he had in his head at that moment was to get out of that horrible place as soon as possible. Wang Bail wasn't any ordinary man, though. Gears spun furiously in his head as he analyzed the situation. It was obvious to him that the Stone Patriarch knew of his senior brother. Even though the Stone Patriarch had seemed intent on sacrificing Wang Bail, he had chosen to let him go after he had mentioned his senior brother. This meant that the Stone Patriarch didn't know his senior brother in person but had heard of his reputation. He didn't want to make an enemy of his senior brother over something so minor. It didn't matter whether Wang Bail was making things up. It wasn't important to someone as powerful as he was. Besides, it means something that I could call out Chun Qing's name. The Stone Patriarch is a smart man. I know what he's trying to say. He's saying that he doesn't care if I'm telling the truth or lying. He's not interested at all. He just wants to be left alone. Wang Bail rapidly dissected the situation and came to a conclusion. The Stone Patriarch is wary of my senior brother and afraid of trouble. If that's the case, Wang Bail's eyes brightened, and his heart started racing. He contemplated giving what he was thinking a go. He was going to regret it if he didn't. Since he had made a show of calling his senior brother's name, he might as well get something out of it. At that thought, Wang Bail looked up and sent his divine sense into the cosmos. Senior, it has been a hard journey for us. We traveled long and far before we were able to reach this place. I mean, could we have some stone bamboos as a form of souvenir? Little Wu's eyes widened when he heard what Wang Bail had just said. Incredulity shone in his eyes as he looked at Wang Bail in disbelief. The tension he had been feeling had barely settled before it surged inside him again. The imminent threat of danger that had dissipated erupted inside his head. If not for his fear of offending Wang Bail, he would have openly cursed at the man. Wang Bail's request seemed completely unreasonable to Little Wu. It felt like he was trying to push his luck. Dear gods, isn't he afraid that the Stone Patriarch will just end him with a smack? Little Wu's heart raced. He stared at Wang Bail with pleading eyes, which seemed to be begging Wang Bail to stop playing these games and just run. But Little Wu soon learned a lesson. In life, the depth of one's courage made all the difference. The Stone Patriarch fell silent upon hearing Wang Bail's request. His gaze fell upon the shuddering Little Wu. Wang Bail was extremely nervous but also strangely confident. Even if the Stone Patriarch was to turn down his request, the worst Wang Bail was going to suffer would be a repeated order for him to leave. However, should the Stone Patriarch agree to his request, it would be akin to striking the lottery. In the end, moments after the Stone Patriarch's gaze had swept past them, a snort sounded in Wang Bail's head. Then the enormous stone giant raised his right hand and sent it waving. Not at Wang Bail. With a single wave of his hand, 3 stone bamboos were uprooted from the planets and sent flying towards Wang Bail. Little Wu's eyes almost popped out of his head as he witnessed the scene. Awe and incredulity colored his eyes as he looked at Wang Bail. Wang Bail himself was brimming with excitement even though he pretended to look composed. He maneuvered his locust into intercepting the stone bamboos, then cupped his fists and made a deep bow. My thanks, Senior. Your humble junior will take his leave now. Wang Bail decided not to push his luck and try for more stone bamboos. He steered the locust into retreating, and with a burst of speed, they left the galaxy of the stone golems. Wang Bail let the donkey out after they were clear of danger. Little Wu was now gazing at Wang Bail with adoration in his eyes. He didn't believe all that talk about a senior brother at all. Regardless, Wang Baol had been able to come up with such a story at the most critical and dangerous moment and had even gone on to request something valuable as a souvenir. He had to acknowledge Wang Baol's gutsiness. Wang Baol looked up, not seeming to be bothered by little Wu's stares. Despite the mild, composed look on his face, he was secretly extremely pleased. A comfortable, soothing sense of satisfaction coursed through his body. I can't deny how useful senior brother's name is, Wang Baol thought happily. As little Wu continued to stare at him in adoration, Wang Baol waved his hand and sent the locust into the distant cosmos at full speed. As they sped away from the galaxy of stone golems, the stone patriarch remained standing next to the eternal star, eyes looking into the distant stars. His gaze appeared to be tracking Wang Baol's locust. There was a contemplative look in his eyes, and he seemed to be deep in thought. Next to him stood the 24 spirit immortal stone golems that had pursued Wang Baol earlier. One could see hints of resentment and anger on their faces. The rest of the clan, their people who were stuck on the 4 planets, appeared to feel similar sentiments. In their eyes, anyone who trespassed into their galaxy and tried to steal their stone bamboos was an enemy of the clan, and an enemy was to be captured and offered up as a sacrifice. This was the first time in so many years that the Stone Patriarch had chosen to let someone go. That wasn't the worst of it. He had given away 3 stone bamboos, which the clan had painstakingly cultivated and grown. If they were to include the one that the enemy had dug up himself, they would have lost 4 stone bamboos. That was an extremely heavy loss for the civilization to bear. The Stone Patriarch could sense his people's fury. After a moment of silence, his divine sense thundered in the minds of every stone golem. That rascal and his bragging are hardly worth my attention. I'm not going to believe that the legendary Chen Qing is his senior brother just because he said it. But the one standing next to him, his aura clearly shows that he's a true-born son of the Black Earth Empire. I've encountered such an aura in the past. There's no way I could have mistaken his identity. The Black Earth Empire has been fighting for independence from the Never-Ending Clan recently. It's best that we stay clear of these madmen.